D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's the pitch. Swung on and a fly ball to deep right field. Lee going back. He's still going back, and he falls down. He can't get it. The game is over. It bounces on the warning track into the crowd. Ezekiel Duran has walked off the Giants with his third hit of the game and his seventh hit of the series. 5-4 Texas, the final. Duran is mobbed at second base.
What a way to start off the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ live from Oxnard, California. Show number 3 on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We are brought to you in part by the On-Time Experts, AC, Heating, and Plumbing, and Hurtado Barbecue. Little Tex, Little Mex, and a whole lot of damn good barbecue, the official barbecue of the Texas Rangers, and they were this close to being moved to the second segment of the show to start off with the Cowboys here in Oxnard. And when I was tweeting reactions to this crazy game with a crazy ending, I came to the realization of just how many people have checked out. And the media moniker that is always used around here is now the fan moniker to many. Just get us to football, because a lot of former Ranger fans saying, "What are you reacting to?" And I'm like, guys, Zeke. Guys, Lats. Guys, Zeke again. And some people had no idea what I was talking about. A thrilling 5-4 win, and this was on the verge of being a devastating loss for the Rangers against the Giants.
But they got a lead early on. They needed that. That was huge.
That's your key. That's your game key.
Yeah, that was it.
Key?
Absolutely. Yeah, if they didn't get that first inning lead.
Yeah.
They're cooked. They're mentally cooked.
What about when they gave up the lead of the ninth?
Well, forget it. I'm not talking about that. No, I thought that was really important. But obviously, there was a couple of plays. Obviously, the one at the very end. You had the guy falling down. You're saving. Berger almost getting doubled off at second base. In the first inning, Seager just a rope that goes off the first baseman's mitt. That could have been a double play.
3 hits.
Yeah. So, and obviously it wasn't a double play. They wind up getting 2 runs subsequently after that. Nimmo single and then another single after that. Sooner or later, the breaks kind of had to fall their way. They got some breaks. You don't need to apologize for that win. It got very hairy, though. And it didn't have to.
Lats puts 2. Well, Silseth first off gives up the game-tying homer. That's not encouraging with your new pickup, your only pickup in the 7th inning. 2-run homer off Silseth ties it. And then you talked about everything in the 8th. Zeke coming up huge after having 4 hits the night before. Then Lats puts 2 on, pass ball. The catcher makes a mistake in not challenging. You get a 2-1 count instead of a 1-2 count. I think you have to challenge in that situation. Maybe his head was fried from the pass ball. And then Zeke, Oppo, misplayed. Rangers with a desperate win.
Should that be an unearned run? Like, I get a pass ball is damaging, but it's not like they scored off it. But he gets the pass ball. Both those guys moved into scoring position, so they only counted one of them as an earned run off the single. Because they're assuming, I guess, that he won't score off a single if he was at first base. But I don't know. I've just always thought that was weird whenever they won't give you an earned run for that. Lats is starting to get you're starting to see him come back down to earth a little bit in the last month. It's starting to catch up to him a little bit. But Chris Young is vindicated after this one with a big victory.
My issue with that is if you don't give an error, I don't know how it goes as unearned.
Right, yeah, that's the thing. Right. There's no error technique. I mean, a pass ball is an error. But I don't know why they don't call them that.
The Astros won. The Mariners lost. I don't even know if we're paying attention to the Mariners anymore in the American League West. You should. They're only a game behind. So you are still 2.5 back, and the Armpit has won 8 out of their last 10.
We are officially in the only division in baseball, though, that doesn't have a single team with a positive run differential.
Dude, there's only 3 teams in the American League that have one. 3.
No, there's 5.
I'm looking at the wild card. There you go. That makes sense.
Not everything's the AL East. But yeah, it's embarrassing.
How are the Tigers 3 games under 500 with a plus 71?
That's insane.
That doesn't seem possible.
I would have never guessed. They were so bad to start
what's their one-run record? It's got to be like the worst in baseball.
Chris Young, I thought yesterday, It was a big G-Bag Nation. Chiafalo is going to join us in the 8 o'clock hour. Brian Schottenheimer at 7:20. We'll have Nick Eatman in the final hour of the show as well here from training camp. I thought Chris Young sounded defeated. I thought he sounded beaten up yesterday on G-Bag, and they asked him to explain the deadline.
Well, certainly we were open-minded, really kind of understanding what the market may or may not be and being prepared for a number of different scenarios. And in the end, we determined that the market was not at a point where we felt like it made sense to break up this team at a level that we really could and get equitable return for what we felt like were our players. And given where we were even 5 days ago in the standings, the division being wide open, and the fact that we have, what we believe is guys coming back from the IL combined with a schedule that could set up for us to make a run, we determined that, we were going to stay in this. And, if we have to revisit that in the offseason, we will. But right now, we want to give this team a chance.
So that's CY explaining on G-Bag. Great follow-up from Dawson. And it'd be best if the question was in here because the pause is very important, I thought. At any point, did you get the directive from ownership that you are not allowed to buy?
Ownership did not make any mandates to reduce or to cut. So there wasn't an edict for that. It was just make good baseball decisions. And so that was our marching orders, and certainly we did our best to execute that. We felt like in the Josh Smith trade, we got a reliever that can help us this year. He's controllable. He's has the ability to start, and we feel like that was a minor upgrade that not only can help us in 2026 but 27 and beyond. The deal we did a few days before for Chase Silseth and Logan O'Hoppe, we felt like a controllable reliever with some upside, who can pitch leverage, has really done well against right-handed pitching. It's an area of right-handed hitting. It's an area of need. And then Logan O'Hoppe, who's a catcher whose career started off.
He started going into the one little move that they made after just being asked about ownership. So Dawson asked it. I thought that there was a noticeable pause, and then, of course, he gave the company line. I believe to be the company line, but he sounded beat up a little bit yesterday.
What was the question?
Were you allowed to spend?
So then,
basically,
then he said no, because he said there was no directive to cut or reduce. Okay, well, that's not. You were asked, could you spend? Could you add payroll? If all you addressed was like we were not told to cut or reduce.
Well, Peyton can go back and get the question. I want to be exact.
I can't imagine that they would have asked. I can't imagine Dawson would have asked. I just wanted to make sure, but I couldn't imagine like Dawson asked him, were you told to cut payroll?
At any point, did you feel that ownership did not want to have the level of financial backing that they have had before? That was the way it's listed on the cut sheet.
So then what he did was, that's a yes. If there's a long pause, that's him trying to figure out how do I say this. No, they were not told to dump payroll, but that sounds like they were told not to add.
He also said, I thought this was interesting, that the trade deadline day absolutely impacted and he doubled down. He said it's a player thing, absolutely impacted the opener against the Giants in which they committed 5 errors.
I buy it. Boone has talked about how, it gives you the feeling like the ownership believes in you, the front office believes in you when they buy, and they don't believe in you when they sell. And when you were kind of walking the tightrope of are we going to be buyers or sellers, and you're wishy-washy, and then it comes out that you obviously had to approach a couple players about trades, right? They obviously had to go up to DeGrom. They obviously had to go up to Nate, ask if they wanted to be traded.
Yeah.
It didn't stop there. Like, those two talk to other people in the locker room. It showed a lack of confidence probably in them.
Yeah.
I could absolutely see how they would have a day or even multiple days of mental lapses.
Let Pepe play the way Dawson asked it.
Did you feel at any point that ownership maybe didn't want to have the level of financial backing that they've had in recent years?
Ownership did not make any mandates to reduce or to cut. So there wasn't there was an edict for that.
That's enough, Peyton.
They were told they couldn't add. Then that's what Chris Young is trying not to say. is that he's trying to say
because he said, "Well, they didn't tell us to subtract."
Yeah,
right.
It's what he's.
There's only
saying.
3 other things you could do in the whole, your tables, your math tables. There's only 3 other ways you could do.
Which, yeah, look, I got all on Chris Young yesterday, and deservedly so. He needs to be held accountable for all this. But Ray Davis needs to be held accountable for treating this like it's a clearance rack too. Like, he is way too often shopping at the dollar store, and I don't know. It's very reminiscent of like the Mavericks won a title, and then Mark Cuban decided he was going to stop spending money on the team, and it makes me wonder if he's just like, all right, I spent 12 years, however long he's been here, 12 years trying to spend, and then now that we've got the title, all right, well, that's what I wanted, and now I don't need to worry about money anymore.
I forgot to get on the Zoom this morning.
I did too.
Good. I mean, the problem, you're right. He needs to be held accountable. Problem is, it's very difficult to hold owner accountable. I mean, you don't go to the games. That's a long play.
No, but we can publicly say right here that he's not doing what he needs to do. And look, pressure, you can hold ownership accountable. Look at Patrick Dumont. This city held that owner accountable.
Yeah.
That's a lot of noise. You got to match that noise, which is very difficult because that was
well. The Red Sox fan base tried to do it earlier this year, whether it's Portnoy or Barstool or chants in the stadium.
Yeah.
I don't know how much of an effect that they had. They were buyers at the deadline. Of course, they had a miracle turnaround.
Yeah. But they're 28-5 in their last 33 games.
Skubal debut yesterday. Dodgers lost. That's funny to me. 6 innings, 2 earned, 6 strikeouts, 4 hits, 2 walks, and 85 pitches. But Brad Sham's Cubs get the dub.
Yeah, the Dodgers are they're not in a world of hurt. They have lost 5 in a row. They have lost 7 of 9.
The Dodgers have lost 5 in a row?
They got swept by the Red Sox. The Red Sox, by the way, have not lost a game to a first place team since early June.
Wow.
That's nuts.
I mean, they've swept Tampa. They've swept the Yankees. They've swept the Dodgers. The White Sox. They have swept everybody. And so they lost 3 in a row to the Red Sox at home. And now they've gone and lost the first 2 games to the Cubs. That's been outscored 15-6.
Their percentages to start the season, the Red Sox 61% to make the playoffs. Then in June, it was 8%, and now it's 86%. That's the swing that they went through.
They are smoking hot. Rays still hold a 3.5 game lead. They're still 2 back of the Yankees. But then they're so far up. The Yankees are 7 games clear of anybody in the wild card. The Red Sox are 5. So the wild cards are, not yet locked up, but you could see it.
We got deadline grades being issued.
A couple different places. Jim Bowden had some yesterday. Jim Bowden was more positive about the Rangers than I think anybody else should be. He gives them a C+. Ultimately, they rank 15th. They're pretty much dead in the middle, but C+ would be a little bit above average. CBS Sports was not nearly as kind to the Texas Rangers. CBS Sports comes in giving them a D grade. They said the Rangers made a minor trade. That was it. I'm giving them a bad grade for 2 reasons. First off, they're only a game and a half out of a playoff spot, and we're in first place just a few weeks ago, and they didn't aggressively look to improve the ball club. That's the strike. That's the first strike against them. Secondly, both DeGrom and Eovaldi reportedly exercised their no-trade clauses. That means the Rangers tried to sell when 1.5 games out of a playoff spot.
Can you give a D-? I know Bobby's grade is an F. What's yours, Ralph? Is there D-? No. There's not a D-.
I don't think there's a D-. I think it's just a D.
Because I'm trying to think. I would say D- or F+.
Yeah,
I'll make it a D-. F. I got to think.
I agree with the sentiment that Chris was kind of hamstrung by ownership and his players. I totally understand that. However, I do put some blame on them for maybe not being convicted in a path and changing plans, because that put them in a position where they couldn't do what they wanted to do, and they did the one thing they couldn't do, which is nothing.
So what's your grade?
It's a C-.
Oh, my!
It's a D. It's right there. It's fine. The grade of D is fine. I don't have a problem.
Keeping out your cape.
D is fine.
A D is fine. Like that.
How's a D fine?
It's a fair grade.
Okay.
It's not like good. It's a fair grade. They did not accomplish anything. anything. I don't know how you can do anything more than that.
All right, Cowboys padded practice number 2. Guys getting ejected and a wide receiver contract that may be sending George Pickens somewhere else. We take you inside the Star, live from Oxnard with Sean and RJ next.
We've taken away the excuses. Where you go,
or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
Brian Schottenheimer sits down with us 1 hour from now at 7:20 this morning on DFW Sports Station, live from Oxnard, California. George Pickens was spectacular yesterday. It could not have been a better pairing than George Pickens and the G-Bag Nation with their interview style. That was fantastic. Nick Eatman at 9:20 and old Christian Parker. He got initiated yesterday. He found out what the Dallas Cowboys are all about. I cannot wait to talk about that probably at 8 o'clock. Let's get to the practice field, Bobby, and what stood out.
Yeah, yesterday, I guess we're a jinx for number 4 out here because quarterback was not totally sharp these first 2 days that we've been out here.
No.
First day, Monday, I felt like secondary was just giving him problems. Like they were playing physical, they were playing tough. Yesterday, just not sharp, really. Just kind of off target, missing throws a little bit. Now, the 8 o'clock segment, we'll talk about why the earliest parts of practice maybe didn't get to see exactly how sharp Dak was and on top of things. But in general, I thought this was a good day yesterday for Pickens. Pickens had a good performance. Revel took a little bit of a step back yesterday, I think. Not totally to the point of where he had been the day before on Monday. There was a little bit I was talking on the sideline with a couple of people. And
Revel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Revel, I think he ended up getting flagged, I think, 3 times in practice for grabbing too much.
Yeah.
There's a case to be made. He could have gotten a couple flags on Monday that didn't come out. But
Pickens deep balls.
The Pickens deep ball is the one that got him pulled out of practice after the penalty. Not like you're in trouble, but got him pulled out and pulled over and had Christian Parker talking to him for, say, probably a good 3 minutes, and Parker was talking to him about like looking up for deep balls, like how you read a receiver when he's tracking a deep ball and how to know when to go after him. Because Pickens, that's his big thing, is drawing the interference calls.
Yeah.
Somebody who was legitimately kicked out of practice yesterday was Donovan Ezeraku, who apparently got a little too physical with Terrence Steele. Steele had held him on a pass rush. It actually drew a flag, but Donovan Ezeraku got a little bit chippy. So this is now 2 players that Brian Schottenheimer has kicked out of practice since they got to training camp. It was Tyler Guyton over the weekend, and it was yesterday Donovan Ezeraku, who then spent probably 2 to 3 minutes talking to Will McClay on the side before leaving the field, and then Todd Williams walked him off the field. And speaking of Tyler Guyton, he did get a couple sub-outs at tackle, even though it's right after Brian Schottenheimer says basically he's leading. He's the leader in the clubhouse, stopped just short of saying he's the guy. Then all of a sudden, Nate Thomas yesterday was getting first-team reps at left tackle.
Elijah Clark with an ankle injury, not believed to be serious. I wrote down Revel and Durant. Like Jesse Holley, I was watching practice with Jess, and he's just going crazy about Revel.
I really like Durant. I think Durant, you mentioned Durant, I think he's going to be really good for them.
Yeah, you've said that beforehand, and he's showing it out here. Some big runs. Like Ferg had a nice day through the air, but I really didn't notice anyone else through the air. But Ferguson was, his highlight reel was extra because Dak was off and behind, so it made Ferg's routine catches look even better. Jaden Blue with another humongous game, probably would have been a touchdown, a 50-yard touchdown off a screen. And then who's this number 30? Is it
Israel Abanikanda?
Yeah, God bless you. Todd Archer has been liking him a lot. He ripped off a big run as well.
He's the one who, we got the announcement yesterday, Princeton Fant tore his knee. He's done for the year. But Fant, when he got blocked by Sam Williams the other day, or got locked up with Sam Williams, he bumped him into Abanikanda, and that's what tore his knee ultimately. But that blue play you mentioned yesterday, I thought that was the play of practice, the one that got everybody kind of juiced up and everything else. Really good. They've had issues with screen passes in recent years. The fact that they're able to get that swing pass out there, he navigated traffic. I don't think that was one of those things of just everybody scores in practice. They let him go. He did a good job kind of evading everybody, and if you're getting some of these juice plays out of him and he's a little bit more mature this year, then maybe you've got a different dynamic.
I guess it's not just Ezraku that's getting kicked out of practice. I guess I'm on the verge of getting kicked out of practice.
Well,
there's some
back-to-back days. One for me, one for you.
Back-to-back days. I guess this football mall cop out here, cable something.
Streaming.
Yeah. The other day, like he made this scene where Choppy and I were trying to like walk to the back of the field and cut across, and it's just these overzealous, loud. Look, I have a walkie-talkie, so I have to sit there and direct, and I can yell, and I can be a leader here. You know, I had my high school issues, so now I have a position of authority. So now I can sit here and bark loud. And then yesterday, I was trying to help out the fans behind us by sitting down.
You're sitting, yeah, on your butt.
On my butt. Well, first we start, squatting. That starts burning.
Yep.
Then you get the kneel position.
You got to keep changing knees.
And I was like, screw that. I'm not going to keep changing knees. I'm just going to sit down.
Yeah.
I'm going to sit down on my rear end next to Archer, between Archer and Choppy, and watch practice. And this guy comes over, and he's like, oh, I need you to be mobile. Need you to be mobile. You know, they all think they're a coach, too. So you got to talk like a coach. So I need you to be mobile. Off your butt. And I was like, okay, so they want you to be able to move.
Right, in case the player comes out.
Coming at you. Yeah. And I was like, Jesus.
I knew instantly when I walked over, you're like, we got yelled at. And I was like, were you not mobile? I didn't even hear it say
were you not mobile?
I've heard that so many times.
They want you to either be stand. They don't care about the fans behind it. It's like either stand or be on a knee.
Well, because somebody, I can't remember, somebody was sitting years ago and they couldn't get up and they got destroyed. They got pinned against that.
But I wasn't like, Jesus. I was like, Jesus. Yeah. I said it to myself like that. Well, Paul Blart comes back over and he's like, what? What was that? And I didn't realize he was like talking to me because I had said the J word to myself, kind of quiet.
It was like, was that directed at me?
Yeah.
And he goes, okay, so we'll make sure we're on the same page.
He's like, do we have a problem? We got a problem? And I really thought it was someone else or like someone behind. I was like, oh, he's talking to me. Paul, you can toss me from practice, bro. You're doing me a favor. You could take my credential. I'm still going to be here on the radio in the morning talking about you every day that it happens. So Jesse Holly's like, be careful, man. He'll get your car towed. He got weight. He got security out here as he's handing out the Gatorade.
Car it's not even your car.
As he's handing out the Gatorade bottles to the players. So I don't know whether it's thirst coach. I don't know whether it's security guy. I don't know whether it's power trip. But if you think taking my credential and booting me out of here is going to make me lose sleep, you'll be doing me a favor. I'll be on the beach. So I'll be the next one to go. Apparently, we'll see what happens tomorrow. Because tomorrow, if one more thing happens, that we are going to have a little escalation. Because I'm sick and tired of this dude. I'm so tired of this dude. Tightrope or whatever his name is.
Yeah, Cable. Yeah, Cable. Former Arlington police officer.
Oh, really?
Who's been with? He's been with the Cowboys now for.
Good Lord, man, just relax.
I've never had a run-in with him. It's always been the other guy.
Yeah.
The mirror glasses.
The mirror glasses guy.
Yeah.
Because he throws the aviators on.
That's who Calvin mixed up with a couple of years back.
And Broadus doesn't like the...
No, Cable doesn't like Broadus, I don't think.
Oh, okay.
Cable and I have always gotten along.
He started to get wrong.
But Broadus is, he had... Broadus, Broadus likes to... do his own thing sometimes that don't fall in line with the rules. So he's bumped into Cable a few times. But no, Cable's always the one who does like the charter stuff and things like that. And so he's
the first day, we sprinted. We thought we were doing
I thought we were good. I thought y'all were going to be good because I was chatting with him yesterday. I was like, oh, he's Cable seems fine. And
we were trying to get away
from
the cameras. We didn't want to get in the shots. We were kind of behind the line. We were still right behind the line, right on it. And then he's like, "Hey, you got to move over there." I was like, "Oh."
He's like, Who are you? Who are you with? What do you mean? We have a credential.
It's right here. It's written right here.
You know the morning show, 15 years, man.
That's right. And then he comes over and he goes, "Hey, just he's like, does the fist bump. Just wanted to make sure everything was fine. I didn't mean to do all that. That was cool. We were good. And then yesterday happened, and
y'all need a brewski together. Y'all will be good after that.
No.
Yeah,
we need a brewski.
Yeah, no. just a nice beach beer.
I thought you said a drewski. I was like, what?
No, not a drewski.
I was like, we got
we may have a Pickens contract problem. Now, maybe you already resigned to the fact he was not coming back here after this season, dude. Zay Flowers got 35 a year yesterday with the Ravens. 4 for 140 with 108 guaranteed. Now, I have not seen as many Cowboy fans as upset this offseason as they normally are by saying, why are you waiting? This is what happens when you wait. The leaves are falling. 35 per. Now, we talked about Olave the other day, whether that was going to have any effect. This has to, right, Bobby?
Yeah. This gets him to, I would think, if he's 35, then Pickens in a year is 37, I have to think. Because that's
more.
Well, I mean, I guess it depends on it. Like, if he puts up 1,500 again this year, which I don't think he's going to, but if he does that, then then we're talking about, like, we don't even have to worry about this contract as affecting him because it's just he's on a different level. But this will be minimum with adjusted for inflation, push that deal up as a floor, then you're talking about 37 now probably as a floor.
It's a lot. It's a lot of money.
I'd honestly, I had to look it up. Zay Flowers' numbers were better than I thought, but they're still not good enough for me to think that's a $35 million. He's making more than CD now, which is ridiculous to me. Zay Flowers is not better than CD,
No, he's not even close. Although, I mean,
Go ahead. What
I mean, he just
his drop yesterday.
Hey, Peyton, can we get a clean rip of this because I think we're going to get CD later, and so we should get this for CD to play. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
I mean, he's got some dropsies, is he not?
But that's what were you going to say? You were saying, but we said 34 million. You said, well, I mean, CD. He
dropsies. Yeah.
Okay.
If we get Lamb later today, how are you going to professionally, creatively relay your doubt of him? What would you say, or what would your question be? How are you going to do it?
I wouldn't relay it.
No. You set it up.
It's very simple. I wouldn't relay it at all.
You throw it to me. You're like, Chop, go ahead, do it. And then Chop, he'll do this. He'll go, well, what I said was, CD is,
own it.
You talked about.
Man up.
You've talked about before.
Man up and own it.
No,
that's what I want you to do.
What I do on the radio is not
we
what I
should
do
get
in person.
Bland Friday, too. Let him hash that one out. Of course, CD may not be able to see because of the netting over his head. That may be why he's dropping.
What was that drill?
The beekeeper drill.
Yeah, it was a beekeeper net over his head, and he was catching passes with it. And then Pickens put it on, missed one. It was like, F this. Threw it off.
I saw, some of these bloggers will do, a real reach on what this thing was for. And somebody tried to reach and say that he had that on to learn how to catch in the sun at AT&T because it allowed it kind of, you can't really see out of it, so you have to hyper focus on the ball. And I'm like, that's a big stretch, man. I don't know about all that. I don't know if that was that was one of those Pope drills. Remember the
Coach Pope, the tight ends coach. Yeah, this was you trying to make sure. I don't know. I guess they're going to play games in areas with bees or something, and they're worried about it.
It's Sean and RJ live from Oxnard, the Hump Day edition on DFW Sports Station. Why the radio station chemistry may be falling apart with the cancellation of team dinner. We'll take you inside this drama next.
After we get you over to Base Power Company.
Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Avenged Sevenfold ticket giveaway in the 7 o'clock hour. We're going to go commercial free in the Expressway with Brian Schottenheimer at 7:20 here on DFW Sports Station with a little T-shirt surprise, with a little football surprise that he and Bobby and Tad from PR cooked up.
It's just fashion choices. That's all that is. We're on top of the latest fashion trends.
You'll see it on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Are they eyeing Tony Romo replacements?
Michael Florio has a story up there talking about Greg Olsen could end up being the eventual replacement for Tony Romo. For now, it's J.J. Watt. And whenever Tony returns, because it's a very, as Florio puts in the very end of his article, a terse one-sentence release saying, until further notice. UFN. Till further notice, he is on leave. So we don't know if it's temporary or permanent. But the thought is that it could be Greg Olsen, who has it in his contract, where he can walk away from his Fox deal if he is offered the top spot at another network.
Good clause by the agent.
Great clause. And that's from John Oran, that he has that in his contract. So if that's the case, and he is offered that deal, he could just move. And he is an Emmy winner, right? He won. He got a bunch of Emmys for all of his work on the broadcast, even beating out Tom Brady, and I love him. I think he's fantastic.
People love Olsen.
Love Olsen.
Public has not turned on Olsen yet.
No. I don't remember J.J. Watt as an analyst. I don't really. There's nothing memorable about it. Probably like his playing career. Just a whole lot of nothing. But Tony had a whole lot of nothing too, I guess. So.
Oh my God.
Would they have turned on Olsen if he would have remained the #1?
Everybody does, right?
Eventually.
At
some
I just
point.
wonder if it's
Do
like
enough Cowboy games.
I wonder if he's just a sympathetic figure because it was like, hey, you were done wrong. They stole your job when you're gonna. He is really good. He's better than Tony, so I would 100% take him on CBS broadcasts over Romo.
Man, it just feels like Romo's getting done dirty right now.
It does.
Okay, suspension. It feels like they're just trying to get out of that contract. Feels like that they were looking for a way out.
Right.
That's what it feels like.
That's what it feels like, because there are.
Like if we got a DUI out here, I don't think any of the three of us would be fired.
I would hope not. I mean,
no one got hurt.
Yeah, no,
the same exact circumstances.
Same circumstances, and we don't even know.
Is there anyone who could get a DUI out here and get fired? Alec.
Oh, you mean anyone that's out here? Oh yeah, they're looking for a way out. Alec, my guy, who's already sending me just behind the scenes, sending me Crosby stuff right now. I thought you meant over the people out here. Yeah, anyone in the station? Yeah, Alec.
Yeah,
Alec. See you later, man.
I feel like there are, and I can't think of any, but just off the top of my head, I feel like there are things that have happened in the world that are worse than this that people have not gotten fired for in media. I'd have to go, but this, because we don't even know what the tox reports are. We have no idea. They took his blood. We have no idea what he had in his system.
Did Marv Albert get fired when all that happened?
No.
I couldn't remember if he did or not.
No. He kept going for a while.
Yeah.
Luke Kuechly is going to be Netflix's #1 game analyst. Apparently, according to The Athletic, Ben Solak maybe has said it as well. Kuechly was unreal on the ESPN Nerd Altcast for Monday Night Football. Somehow immediately nailed the I can predict everything shtick without overdoing it or making it too complicated for the viewer. He blew away the Netflix executives with his tryout. For their studio work, it's going to be Nick Foles, Clay Matthews, and L. Duncan, whose name we now definitely know, and Michael Irvin will be pregame, halftime, and postgame.
I remember this with Kuechly. We played a clip. It was kind of doing Romo stuff, but from the defensive side, just basically detailing exactly what was going to be run, where the pressure was coming from. It was pretty good, but again, like this is the thing, you're early. I guess not that early out of the league, but you could you could expose after if you're doing a game a week, you're going to miss on some of these predictions eventually. And Tony did, but Tony also stopped paying attention.
Brian Schottenheimer sitting down with us at 7:20 here on 105.3 The Fan. Tonight was supposed to be team dinner night. It has gone to hell in a handbasket as RJ Choppy, props to you, taking the reins, which no one appreciates whatsoever except for me, and you went and made the reservation.
I did. We there's a couple of places that we've gone to over the years.
No practice today.
No
practice today, so, I mean, we may have to come back and work, but pretty much for everyone else, they're good to go.
Yeah, I mean, G-Bag barely has a show.
Yeah.
Right.
Chiafalo, he's coming here in the 8 o'clock hour.
Right, just to make up his first paycheck that he's going to lose. But yeah, so there's a couple places that we like to go when we're out here. One of them is a place that Bobby won't go to, which is because it's a seafood spot. And there's an Italian joint. And I said, all right, look, we'll get everybody in. I want Bobby to be there. Let's go to the Italian restaurant. I call up yesterday. I said, could we get the back room table? Could we get the consigliere table?
Yeah,
that one.
Very impressive. You feel important.
You feel very, very important.
Now, we did have an issue in there.
We did.
Last time because of checks.
They would only, and I called back. I called up and I called back yesterday after I made the reservation. And they said we could only split the check twice.
Yeah.
That's
I don't know
lie.
Why.
They can't split it more than that. They don't want to. What would you do if you broke those into just individual tables? Are you telling me you can't get their checks separated?
This is a lot of restaurant policy.
Yeah.
I mean, you can.
That's what I'm saying. They can.
Yeah. And I feel like one year we did get them separate, but then another year we sat there for a long time and tried to sort it out. Mm-hmm. Was it Broadus?
It was. So the issue is Broadus and DJ.
It was 2023.
They put it on their cards.
Yeah.
And I guess a couple of people may not have paid up, but also the restaurant double charged them.
Okay.
So they charged them both the full amount for the dinner. And it took like months to get their money repaid.
Yeah.
So they were
3 years ago.
3 years ago.
Yeah. So
technology is unimproved.
RJ sends out the message. Bobby's the first one. I'm out. That sets the tone for everyone else. So Bobby, without his explanation, is like, I'm not participating. Then Broadus is like, oh, is it that restaurant? That's his way of saying, no, I'm not going. And then DJ says, yeah, I'm not messing with that restaurant either. Of all people, Tim Collins says he's in. Now, Tim always says he's in. And then his social anxiety kicks in, and he bails. Yeah. So there's always a 70, 80% chance that Tim, he'll get sick or a sore throat this morning. He won't be involved.
Right.
So then it'll be me, you, nosebleeds.
And Dawson was a thumbs up.
Dawson gave a thumbs up?
He gave a thumbs up.
Very nice of him.
He never leaves the room.
Yeah. So I side texted Choppy. I said, this is ridiculous. Just screw it. I said, cancel it. They don't care. Gavin Spittle, Tim Collins, no more emails. Stop talking about team photos and team pictures. I know you want it for the website and Instagram and all that. They don't care. So what ends up happening is everyone eats dinner, for the most part, together in fragments. It's not like we're all going and doing our own thing. Choppy, was out last night with the nosebleed. So everyone usually eats dinner. They just don't care about the team dinner aspect and function of it. So we need to forget about it. You cancel the reservation. Me, you, and the nosebleeds. We'll get Dawson. We'll see if Tim will go where we want to go.
Tim said he's in. I saw him last night. He said he's in.
So what? He says it all the time. Every night, the night before, he says it. And then he bails the day
I'm going
of.
to see the Odyssey again for the 13th time.
Enough. You're banging your head for nothing. No one has any. What's really irritating about it is these people who. These people. They think that, just find a place that can split the checks. It's easy. It's easy for 12 people. Just find a place. They're all going to give you individual checks.
McDonald's.
Yeah. And you know what? That would probably be satisfactory for this group.
Yeah.
We should just sit there and go get a seafood burrito, and we can all get our little team photo.
Fillet of fish.
And throw it up there and be fine. But it's way more hassle and headache than it's worth. So that's where we are with the team dinner.
Man, I do love a good team dinner, though. I do love one.
We basically have a team dinner every night anyway.
Well, that's
We're
true.
just trying to force feed 2 or 3 more things to get a photo for it.
Yeah.
There's basically a team dinner. We're just trying to force it. There's no point. Like, Okay, a restaurant couldn't split the checks or they made a crediting mistake 3 years ago. Oh, that restaurant has to be off the table. There's no way you could ever go back to the restaurant. The one who has a private room for us with pretty reasonable prices. No, that one, that's out. They don't care. I used to worry about hurt feelings. You're not involved. You're not included. They don't care.
They don't care.
So we shouldn't care.
So if you're out,
but hold on, because this is hold on.
Let him respond.
This is code. This is Sean saying they. Sean means me. Sean's not happy
DJ,
with me.
you, Tim, not Tim this time until he cancels today, and Broadus.
Broadus has missed like the last 4 dinners for some reason.
Now
I don't know why. He all of a sudden became the guy who stopped going for some reason.
It's like, okay, the restaurant made an
Crown
error.
Global.
I've been picking up the last few ones when they don't separate it. I just pay it.
But what was it? It was like because Broadus didn't go at Super Bowl. Broadus didn't go last year at training camp. I don't think Broadus went with us in Indy when it was like 3 of us or whatever.
And don't get me wrong, these are team guys, but they don't care about this. So we don't need to care about it.
But this is the first one I've missed. I've gone to every other one.
Your reasoning, and I really don't want to.
You don't want to get into it unless I want to say, or you don't want to get into it.
I mean, you can get into it, and then I'll respond. But your childish Bobby type move, like, is so infuriating to me. Like, you have my and what you're doing is you're making my blood boil for the whole show. Like, you're messing up my mindset for the day because of your little selfish, childish move.
But then I don't know it. But then I don't know it until
I have enough kids, and I don't need to be dealing with a third one because it doesn't matter. We should be able to go to Burger King. It doesn't matter where we go. We're all supposed to be together. That's just like I'm gonna tell my kids. It doesn't matter if you want to go. You have to go. It's a family trip. You're gonna enjoy it. Damn it.
You're gonna go.
You're gonna go.
And that's fine. And if that's your perspective, then I'll go because I didn't know
I should have to explain my perspective for this.
Yes, you should.
No, I shouldn't. It's a family dinner every year.
But like, for instance,
go ahead, explain to the people why you don't want to go.
Because I don't want to be told to go.
Yeah, you're going to make me tell CD here today.
I don't want to. I don't want to be told to go. I don't have a problem. I don't want to be told to go.
Listen. Because what ends up happening is I publicly look like a little bitch. I look like the bad guy.
No, you're not.
Let me explain it. Yeah. The fan text will then say, Sharif's angry. Sharif's this. Our boss sent out an email saying, hey, Sean, can you organize the team dinner? Can you organize a team dinner? Bobby took that as being instructed and directed. You have to go to a team dinner, so he's out. So he bails. So it's not the rest of us. It's not about like the camaraderie about your boys in the morning show because the boss suggested or asked for a team dinner to be organized by me. Bobby said, I'm not going now. I'm just not going. And that's what I deal with. That's what I have to deal with. So then yesterday, I thought he was trolling. I thought he would eventually back off. Nope. First one to text back. I'm out. I'm not doing it. Now, how does that make any sense?
But it's not like I've been bailing on everything. I've been participating so far.
No doubt.
First night beach,
but
we were there.
This is the team dinner.
I know, but like the team dinner went so poorly last time. I didn't know that you even wanted to go.
What didn't go poorly?
That was the whole Zach fight.
Oh, that was great. So are you kidding me? That gave us a segment.
No, that was fantastic.
And you know what, Bobby? You're right. No.
Yeah,
you're right. Mm-hmm. I don't want any part of it. I don't want to be involved in all this stuff. You guys are so dramatic, and it's such a pain in the ass. And the bottom line is, y'all don't care. My wife would be telling me, "Why are you wasting this energy? Why are you letting this poison take over your body?" They don't care. Why are you caring? I'm trying, and me and Choppy are like, "No, we have to be together. We're forcing a family vacation. They don't want to go on a family vacation."
I care about the family vacation.
No, you care about the family. You don't care about the family vacation.
That's right.
I do care about the family vacation. I don't. If everybody else wants to go do it and is like it's important to people, then it's important to me that I would go, and I would go. I'm saying I didn't think there was like this big drive for anybody to want to go anyway. So I was like, well, then I'd like if I don't want to be told to go if nobody even wants to be there.
Look, it is very Thanksgiving dinner. A lot of people don't want to go to Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah,
you still go.
Yeah.
You still got to go. You still got to go to these things. And if you don't like the place that it was picked, pick it yourself.
Pick it yourself.
You should have done that.
They don't care. They're thankless about it. They don't care. So what are we going to do? I have my own plan in mind. You tell me what your audible is.
The audible is go next door to the place that we always like.
Sure.
And that Bobby refuses to go to.
We'll go to the Rudder Room. 50th anniversary.
Yeah.
We'll interview CD.
Uh-huh.
We'll go early and day drink.
Yep.
And then we will walk into Lore.
Yep.
And however many people are with us are with us.
Yep.
And it'll be me, you, and the nosebleeds.
Yep.
What time are we leaving?
And the free bread.
It's sourdough.
So warm.
This is San Francisco. This is California
man,
sourdough
so
bread.
Favorite
warm.
bread.
So there it is.
Favorite bread.
Me, you, nosebleed.
And
go.
Bobby.
And we'll day drink.
And we'll day drink.
I'm so
There you
excited
go.
about the
Gavin,
drinks.
Tim, don't ask about a team photo anymore.
Are we going to do shots?
That's the reason why it's not
do a
happening.
shotty?
So don't ask anymore.
Can we order shotties, Sean?
I'm definitely not doing a shot. Screw Brian Schottenheimer, too. Find out why next on The Fan.
But first, affordability is the
K&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's the wind and the pitch. A swing and a drive to right field. Way back goes Lee, and it's beyond his reach, off the wall. One run is home. Here comes Seager digging for the plate. The throw home not in time. He slides in safely. And the Rangers lead 4-2 on a double by Ezekiel Duran.
The Hall of Famer Eric Nadel with the call on your home for Rangers baseball. That is us. It's Sean and RJ live from Oxnard, brought to you in part by Window Nation, the official window replacement company of the Dallas Cowboys, and Hurtado Barbecue, a little Tex, a little Mex, the official barbecue of the Rangers. What a win last night. This was a thriller. Zeke Duran has been the hero for this team. It looked like Jacob Latz was going to blow the save in the ninth. He did end up blowing it, but Zeke, for the second time, goes opposite field, misplay in right by San Francisco, and the Rangers end the 6-game losing streak with a desperately needed W 5-4.
Man, desperate is the apropos word there. I mean, they absolutely had to have this game.
This would have been a backbreaker. Silseth, your only acquisition,
Yep.
he gives up the 2-run homer, and then Latz blows the save. And it's like, how much worse could it get?
Right, because Latz was arguably the most consistent performer they had in the first half of the season.
No, I mean, it's not argument.
Not even an argument?
Yeah, he was.
Overall, the offense, defense.
Yeah, he was a 1.4 ERA.
Yeah.
There was that's no question.
And look, he's not going to be perfect. You're gonna blow a save. It's just going to happen, right? I mean, unless you're Eric Gagne 04. And then obviously, Silseth is the guy who, that was one of the better value pickups of the deadline, according to the analysts, right? They did not give up a ton. They gave up like the 37th best player in the trade deadline. Like, of all the prospects that were traded, Arredondo was ranked 37th, and they got so you gave up a little, you got a good piece back. It was the only good thing they did, and he blows it. Like, and he comes in here and he does exactly what he's not supposed to do when he comes in.
What if they do lose yesterday, though? Like, I mean, it's just, is it fans start checking out? Like, you think they just don't even have people going to games, basically, or like, is that kind of check out?
People are not gonna go to games in
What was attendance last night? Does it say on the side there?
Yeah,
They're 2.5 games back after the Astros won.
27.
I think that's pretty close to what they've been this year.
I have a solution. I've been trying to come up with a positive, enough negativity while working with this staff out here. I've been trying to think positive. I was by myself last night. I said, let's fix this. I'm gonna put on this Rangers sweatshirt on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, and let's appease everyone. Ready? Tell me, shoot this down. Let's sit here and try to compete and win a horrific, terrible division with a mediocre baseball team for the rest of the second half, and then let's sell. Once you don't do anything in the playoffs, if you even make the playoffs, which I would not bet on right now, then we sell in the offseason.
That's not cool, guys.
Can we can we appease both?
We can. There's one aspect to this.
The lockout.
The lockout, yes. I mean, I wouldn't even go on, but yes, the lockout is a major part of it.
And the 10-5 rights.
10-5 rights for Seager, and DeGrom already, like, is he going to waive his no trade in the offseason?
Right.
Now, I get
But
it.
you can't control that, obviously.
Right,
That's
you can't
just gonna
control
be,
that.
So let's just do both. Let's try to play it out in a crappy division, and then when you don't do anything, then you sell.
Sure. You don't. There's no
win-win.
There's no saying that you're going to get more for your sale at the deadline than you would in the offseason.
Do we know what the Braves were offering for DeGrom?
No.
Because they were like, I mean, Rosenthal, I know, like, flat out said Braves thought they were getting him, that they walked up to him and were like, because they had pursued him in free agency, and that were like, hey, you going to do this? And they were surprised that he wouldn't waive it. But I wonder if they even got into trade it, like, talking players, or if they were just like, well, first go make sure he'll do it.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't know. We don't know what they were going to offer. But yeah, that's absolutely a plan that they can kind of enact. I mean, their top prospect is Caminiti's kid, and he's in the 40s. So I don't know how great their farm system is. Nephew. I don't know how great their farm system is. Yeah, that's certainly a plan you can undertake. And again, you're going to have the added element of Seager's no trade.
Yeah.
There is no league year for baseball. So, like, it's not like you could trade him before a certain date, and get not have a no trade.
That's my solution.
Yeah.
You try, see what happens, and then you blow it up in the offseason.
It is a little. So
it's a fail-safe.
We in my household, we grew up like pretty broke. And so, it's what happens when you got 9 kids in a 3-bedroom house. So we grew up like that, and it was, there'd be times or whatever where you'd feel like a little embarrassed, like, oh, I don't have this or I can't do this or whatever else. This is the sports equivalent of it right now for the Rangers, though. This feeling of it's a little embarrassing. Like we're in Texas, and it's like we can't afford to shop where the others shop.
Yeah,
it feels like. I can't. It feels like more than just sports at times, where it's like this is kind of embarrassing to be associated that they can't afford to just go get a $5 million bat.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like.
Yes. Odds came in from Bet Online on work stoppage. Will baseball enter a labor stoppage, lockout, or strike before or during the 2027 season?
It absolutely yes.
Yes is minus 1,000. How many games will be played during the 2027 regular season? Over-unders 99.5 games.
Oh, I will take the over.
You'll take the over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I as bad as it is, I do believe Rob Manfred this is his last CBA. He's going to retire. He's never lost a game. I do believe he's one of the few.
He's never lost a what?
He's never lost a game to a work stoppage.
Okay.
I don't think he wants to go out with that on his ledger. I don't think he does. If he could get something on the books that would lead to he could see a salary cap down the road, so maybe he gets a floor, maybe whatever. If you get a floor, eventually a cap's coming. I think if he could get some step, he might sign off on that.
And you'll love this. I can't believe you can bet this prop. Which core issue will be the final roadblock to resolve the CBA agreement? You want the options, or you want to guess it?
Salary cap. Is that
revenue sharing percentages, salary floor implementation, service time manipulation, competitive balance tax / threshold rates.
Threshold rate.
That's the favorite.
Yeah. If he sits there and he says, okay, we don't have a cap, but we do have service time manipulation. We do have the major league, the players want to get rid of that, right? That's big for them. Service time manipulation, free agency changes. If he puts a cap on the length of contracts, right? If he says no more 10-year deals, 5 is the max, and then he also says the last one where you're going to increase the competitive balance tax, whatever, I think he might sign off on
Jeff
that.
Passan, by the way, said the other day he still doesn't think they miss a game.
Wow.
He said that he thinks they'll get to the table and somebody will break.
Congratulations, but we got NBA drama. Congratulations, by the way, to Najee Marshall. This happened while we were all leaving LAX, and I think we all agreed, Chiafalo included, you get Najee for this deal. It's a good move. 3 for 52. So that's 3 for 52. He was doing charity work with his community when he got the news and the call from Masai, so that was fantastic. But we got a good old barroom argument, fight, and brawl over old school, new school, and dream teams.
Yeah, so right here we've got the Kevin Durant has really just been shooting himself in the foot.
Well,
lately.
This is a guy you support. This
is somebody I support. This is somebody he's regressing again. This is the Rangers. He's starting to regress here. Kevin Durant had, I thought, generally come around to where it's like, oh, he's kind of likable in these interviews. He confronted those fans that were yelling at him at the Mavericks game, and I feel like most people appreciated that. But he ends up talking at a USA basketball event recently on the heels of saying the Warriors were an underdog story. He says, yeah, you know what? This thing they're doing in Philly, very similar to what we did with the Warriors. He said last time they put 3 20-point scores on a team, they said it was unfair, which was the Warriors team I was on. They've got 4 25-point scores on this team. So, hell yeah, I think they're going to be a contender. They're going to be fun to watch. And then he went on Instagram and gave a comment, said, it ain't even close. This team's better than his Warriors team. He goes, how can you say our Warriors team is better? He said Klay Thompson, never an MVP candidate. He was 22 points per game. Draymond was 14, 7, and 6. Steph was an MVP like Joel was. I don't get how the Warriors team is better on paper. And that drew Klay Thompson into the comments section, who replied to Kevin Durant and said, hey, man, you good? You using my full government name for? What are you using my full government name for?
Yeah.
Because he calls him Steph Draymond, but it was Klay Thompson wasn't an MVP candidate. He didn't like the flippancy there. But
and then Draymond got in and said, oh, KD's on his other account He's on his burner.
account.
Writing this. This is the NBA version of the NFL Top 100 Players poll. This is a lack of basketball intelligence from Kevin Durant, who I would think, is like this super sharp, intellectual basketball genius. We all agree that his comparison is stupid.
Yeah. Do you think he doesn't know? Do you think that's like he's blind to it, or do you think he's just trying to like save his own? He's still trying to fight his own reputation.
Right. I don't know.
That's very possible because there's
so
no way.
blind. Oh, they were underdogs if you think about it.
So he's looking at a piece of paper.
Better.
He's looking at a piece of paper, forgetting the defending championship aspect of it.
Yeah.
That Philadelphia has won anything, or the ages, by the way, or the games played for Embiid, or LeBron's age, and he's looking at 20 points per game. Yeah, that's it. I'm judging these teams by points per game average, and whoever has 20, and look, it's equal. Or Philadelphia.
How old's Joel? Is Joel 30 yet?
I think he's 32, 33.
Okay, and Jaylen Brown's in his 30s. They got Maxey, which he's good, and then they've got
30
VJ.
They've got LeBron. When Kevin Durant joined that Warriors team, Draymond was 26, Curry was 28, Clay was 26, and Durant was 28. They were all 28 or younger, and they were ridiculous.
Draymond's at the World Series of Poker right now. I think I saw him yesterday.
That's stupid. Come on. Big loss for Kevin Durant. That's the NBA drama that ended up. And does Bam Adebayo have a problem with LeBron?
Bam Adebayo, I guess he's mad that he left. He spurned Miami. He was at a basketball camp the other day. It's kind of tinny and the audio was echoey, but he listed his top 5 players of all time. So he was like, who are your top 5 best players of all time? This is who he named. Kobe Bryant, Steph Curry, Michael Jordan, Kevin Durant, and Tim Duncan, and left LeBron out of the top 5.
Hey, I support it, Bam. With the amount of money I lost on LeBron. 877-881-1053 is the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. We are crushing it. Y'all are crushing it on YouTube with almost 500 Tolos to start off the 7 o'clock hour.
Baby.
We have a brand new concert ticket giveaway. We'll chop it up at 7:40. But man, you got to get on camera. You're going to be sick. You're going to throw up your breakfast after what Brian Schottenheimer, Bobby Belt, and the Dallas Cowboys planned on me with the prank that was played. Shotty sits down with us here in California on the home of the Cowboys next.
Minutes brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Christian Parker's rude Dallas Cowboy awakening. It happened yesterday. Cannot wait to tell you about it at 8 o'clock. Here from Oxnard, California, Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys Insider, Bobby Belt, Eric Chiafalo will be joining us in the 8 o'clock hour as well. We're going to chop it up with a concert ticket giveaway here during the rest of the commercial-free expressway. And yesterday, man, I was really looking forward to Brian Schottenheimer, our buddy, by far the best head coach interview that we've ever done. We sat here, we watched him at the podium. This year, he made the decision to sit down with us instead of the KNC Masterpiece. And Shotty walks on over here and he goes, it's kind of hot. And it was. Again, this is a very unforgiving 80 degrees here. It's brutal.
It really is.
A lot of torture dealing with it. And Shotty's like, a little warm, a little hot. He takes off his Dallas Cowboy shirt, and underneath of it is torture for me. A hideous T-shirt cooked up by Bobby Bell and the Cowboys.
A really beautiful shirt. It's a lovely fashion item that you can acquire. In fact, you can in November during Peace-a-thon bid on an autographed version of the shirt from Brian Schottenheimer.
I believe it was the shirt.
As it was not the one he was wearing. It was one of the ones offside.
Okay.
But Shotty had signed it, and it said Shotty and Bobby just talking ball.
Oh my God!
It was a great shirt. It was very lovely, and we just both happened to be. It's so embarrassing when you're both wearing the same thing, and we both just happen to have the shirt on, and it's like, oh my God.
Peyton, did you see this thing?
I did. I could not believe it. Very, very funny. Very good job, though, on Bobby's part and Shotty's part for doing that. That's amazing.
Shotty takes off the shirt, unveils that, and sits down with us in the Wild Fork Foods hot seat from training camp. All right, we are here in Oxnard, California. It's Sean and RJ along with Cowboys Insider Bobby Belt, and the worst part of the trip so far just took place as Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer sat down. I thought he was legitimately warm with this brutal 75-degree sun out here, only to unveil that. What the hell is that shirt?
So listen, your team loves you. You guys are really a family, I can tell.
Yeah.
And, usually families talk some trash. And so, a couple of us got together and we took it a little personal that you just think that talking X's and O's is BS. And so the shirts, I'm going to probably frame mine. I've got jerseys framed to some of the guys, like Drew Brees and guys like that. So I'm going to probably frame this, put this in my man cave. Shotty and Bobby just talking ball.
No.
You know what really bothers me about that is that you ordered that sight unseen. You knew your size. I don't know. I cannot order a shirt that fits me online. Like it's either going to be too big, too small, too short. It's like I'm wearing a midriff half the time. I'm jealous. That thing fits perfectly.
RJ, I have a different problem. I'm colorblind. So you'd be amazed the stuff I walk out of my closet in.
Are
my
you
wife,
colorblind?
Oh, yeah. And my wife goes, what in the hell are you wearing? Yeah, I'm colorblind. So I'm like, what, babe?
I was
she
wondering
has to explain to me.
I was wondering why he didn't insult what you were wearing.
Probably can't see it.
Yeah.
Well, you can see the
I can
letters.
read it, yeah. Hey, there's certain colors, okay? I mean, I can see blue, red, browns, greens. Those are a little bit hard for me. So that was when I threw an interception back in high school. I'd be like, hey, coach, hey.
When did you?
Hey, Coach Spurrier couldn't see him.
When did you cook this up, you and Ted?
We did. This is just like fashion choices we both happen to make is the big thing. And so no, it's just we're both. It's the hottest fashion item this season. And talking ball is what everybody wants.
These are going to probably take off.
I think so. Yeah, it's going to be like Danucci's old upside down Dallas hats.
I need to get some of these to the players before they step to the podium.
See,
that'd be a good idea.
If you get those in the team store, I'll quit.
Okay. You promise?
You promise?
Hey, you promise? hey, Jerry, we have a real shot here. We got a real shot. We just got better, baby.
Hey, I've outlived two coaches. Be careful.
All right, I'm out. Hey, take the shirt off. We're out.
Busy off season, World Cup, weddings, dinners. Yeah. I was checking if you had gout with all the steakhouses. Did you move out of the haunted house as well?
Yeah, we're doing good, man. It's been busy. Just supporting the guys. I thought the World Cup was really, really cool. Cool to see that in Dallas. And, it's just really, really awesome. Our guys, the weddings, Demo, Fergie. It's actually the first thing we did is we did kind of a what has everybody been doing the last 5 months? We had about 4 coaches have babies, and we're ready for ball, man. We're ready to be back here, and we love coming to Oxnard, and camp's off to a good start.
No Taylor Swift wedding invite?
Didn't get one. Yeah, I mean, I was really disappointed.
The baby, you mentioned the baby. This is always baby boom time. We've talked about this, that you'll always see out on the field, you'll see 3-month-old children because it's usually like, all right, here's that 6-week window right before we go away to camp. It's like, soldiers going off to war, you get the baby boom.
Hey, there's no question. And then when they see them when they come out here, if they're not pregnant, they'll be pregnant probably leaving when they leave here, So luckily for me and my wife, we don't have to worry about that anymore, guys. We're good. Yeah, we are good.
Right.
There's an energy that seems to be here. We talk about when you mentioned Super Bowl, it doesn't sound cocky or anything. It's just this confidence, and I know you guys are talking about the energy amongst the group, and there's more leaders. Dak doesn't have to handle anything. I know you could say this every single year. It feels unique. It feels special. But do you feel like you have definitely the right start with the right group of guys?
100%. I think when you talk about our roster, we've built this team with a purpose in mind, which is to go win a championship. Does character matter to us? Absolutely. But character just is part of the selection process. We want dogs, too. We want absolute killers on defense and up front, and Tyler Booker's a great example. Like, this guy's one of the greatest people, greatest leaders, highest character person, but on the football field, he's an absolute killer. Now, my message to the team is this is just the beginning. We're not done playing until February 14th of 2027 in SoFi. And so, you can't be the team that does it for the first 5-6 days of training camp. And then when you get to week 6, 7, 8 of the season, it's not there and guys are griping and things like that. That's not what we're about. That's not playing the long game. And believe me, you guys have been around this game a long time. You got to be able to play the long game.
Because for us, we hadn't seen in pads, obviously, and you get to see it yesterday for the first time. Was there anything that stood out defensively? Like, we noticed the secondary right away that it seemed like, there was a talent difference between this year and last year. And you mentioned edge, attitude. Looked like there was an attitude difference. Were you able to see the same?
Yeah, I think you see the identity of this defense, right? And what I love is Christian, Christian Parker in his first meeting, he talked about the identity. And at the end of the day, the identity or the bones of it are being put in place, but the identity is going to adjust based off what we're good at. Like, there was a great clip yesterday of Caleb Downs. He fit the B gap, man, and bang, we're sitting right there for the back. And I think you watch Malachi Lawrence. He had a great rush, late in 2-minute, kind of probably end of the game. Speed rush around the right edge. But you see the identity of the defense, the confidence, the fact that they know we're going to be a very physical group that plays gap and a half, fall back, quarters based, disguise coverages. And I love where our communication is, guys. I mean, really, us talking ball, Bobby.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like the communication right now and how we can flip certain things is really, really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, in addition to talking ball, you've often talked about culture. And I know you said day one of the big goals for you was to create the best culture that sports has ever known. 1 year into that and out here in the second training camp, where do you feel like that process is for you guys?
Yeah, I would put our brotherhood and connection right now up against anybody in the National Football League. I'm not going to speak to other sports, but like this team is connected. Now, we haven't had adversity yet, right? That's coming. We know that. That's the first thing you're going to learn in the NFL, right? But I think we've got the right guys, and the culture does matter, and the belief in the guys that last year maybe didn't speak up as much. Quinnen Williams, Kenny Clark. Why? They were new. They were figuring it all out. Then you add pieces like Rashawn Gary. Tyler Booker in year 2 is ready to take charge. And so you guys kind of mentioned it. Like, Dak doesn't have to do everything. Dak's a leader by his makeup. But it's cool when Dak goes to say something and somebody else is like, yo, I got it.
Yeah.
That's what Dak wants.
Brian Schottenheimer here on the Fan. Jerry gave you credit for George facilitation, I'll call it. We know you're great with relationships. We know you're great with people. What did you do that you can tell us that helped make that happen and facilitate George and the whole contract stuff to where everything kind of right now feels really good?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, it goes back to knowing what motivates your players. George Pickens is a tremendous football player, but he's a great teammate. He really is. And so basically what we did in our strategy with George was just tell the truth. And that's easy because that's what we always want to do is tell the truth. And, again, when George, first heard it, I'm sure he wasn't, pleased. And, you see guys like, Zay Flowers getting paid today and things like that. George is, certainly an elite player that I would put up against anybody in this league. But what I love about George is it's the love of his teammates and the love of the game that has him in a really, really good spot. But I think if you handle people with honesty and trust, they can choose to get mad, which he didn't. He's motivated.
I think things may have gotten a little misconstrued in the opening presser when the media was like, it's been quiet around here, and you guys were talking about all the signings and all the work. I think the compliment that is tried to be paid to y'all is like there's a lack of drama or the noise and no contract stuff. Does that make a difference? You've been around for a long time, seen a lot of stories and issues. Does it make a difference really if you're not asked about the next contract or the guys aren't asked about it every day?
Yeah. I think when you're part of this organization, the brand is bigger than anything anyway. So there's always going to be people that want to talk to you about it. When we talk storylines, like we could talk about George or go back to last year with the trades and all that stuff. But the cool thing for us is right now we're focused purely on football, and there's going to be storylines that pop up. That's part of being a Cowboy, and our guys own it. Our guys take pride in having this star on their helmets and their chest.
Brian Schottenheimer talking ball here on 105 through the Fan. I was talking to, we had Kevin Smith on DallasCowboys.com last year, and he was talking about their secondary when you started mixing young guys and veterans, and he said we had all this talent, and he said one of the big things for us, though, was making sure that competitiveness didn't become resentment about where they were on the chart, like being able to have everybody compete at a high level and not have it become bitter between them. How do you balance that, like basically encouraging competition everywhere without it becoming resentment amongst players?
Well, I think you talk about the fact that we want this to be a very competitive environment. My big thing is in team meetings, I try to explain things. I try to over-communicate in the team meetings. Hey, here's how we're practicing. Hey, we're going to do conditioning. Why are we doing conditioning? I'm not pissed. I just want to get our conditioning up. I want to get you guys in great shape because guys that can go longer, harder, and stay strong late in games are going to have a chance to win games that are close. And that's the way I treat it. Dominating your role is a great thing in pro football. Not everybody can be the star, but you can be a star in your role. So just because someone gets beat out at said position doesn't mean you're not going to help us win a lot of games. It might be you're a dominant special teams player. And I look at some of the young guys that have really bought into that. Brevin Spawn Ford, Ryan Flournoy. But the other thing is our first core value is team first. That's the first of our 5 core values. It's team first. And so anyone could be team first when it's going great and you're playing and all this stuff. It's how do you handle it when, hey, you're in the doghouse, you're not getting the run you want, and that's when we're going to find out, our guys' true colors. And I think they're going to pass with flying colors.
Has anything surprised you about Caleb Downs so far, or as advertised? We had him on, and he was business. Correct, a little smile here and there, but all we hear is, hey man, 1, 2, 3 is all football. We have to wait for him, watching the film by himself. Yeah. All the stuff we heard when you guys were scouting him. Anything surprise you?
Yeah, I think what I say to people when they ask me about him is, he's a rookie. He makes mistakes, but he never repeats the mistake. Like, that's real. And as a coach, you're literally like, that's what I want. Because it's very frustrating when you go and you make a correction, and then the next day a player has the same mistake. You're like, golly, we just talked about that. So you correct it again, and then a couple days go by, it comes up again. You're like, man. And so I think you see why he was able to play so well so early at Alabama, and then after transferring to Ohio State.
Speaking of rookies, the only accomplishment that we want before we leave here is to make one guy smile or laugh. Do you know who that is?
Yes, I do.
Is it possible?
Jay Sean.
Is it possible? And did he smile or laugh during the pre-draft and y'all's interviews? And do you like that he might be a cold-blooded killer out here?
I tell you what, I like Jay Sean Barham. This guy is all business. He is a lot like Caleb Downs when you step in between those lines. And don't let that look in his eyes fool you. He's all about this team, but he's all about playing football. And there's not a whole else that he loves in life other than football. And I love it. We knew exactly what we were getting.
Okay.
And I love what I see from him on in between the white lines.
You said PBUs up here at the podium. I appreciate the abbrev. What is your favorite word to shorten? Do you have a favorite?
Oh, man. Other than Schottenheimer, by
Shoddy,
going Shoddy.
yeah,
I mean, that's
there you
easy.
go.
Yeah.
Gary loves
That's a good one.
Thank you.
Geez.
Tutty ball.
I mean, I'm into these. My kids are teaching me all these new things like bet and say less and things like that.
Say Wallahi.
Yeah.
You heard that one?
No.
Oh, yeah.
Sutton and Savannah. What you guys didn't teach me this one. What is that?
I don't really know.
Bro, we don't talk this stuff. This is RJ language. We don't do this douchiness.
Yes.
All right. Would you rather never slice a drive again or never bogey the hole after you birdie again, Mr. Golf?
Never slice a drive again.
I'm with you.
I'm a cut. I like to hit a cut shot, but if it slices too much, that's a bad thing.
That's a bad one.
Yeah.
All right, grab a ball.
Okay.
Grab a ball.
We're going to end with a little shoddy competition.
Hit it into the red bucket if you can. We're going to turn the fan on, though, as soon as you shoot.
Oh, is the fan on?
No, the fan's off.
Okay.
The fans always on, Coach.
Oh, man. Wow. Just like
right.
Is it first one? Is it the first one?
Yeah.
Okay.
End it, Chop.
Oh, man. That was
He
bad.
didn't even hit anything.
That was brutal.
Hey, I got to make this because I got to go to practice.
There you go.
Oh!
Get out of here, Brian.
Hey, give him one more. Hey, give him one more.
Give him one more.
As I walk out the door, terrible.
Man.
Rematch coming later.
Rematch. Let's go.
Brian Schottenheimer here on 105.3 The Fan. There he is sitting down in the Wild Fork Foods hot seat, your number one for meat and seafood, your number one go-to. No one made the basket at the end.
Can Shotty go 0 for 2 and then on Choppy second go terrible? Like, is that he missed? He made just as many as you did. He's going terrible, like weak sauce.
Yeah, we were bad. That was an embarrassing.
I thought his first one was going in.
I did too.
His first one sailed a little.
Christian Parker got a rude Dallas Cowboy awakening
He did.
yesterday at practice. We will tell you what happened on the Cowboys sidelines at 8 o'clock this morning after we chop it up and hook you up right now for turning it on, leaving it on.
That's right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Good Charlotte and Avenged Sevenfold at the Dos Equis Pavilion in Dallas on Friday, August 21st. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Thank you all. You are appreciated.
You're appreciated.
As well as Academy Sports, on-time experts, Zero Res, Mercedes-Benz Plano, and everyone else responsible for sending us out to California this week with the G-Bag Nation. Eric Chiafalo will sit down with us in the 8 o'clock hour. What are you smiling at?
I'm for the first time reading the Fauci comments towards Aaron Rodgers.
Fauci's lawyer.
Yeah, Fauci's lawyer. Yeah,
Fauci's lawyer.
Stick to football.
Wow, you may have just given away your side right there.
That's not my side. I think
you're mocking of it.
I mean, I don't think it's an unpopular opinion to say Fauci's kind of a dork, but
Let's chop it up.
Pew, pew, pew.
Oh, no.
RJ Choppy.
Here we go. Chop it up, 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 chop it up. Come on, choppy.
We have been playing Monopoly all wrong.
I know Peyton has.
Has he?
I know he's been playing it wrong. Yeah, he thought the corners. He said he'd buy a corner. And you can't buy any property on the corners.
Well, speaking of the corners, you're not supposed to get anything.
He knows how to buy real property.
That's right.
He's in a house.
His
where
in-laws
Bobby
do.
isn't.
So
Pay.
they, they say you're playing it all wrong because the game is intended to last 1.5 to 2 hours, which I don't know anybody who could get rid of a game of Monopoly in less than about 9 hours. It never happens.
If I will buy one today, we'll play, and you will be done in less than an hour.
All right, very good. So, did you know?
Meaning he'll beat you down.
I know.
Fast.
Yeah, you'll be
I know.
bankrupt.
Oh, baby.
In the fake money world, it's reversed. I'm awesome with money, I'm financially successful.
So, what happens when you land on free parking?
House rules typically, so either nothing happens or you create a house rule that says maybe you get the money that's gone to the jail fees or whatever.
That's what I always thought. It was like you get the pile of money in the middle. No, according to the rules, it's supposed to be an ordinary blank space, a reprieve from the vultures waiting around the corner.
Yeah.
It also says that nowhere in the rulebook does it say you pile any cash in the center of the board. All the money from those ill-fated draws of chance or community chess or buy yourself out of the
El Banco,
the jail goes right back to the bank. Also, and I love to buy up property. Mm-hmm. I'm just a buy property kind of guy.
You're a property brother.
If you land on a square, if you land on Park Place or whatever.
Okay, this is the dumbest real rule, and I know what this is going to say. No one plays by this.
If you land on it and you decide not to buy it, it goes up for auction with a starting bid of $1, allowing for massive swings of fate scoring a huge discount, potentially, or really overpaying. There are no loans, no debts. Money can't be donated to unlucky players, and you do not collect money for landing on go. But it says there, literally on the board, it says collect $200.
It says for pass and go.
For
not
passing
landing.
go. No, not landing on, for passing go. So, yeah, do not collect the $400 for passing, for landing on. I had no idea about these rules. I think we all just play
I'm
by
a
house
Harvard
rules.
law student in this. There's nothing you can say about those rules. I don't know.
Is this your favorite board game?
Yeah. Yep, this and Clue.
I couldn't play it right now if you put it in front of me. I have no idea what you guys are talking about whatsoever.
Monopoly.
Have you never played it?
I have played it, but I haven't played it in so long.
It's been a long time.
I could not.
So stupid. Nobody does that.
I have no idea.
Nobody does that one where you roll it and you land on it, and it's like, do you want to buy it? Yes or no? Somebody says no. It's like, all right, cool. We're moving on. Nobody. I know it says it in the rules. Nobody's ever then gone, all right, it's going up for auction. Who's buying? It's a stupid way to play, so nobody does it.
They say, if you hand out more money, like with landing on free parking, you just artificially extend the game.
Now, one of the other house rules that most people play by and that I typically play by, but I hate when you own all three properties, that's when you can start putting houses and hotels on it. But when they say you have to build evenly.
Right.
So the rule is you can't just put one house on one property. You have to put one house on it. You have to buy houses for all three properties.
Is that not the rule?
That is the rule.
Yeah,
I'm saying I know a lot of people who don't like playing it that way and won't do it.
Is Peyton say he's good at this?
Yeah.
Is that the challenge?
Yeah.
Pepe, what do you think of these rule suggestions?
I think they're dumb. There's one way to play it, and if I was mistaken, Bobby, I guess the airports or whatever that you could buy on the.
Nope, there's no airports in the game either, Peyton.
Oh, Peyton.
There's JFK. There's
not JFK. What are you playing?
What Monopoly?
There's railroads.
Railroads. That's what I meant. Railroads. Dang it.
It's Reading. It's B&O. It's Short Line. You can buy all those, but no, there's no airports. There's no Kennedy.
When do you acquire Love Field?
Love Field.
There's a DFW Monopoly game would be fun.
It really would be. I mean, they have Monopoly.
What would be the cheapest and most expensive properties in DFW Monopoly?
I'm not saying that. I'm not answering that.
No, not going there. Not going there.
Have Aiden answer it.
Yeah. That's there you go. All right, chopping it up.
He looks like the Monopoly guy with them bifocals.
I need my medicine, Kyle.
Chopping it up here.
You just impersonated your real life, Bob.
105.3 The Fan. Tommy DeVito is not here for small talk.
I don't know if this is legit.
If it's even Tommy at all, because I went and looked, and that video
Remind people who Tommy DeVito
is gone. Tommy DeVito is the old Giants backup quarterback who had Sean Stellato, the agent, right?
Now this is the Jeremy Lin of the NFL.
Yeah,
him and his prosciutto selling agent.
Yes, Sean Stellato, who he had the fedora. He had the look, right?
The Matt Drudge clone.
Yeah, the look at me look.
The look
everyone,
at me. Yeah.
Everyone look at me.
So he was known for his, he had the celebration where he did the
Tommy Cutlets,
the pinched fingers together.
This photo of Sean Stellato.
Oh, I know. It's so bad.
Dumpy sticking
It's so
out.
bad. So this video has gotten hundreds of thousands of views, but I can't find the video anymore. So obviously it's gone. But this is from Bumble, and it said Tommy DeVito had a blue check mark.
Okay.
So I had the check mark. So in order to get the check mark, you got to confirm it, I guess, with a picture of your face, right? So that's why she believed that this was a real person. Yeah, Aiden.
Aiden texted us his neighborhood, his street. We're not reading it.
He's right.
So apparently she hits him up on Bumble because I guess on Bumble the girl. Were you ever on Bumble?
Yes.
So the girl has to reach out first. Is that how Bumble was?
I honestly don't remember. I don't think so.
No,
I don't remember. I honestly don't remember.
It's
I
good.
just remember Tinder was kind of like if you want your one night stand.
Yeah.
And Bumble, maybe the third night.
Third night.
Which one were you on more?
So
Bumble.
Okay.
I was trying to be equal. Amanda, she swiped left on me on Bumble.
Well, is that good?
No, it's not good. My wife rejected me the first time. That's not good.
Kristen did that to me too.
Yeah.
Right is right.
Mine rejected me too.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Gosh.
We're relentless.
Shows their options. You think it's an insult on us? You had no one else to go out with. All three of you. And now look at us on Hub the Cowboys.
So she says she sends out the first bat signal to him. Hey, how was your weekend? "You've got a cute smile." And Tommy, or who is presenting himself as Tommy, replies, "Your tease looked at me first." And she goes, "Bold opener there, Tommy." And he responds, "Oops." And then she puts it out for all the world to see. And apparently it says no women
anymore. They don't have to do it anymore. It used to be Bumble women had to reach out first, but it's not. It's no longer the rule.
So this thing is. I tried to find this video. The video's gone. I'm believing that it's true.
Man,
I'm believing it's true because I think it's hilarious.
It's funny.
It's very funny.
I mean, a little rude, but
it's incredibly rude.
Right to the point.
Right to the point.
Little vulgar.
He is not here for small talk.
Little vulgar.
What's I mean,
if it's him,
it's got to be him. You're jumping right into the messages and, "Hey, Mr. Quarterback man, how was your weekend?"
I've thought about this sometimes, like when I was single. Like if I had a year to live, what would happen in my mind if I just if you're talking to girls and you went directly to it, unfiltered. I'm not talking about verbally over the line,
right.
But you just talk like this, or you DM someone randomly and you're like, "I'm free Friday from 6 to 10 p.m. I want you at my house." That's your first interaction. You were just blunt and no small talk. And I wonder over a year's period of time what the success rate would be if you were like, "Hey, I saw you. You're smoking. Come over here."
I know. Yeah. I know a guy who that's literally was his whole strategy back then. He would just go basically "Do you want to?" That was his whole thing. And he's like, it misses most of the time. He's like, but there are several times where he's like, "Sure."
What a gift.
And he's like, "Cool."
What a gift.
If you can take the rejection.
Sure. That's the risk, right?
That's the risk. Yeah.
That's why people don't want to walk across the room.
Right.
It's not that they don't want the girl. It's they don't want to deal with the rejection because that's an ego shot.
Which we showed. We can handle it. All three of our women rejected us at first. So.
Chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan.
We couldn't handle it because we had to double and triple down.
Right.
We're like,
relentless.
Yeah, relentless.
Let's talk about shrinkage.
About what?
Shrinkage.
Oh.
Apparently, this is a phenomenon that I've noticed. I never knew it had a thing. But it's called gym wiener. And I've noticed this in beer league softball or any athletic endeavor.
You've noticed it.
Did you ever run and it becomes like a turtle?
This is a hilarious Patton Oswalt bit where he talks about when he moves or he gets cold too much and he goes in it goes inside its shell, and he said if you're not wearing underwear, the zipper will cause some chapping.
Apparently, this is a real thing. It's referring to the shrinkage that occurs after a workout session, and I've again, some people may notice it in the gym. I've mostly noticed that playing softball or something, but it's redirected blood flow to the muscles, heart, lungs, and skin, and that's why it, like a frightened turtle. In some of these workout moments, and it's basically your tallywhacker's fight or flight. It's its own fight or flight, and it's fighting and it's flighting.
I was going to say it's choosing flight.
It's choosing flight. So once your body cools down, your nervous system settles down, and the blood flow redistributes, it goes back to normal. but if you have noticed, and I never wanted to say anything because I was like, is this just a me problem? Is this thing just basically, kind of
imagine the opposite if you were wearing a cup.
Oh, yeah.
I can't imagine something would get you excited enough to do that, but that would seem like that would hurt.
Oh yeah.
Right?
I mean, you're in a jock strap.
With a cup.
You're in a jock strp. Yeah. Everything's constricted down there, and then all of a sudden...
Are you embarrassed?
Veins burst.
You're poking the umpire's eye out. It could be bad. So there you go. If you have Jim Tallywhacker...
Sounds like that's a good euphemism for relations, I think. Poking the umpire's eye out.
Yeah, very nice. Hey, check your Bitcoin.
I can't afford Bitcoin.
I can't either. I've never had like any kind of coin, I guess, though. Like, do you have any crypto?
Dimes?
What?
Yeah,
dimes you can't afford.
They had one of the largest security breaches of Bitcoin ever. $88 million was stolen from in 25 minutes.
So that's like 2 Bitcoins?
Yeah. From 500 offline wallets. These were offline wallets. I don't know what I have no idea. I have like 3 Litecoins, which are worth like nothing.
Peyton has Bitcoin.
How much
I
do you
used
have,
to.
Peyton?
I used to. I sold it when it was like $6,000 a coin, and I kick myself every day.
Oh, you sold it when $6,000 a coin, and what is it? What is it at now?
64,000, I think. I didn't have a whole coin, but I had like probably $1,000 in there at the time. So multiply that by 10. Could have probably had a little over 10 grand.
Had to afford Mackenzie's ring.
I know. Well,
So these thieves, these hackers stole it in 25 minutes. They didn't touch a single device, any of these devices. So they were all offline. They drained $38 million in the first 25 minutes. It got up to almost $90 million of theft. So this was just last week. It wound up being 1,200 wallets in less than an hour that they robbed. Just insanity. But I've never had the actual Bitcoin. I kind of feel like I should have tried.
I have a gold coin. My dad it's a gold coin. My dad embarrassed me. He flew here because Ollie was talking to him about gold when they were flying to visit from Maryland. And my dad hands me these couple coins. He goes, you find us a pawn shop to go get these evaluated. I'm like, no. I want to sit here and talk to my mother. I don't see y'all once a year. I'm not going to different pawn shops. And he's like, yeah, come on, let's get it evaluated. I was like, Dad, this is not going to be worth anything. It's cheap. You're going to embarrass us. You're going to humiliate us. We go to friends of the station, Expression, Javid Navi.
Yeah.
You guys know them very well. It's a $4,000 gold coin.
Damn.
Oh, really?
Yeah. My dad got it years and years and years and years ago when gold was $400 an ounce. And when I told the girl that I thought it was worthless, she looked at me like I was so stupid. She said, "You don't know the price of gold? You're not you don't know what it is per ounce?" I'm like, "No, I don't.
No, I know.
No, I don't know."
Trades.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not. No, $4,000 for this damn coin, one gold coin, because of the price of gold today.
All right, now you're making me feel like an idiot because Antsurrection has a bunch of quarters from the 1800s.
Yeah.
And she goes, "How much do you think these are worth?" I go, "I don't know, 25 cents. It's a quarter."
Well, it's not gold though. But silver prices are going up.
Silver prices, you know, and rare.
What, Bobby?
Why am I not surprised she collects pre-Civil War money?
Wow.
Chopping it up.
She's recently turned, Bobby. This is recent.
Chopping it up every hump day. Chia follow again at 8:20, waiting for Broadus to come downstairs, then we'll be on the way. Okay, so there you go. Peyton says, I have one too. See, Pepe, have you gotten that evaluated, this gold coin you just sent?
Yes, I have. Yeah, my dad's had one for each of my brothers for 10 years almost, so 1 ounce of gold. That's what it is.
Peyton, you've been nervous because your thumbnail is hideous. It's missing.
Oh my God!
This was 2 years ago.
Are you picking that nail or are you chewing it? Look at this fan cam.
Oh, that's not what you're supposed to take away from that. The gold coin's what we're looking at, Sean. The gold coin. I got gold, Sean.
Yo, Christian Parker, your rude awakening.
His nail looks like that.
To the Dallas Cowboys. We'll talk about it next here on Sean and RJ. Let's talk about Hurtado Barbecue. I think Brand...
FM and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here from Oxnard, California. Show number 3 with the morning crew. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Bell, DJ running things. We got Pepe and Aiden back home on the Odyssey app, the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube with training camp coverage brought to you by the On-Time Experts. On-Time Experts, air conditioning, heating, and plumbing. Okay, yesterday, not a ton of stuff out here at practice. Donovan Ezeraku was tossed. He had some big runs that were broken off. Jaden Blue with like a 50-yard touchdown off a screen. Revel and Durant shining once again. Revel drawing some flags, especially deep against George Pickens that gave him a little bit of a hard time. Dak Prescott off a little bit for about the second straight day, and after it looked like Bobby Bell was taking a humongous early loss at left tackle, they then start to put Nate Thomas out there for some first team reps. So that's where we stand with all that. But that's not the main event from practice. About 30 minutes, 20 minutes before practice starts, the Cowboys send out an email and message to the media that you are no longer allowed to video and film the team portion of practice. Mm-hmm. This is John Machota. This is where the bread and butter is for John Machota.
And TV cameras have to do tight shots.
So explain that.
Which is just the offensive line base.
Not even that. It's
and
just
explain the team period aspect.
So the team period is like they're lined up in 11 on 11. They're running plays.
The good stuff.
Yeah. And so all
and
the
one-on-ones are good too.
Yeah, but the highlights everybody sees that go everywhere are the stuff that's done in the team period. So tight shots would be, all right, news cameras, you can film it, but it has to be essentially you're taking a clip of one person. It doesn't even have to be offensive line. It can be just like, oh, you're basically focused on Dak, not really much else. You can't see the whole field. And then, so the TV cameras can do that, and then a cell phone was not allowed to take photos or videos during team period.
This is right before practice starts. And you're not allowed to send out these video clips, right? This is what people back home absolutely love. This is what I rely on when I'm trying to watch practice, like last week. Or when we go home, I'm seeing Machota and Nick Harris and your Tommy Yarshes, Bobby Belts. They're sitting there throwing out video clips from practice. Well, obviously, the media, the beat, they lose their minds. Mm-hmm. And I'm sitting back and watching as the veterans and some of the new ones get Cowboys PR and break them down like they're on a jury stand. Why now? Why is this happening? What's the problem? What's the change? Who complained? What's your point? I was sitting back and watching these two Cowboy team representatives just take it, just get lit up and down, and the Cowboys beat was not backing off. It was impressive to watch. I was just missing popcorn. That's it. I was standing next to Jesse Holly, Choppy in and out, Bobby in and out, but I was just taking it. Christy Scale, everyone's stopping because it's not a loud scene, but it's a gathering for a long time on the Cowboys sideline, and the media was not having it.
I walked by one of the Cowboys representatives who was not over there. And I was like, hey, why don't you go jump in there? That looks like fun. And he's like, I think those two are doing a tremendous job right now and handling it on their own.
Yes.
So it was not something I think anybody on the Cowboys side wanted to be part of at that moment.
So the thought is that Christian Parker, Cowboys' new whiz kid defensive coordinator, has told the Cowboys and told the team, told the PR, hey, when I was in Philadelphia, I'd use these clips to prepare for you guys. Every single damn play is out there.
Not just you guys, other teams. Searching through other teams, just whatever they have.
Because if they used it against the Cowboys, it didn't work.
Right. That's right. So the thought is that Christian Parker was the one who was basically saying this should not be filmed. Because last year it was fine. And your offense didn't get spied on too much because you had a fantastic offense. That's Clarence Hill's point. Right. He's like,
the only thing new is the defense.
How did it hurt y'all? What's different? What has changed? And Bobby kind of put this together, pieced it together before we found out what happened. And Bobby said it has to be Christian Parker. Mm-hmm. He's the only new component and element to this. So the media's pissed. And they're like, you need to get us in front of the coaches. We need to talk to the coaches about this because there's hundreds of people here and they can all record up in the stands. So like Jesse, Holly, and others immediately take to the bleachers to start filming practice because they're allowed to. And the media's point was, I think it was Joe Hoyt, who said, it doesn't matter whether a video highlight comes from our account with more followers or someone in the stands. Once that video is out there, all it's going to take is one retweet. There's content creators in the bleachers, too.
1,000%.
They're allowed. If you're going to allow them to record it, what are you gaining? How much are you really gaining by having us here not record it?
Right. Just don't allow fans.
Don't allow fans.
If you're gonna have this policy that don't allow fans, and that would never happen.
Right.
We're going to address it.
That would never happen. So Cowboys media is furious, and one of the Cowboys PR people says, "I'll go take it to Jerry." Jerry's up on the tower. Not 15 minutes later,
maybe not even, does Cowboys PR walk up to all of us on the sideline, or actually it was Nick Harris. Nick was furious. I thought Nick pulled a Bobby and a Fred and just left.
He did leave for a little bit.
He left. Nick storms on by when practice starts, and he goes, "We back."
To each person, we back up.
We back up. I want you to let every reporter know that we are indeed back up. It's like I said, send out the MJ fax in Indiana. I'm back. We back. And I was like, damn. 15 minutes later, the Dallas Cowboys media and beat writers reversed this brand new policy that was supposed to keep Cowboys practice secret and confidential. And what apparently happened was they went upstairs in this tower and they told Jerry and Steven and Jerry Jr. what was going on.
Allegedly. I don't think anybody's heard definitive that's what happened, but it's they go up there and they come down and all of a sudden this is the word.
Yeah. They go up there and you would think they were like, no. They can film practice. They can put it out on social media. And I was next to Jesse Holly when they come back and say, "We back." And Jesse Holly said, "Hey, Christian, welcome to the Dallas Cowboys. Welcome to America's team. You thought this was about football? You thought wrong. You better disguise that damn thing.
Yep, you better.
You better work on that damn scheme. You better cover it up because this is about clicks. This ain't about football first." That's how all this played out. It was amazing to watch.
It really was. And I mean, coaches are very paranoid.
Sure.
It's an unnecessary paranoia. All these plays are already out there. There's nothing you're really disguising anymore. It's 2026. Everything is videoed now. You don't know hand signs. You don't do hand signs. They don't do hand signs. This isn't college where you hold up those pictures and you can decipher what the play is. I mean, we're guys.
Because I would guess that the Tolo right here is on Team Christian Parker, team coach. There's team coach and there's team media. I understand Christian Parker's. I understand his paranoia. I understand Christian Parker finding out, if it was Christian, we all think it was, yo, man, every single one of our daggone plays is out here on social media. This is not a positive. This is not good. This does not help us. And I think a lot of fans agree with that. I think fans are going to get mad, I'm guessing, that this policy got reversed by the media because we hear it all the time. Why are you asking Schottenheimer about this personnel? Why are you asking about this play? Why are you asking Jerry about this? You're giving away the secrets. You're giving away the secrets. We get that from Tolo messages all the time. So this is team coach versus team media. I think the Tolos are going to be on team coach, even though your access will be
because
limited.
The fans have this warped view of what's a state secret or not. It's so freaking stupid.
And also,
when they think they're you stop asking about the injury. They're gonna know. It's like you guys are so stupid with that. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't. In fact, most of them, you can sit there and think that's cool or whatever, that he's trying to cut that off. Most coaches around the NFL do think it's try hard. If you're don't let them see a single thing up here. It's like war plans. No,
I went and looked at, I basically tried to find a bunch of the beat writers that are out there, other teams. So I went Rams. I didn't see any video from any of the beat writers of Ram practices. I went and looked at Pittsburgh because Mike was.
There's
Mike
no Rams practice video because nobody covers the Rams.
Right, but so I went and looked at Pittsburgh. I was looking at other teams like the Cowboys. They had people in the stands. I didn't notice any of their beat writers posting like wide shots of. But it makes no sense because there's people in the stands. I agree with you. I think there's a lot of fans that would be happy with Christian wanting to do this. But there's also a subset of sports, football is not just about Sunday. Like football and cup takes over our entire lives.
Man,
you want to know everything. You want to be immersed. You want to be immersed in everything.
But if I say this statement, how much would you pick it apart? What happened yesterday with the coaches' wishes getting reversed and shut down is a microcosm for why the Cowboys don't win and why people say it's not really about football here. How would you pick that apart?
I would
the
say
second half I wouldn't. The first part, I don't think it's why they lose. Like I don't think that's what. You can absolutely make the case on the second half of that statement. The first half, I don't think.
Like, shouldn't Jerry Jones side with his coaches versus the media?
I think ultimately the coaches are like being ridiculous if they think that because we're not doing it, but there's.
Yeah, that part
he doesn't. Like if they wanted to say we can't film it, fine. That makes sense. That's why nobody complains during the regular season that they won't let us film practice. We all go, yeah, of course not. There's nobody out here. This publicly won't get out. But if you're like actively letting the public film it too, it doesn't make sense.
Do we think?
I agree with that.
Do we think of all the people out here? There's not a single NFL scout out here at the practice.
There's a
what
bunch
do you mean? There were Winnipeg scouts
I know.
on the field.
I know, but that's CFL. But an NFL. Do we not think there's an NFL scout somewhere in this complex?
It wouldn't shock me if there was.
Would it surprise you at all?
I didn't see Big Dom's SUV outside.
Would it surprise you at all if someone books a room at the Omni on the 50th floor overlooking the practice facility?
It would not.
On a Tuesday
or
not. Wednesday, whatever?
It wouldn't.
Broadus watches,
but that doesn't mean it's happening.
Broadus watches these practices. Broadus has worked in the NFL. Do you think if Broadus currently worked for an NFL team, he'd be like, just by the way he tells us about what happened in practice, do you think he could be like, I know their entire game plan? Like you can't spit that out from they're running plays that they ran some screens. Cool, I guess we'll look out for some screens.
But are you looking at the formation?
Oh wow, the defense had four corners out there. What are we ever gonna do? Oh my God!
Peyton thinks you can buy them. So,
so that's what happened yesterday. It was magnificent. I'm impressed. Dallas Cowboys beat y'all. Hey, that was impressive.
They were turning up the pressure out there.
And and a couple guys were right. They go, I said, why aren't you in here in this mix? They go, this ain't gonna last. It'll be flipped tomorrow. I love Joe Trahan from WFAA. I love him. He came out here. He goes, I'm shooting it. Hey, what are they going to do? I'm shooting it. Are you kidding me? Like, he was hilarious.
There's one point Calvin just goes like, Calvin said something. He literally just starts dancing in front of PR.
Machota wasn't even in the huddle. This affects Machota the most. John's like, this ain't standing.
No.
This ain't gonna stay. I'm like, yeah, but you guys are media. You guys are the beat. They're like PR, and they're like saying we're not reversing it. It's team policy for last. They're like, give it 24 hours.
No, not even 20 minutes.
And how do you create this policy like without Jerry and them knowing? That's a communication question I have for some of the people behind the scenes. Like, Jerry didn't know that you were going to tell the media that you can't send out practice footage. As much as Jerry does care about the media, the GM, that's not a GM thing. That's maybe not a team owner thing. It is here.
But this is like, for the 972, fans posted is one thing, but NFL guys have a relationship with the rest of the league is a problem.
They will see it.
They'll see it either way.
That's the whole point. Y'all are making anybody who's on there go like, yeah, this is a great idea. Then kick fans out of practice too. That has to be the rule too.
Yeah,
that makes sense if you couple it with fans aren't sitting in here.
Let's talk about the amazing George Pickens interview with G-Bag. We do it with Eric Chiafalo joining us for the rest of the show after this.
After we get you over to QC Kinetics, we're going to get you healthy, and we are going to keep you healthy, boys and girls. If you've been dealing with joint pain, knees, hips,
If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-417-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Well, I wanted Eric Chiafalo here to recap and analyze his George Pickens interview. Nice sentiment, nice thought from Chiafalo. We just have really bad execution.
It's the thought that counts. That's what really matters. Is that he's trying to. He's intimated that he would be here.
Yeah, we were hoping for like an hour and a half. Very nice to volunteer it because G-Bag basically doesn't have to work today. We probably have to come back here to work, even though there's no practice.
Yeah.
So Eric offered up 90 minutes of his time this morning, and we're about to be minus 30.
We're going to be working again on the air when they should be on the air and aren't going to be. That's how much work that we put in while we're up here. So, yeah, by the way, I just saw the Shoddy interview has been posted to YouTube, and shout out to Aiden for titling it Coach Shoddy and Bobby Just Talking Ball live from Oxnard.
I like it.
I told Shoddy, if you get that in the team stores to sell, I'll quit. And he goes, Jerry, we got a shot. Jerry, we're close. We got a chance. If they actually get that damn thing in the team store. So there it is. George Pickens, it was a loaded G-Bag Nation. Fantastic. Chris Young was on. They had Silseth before he gave it the game-tying homer last night.
Ooh, the jinx.
In that big-time Rangers win. Diamond Cavs coming up at 9. But George Pickens sat down, and this was just, what are they, simpatico? I mean, it was just, it was perfect together. It was a perfect marriage of chemistry with G-Bag and George Pickens. And
George is perfect in my eyes.
That's right.
He does really no wrong.
Let's talk a little ball with how defenses started covering him differently last season, and does this excuse the Detroit game in any way in your mind?
I kind of noticed it definitely during the season when I kind of started seeing how big of a threat I was, kind of like how I was at the Steelers. Like when C got hurt, and then I was in this offense by myself, and then the other team seeing me like, okay, this guy's when it's a vertical threat, it's a little more dangerous because that might be 40 yards a pop. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And you can, if you even get a flag down there, spot foul, now you can also win on field goals. So, like, I kind of definitely started seeing coverage changes. Detroit was the first game where we thought they were going to do something different, and they literally just, whole plan was just to double team me.
Sure.
Yeah, so that was the first game that was pretty shocking to me because everything was going smooth.
Yeah.
Kansas City, the game before that, they kind of played their base defense. Philly played we got Philly DC now, so kind of their base stuff. And then Detroit seen what we did to both of those teams and was just like, nah, definitely double.
What are you laughing at?
I don't know. I think you just got me number one of the 3.5 fights.
Oh, with your wife?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I talked to your wife last night more than I talked to you.
Yeah, and I'm getting texts about it now.
About the dinner?
Oh, yeah. She goes, you okay? I heard you were being difficult last night.
Now, don't fight with her, Bobby, otherwise I will triple down. I said, your whole family's at my house
I said,
right now.
Doing great. She went, okay, are you being sarcastic with me?
Yeah, don't pick a fight with her, Bobby.
I'm not picking a fight.
My wife is they're simpatico, they're G-Bag, and George Pickens at my house for the next few days. You screw this up.
I'm not doing anything.
You go screw up my world because my wife is preoccupied and they're all dealing with each other. So let that be.
Hey, welcome.
Man, just like their break times, late as hell. Eric Chiafalo sitting down with us says we're praising the G-Bag Nation and this George Pickens interview.
I'm going to dinner tonight, by the way, Eric. It's going to be a great time.
Oh, I could tell. That seemed like a pleasant conversation this morning. I thought we were going to get a Jack S-bomb from Sean.
Here come the sunnies, baby.
You got the bright light, man. I mean, that's a spotlight, dude. That's worse than the one in the studio.
Bro, maybe you should sit here in the broadest chair.
Yeah, that's the orthotic.
Oh, yeah. Give me that.
Come on over here.
Sit in the hot seat.
All right, so that's GP talking about how he was being defended. How are you guys going to counter that?
Definitely moving me around a little bit. You can always do that. You can always put two top guys on one side.
Yeah.
Now you're kind of screwed either way. So it's definitely ways to definitely do it and get open. It's just we can't always come out in that personnel. So when we do come out in the regular or our regular deal, maybe it's for Javonte or maybe for another guy who this play is designed for, they'll try to come out in cloud. That's what I started seeing. Like anytime we pop out in our regular deal, they're trying to double me.
Eric, I want you to break down George's person. First off, fantastic interview.
Thank you.
You guys were perfect for each other.
It worked out for George because he's not fat. So it was a great interview with the G-Bag Nation.
Because he's not what?
Because he's not fat.
Like Rowdy.
Oh, Brisket Sando.
So we click, man.
I thought he was a big boy.
Hey,
you didn't say it so direct.
Hey, what if for now PR asks you guys who you want and you write back just skinny people? That's it. Send that to Braun and say just skinnies.
Super shredded dudes.
But I want to ask you something because I'm really trying to be like amateur psychologist here with George.
Yeah.
He said, and it's making sense to me maybe why like he got his bad rap in Pittsburgh. He says pretty arrogant things, just like in a really cool, chill way.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Help the audience kind of understand that if they didn't hear the interview where he's like, I can do so many things. You know, whereas normally someone's like, I can do so many things, like I'm dominant, like no one can stop me. And no one has a chance against me. That's literally like arrogant and unlikable. But George kind of says it in a cool, like you guys asked him about finally having a quarterback. His answer to that normally gets turned into headlines where it goes, George Pickens calls out, blah, 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 Steelers QB. Because he goes, yeah, man, like I think it's awesome. I finally have one.
Yeah.
And he says it in a cool, chill, surfer Cali way.
Right.
But he's really insulting. You know, normally we turn that into an insult and a headline towards Pittsburgh and their quarterbacks. Do you think I'm basically trying to ask how you think he's misunderstood or how his delivery comes off?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. He's super happy-go-lucky guy.
Yeah.
The way they talk about him in Pittsburgh is I think he was just stewing all the time because of perhaps the quarterback situation. You're getting Mason Rudolph, Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, dog-ass quarterbacks throwing you the ball, and you have terrible Matt Canada as your offensive coordinator, Arthur Smith's your offensive coordinator, and it's just not a fun football environment.
But if I read those quotes that I just said to you and I didn't hear them, I'd be like, ooh, this is arrogant.
That's the other thing.
But his delivery, it makes it different to me.
Yeah. Does
that make sense?
No, I totally get what you're saying because he's jovial.
Like, I can do everything. I just go up and I just moss people.
Yeah.
And it's like,
like cornerbacks really don't stand a chance around me, and it's a lot of fun.
Yeah. He says it really nice.
I know he's smiling and it's soft, and it doesn't seem like he's really trying to be aggressive and take shots at people.
Did he wear the sunglasses during the interview?
Yes, he did.
So he's like you.
Well, as a matter of fact, Bront was saying that right before they started walking over, he goes, "Oh wait, I need to go back and get my glasses." And so he went, and Bront's like, hopefully he's not going to run away from this. And then he did. He came back with his glasses.
He was worried he wasn't coming back.
This is
he's like, George, are you really getting your glasses?
George.
This is GP on what it would be like on a day out with him and his wide receiver, Bestie, 88.
Definitely work out. Get up, work out first. We usually choose something tropical. I feel like that's the best thing. I mean, I think 2023, I went to Wyoming. That was like the first time I chose the snow route, the ski route. But with me and C, we definitely go tropical, work out in the morning first, get something to eat, play the game throughout the day, and then we just chill for real. We either do like paddle boarding. We went paddle boarding. Definitely certain activities. You know what I mean? And me personally, I like that better than anything. I like all activities, fishing, golfing, just because you're technically still being active. Yeah.
Ooh.
And then
I love it. I love it even more. I mean, Wyoming's on my bucket list of places to go.
It's not on his anymore.
Not on his anymore. The golf, the outdoors, the winter sports. I mean, it's right up my alley. This guy he is
you.
He is everything I want to be.
Yeah.
You know, everything I want to be.
All right, see, if you agree, though, this is a nosebleed special. I'm not even going to say G-Bag because this is Eric and Zach tag teaming George in the shower.
No, that's just more of hard places to get. Yeah, I would definitely like a clean canvas.
Fair. 100%. I get that.
A lot of surface area.
Wait, sorry. Let me set it up even better. This is George on having multiple towels to clean himself. My dad does this. Amanda does this. She's like, you got to have a hair and a face towel and then a body towel.
Yeah.
You can't have the body towel for your face.
My dad said the same thing. I was like, I'm not using the same towel on my butt and my face.
Right.
And I'm like, well, it's simple. You clean your face first.
Face first, yeah.
Face first.
Yeah, but then you can't use that towel the next day.
I never reuse a towel.
Because the towel has touched. What?
I never reuse a towel. Towel gets one use and then it's washed. Kristen hates it. She's like, so much laundry. I was like, well, I don't have to do it, so.
I always felt like the towel had a short-term memory, and the next day it was like clean slate.
What about your laptop? What does that have? A mute button? Does that have a mute button?
His audio's on. I used to do that, one towel a day. When I lived at home.
One towel a day?
Yeah, when I lived at home, it was one towel a day. Then I got married, and my first wife was like, absolutely not. And now, obviously, here I've continued that trend of not using a new towel every day.
Here's George on multi-toweling.
That's just more of hard places to get. Yeah, I would definitely like a clean canvas.
Fair. 100%. I get that.
A lot of surface area. We're always scrubbing the shins and the feet in the shower.
Oh, yeah. Feet, shins, your butt. You got to get. You know what I mean? You got to. It's squeaky deal.
No, you got it. Yep.
Is that a turn and spread situation?
You can either do the turn and spread.
Like a lean and a pull?
You can do no pull. The pull, you might actually hurt yourself. Okay. So, you don't want to actually pull anything, but you definitely want to get squeaky clean. Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah, this is great.
He's a legend, dude.
Yeah, here's the thing with a towel, right? When you get out of the shower, that area should be clean. Especially, like, I get the poof, digging in there. The area should be able to use a towel and clean, and then use the same towel the next day.
Yeah, but the point is, if you guys are paranoid, if you're anal about your face, then you can't use the towel the next day because
that turn and spread situation
did touch your nuts. It did touch your
it did
your region.
But I would say at that moment when you step out of the shower, your nuts are no different than your elbow.
It's a mildew thing for me. It's a mildew or a
especially here in these bathrooms, with that window open. The towel feels.
The mildew is different because the towel will get that odor to it. You really have 3 days out of a towel?
Yeah.
Maybe,
I'll go 3 days.
3 days.
I'll go 3 days. I do wish they would make the towels to where one side of the towel was clearly one color, the other side was clearly another color,
And never use a white towel if you're smart, if you know what I mean.
100%.
Kristen has said before.
Double-sided colors.
Yeah, you get the color, so now I know, okay, this is face side, and this is everything else side.
Kristen, she's like, you only do that because you don't do the laundry. It's like, when I was by myself and I was doing the laundry, I would use a towel a day, and I would wash they'd go in the washer as soon as I was done.
That's wild. I only did that when I was living at home. My mommy did all my laundry.
Yeah, my mom's not here anymore.
It's well documented.
It's 2026 make or break for Dak Prescott. Next and below, the Bell Hump Day edition with Gianfalo with us on The Fan. But DFW Security, it's coming up huge.
market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Shoddy and Bobby just talking ball.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take out my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Time is running out for Dak Prescott, but not for Bobby and Shoddy to talk ball. So we're going to do just that here in Talkin' Ball, sponsored by Window Nation and D&M Leasing. Sean, your thoughts?
What'd you think of that display yesterday? Disgusting display from Schottenheimer wearing that shirt.
It was fantastic, dude. I loved it. I loved it. When I saw him,
I love having a coach who's about the bits. That's what I really love. He's full on into the bits.
It's fantastic, dude. I mean, and you guys got a great rapport with him. He clearly loves busting your balls.
Yeah.
And it's great for the radio, dude. It was fun to watch that.
As I had to tell him, I've already outlasted 2 coaches. You could be next.
And then he was about to take the shirt off. He went, well, let's get this off.
Third time's a charm. It could be the third time's a charm for me.
So there it is.
Out.
All right. So speaking of friends we have out here at training camp, Joe Hoyt is one of them who made a faux pas yesterday walking off the field. I heard it, and I heard it. When I heard it, I started walking faster because I was uncomfortable. I knew it was coming. I was like, I don't want to hear this.
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News.
Oh.
Fantastic tan.
Yes.
Nice guy. Listens to the show. Dude, he walks up to Choppy at the end of practice, and he goes, hey, man, I just got to thank you. You got me hooked on Wild 4.
I was like, man.
And between that and
you should have got it. Dude, you are so welcome.
And between that and this walkie-talkie guy high off his walkie-talkie cable.
Oh, you mean Lil Dom?
Lil Dom.
Lil Dom.
You gave it to me. Tightrope. I was going to say tightrope, but Lil Dom. Between him and Lil Dom, I was
like you.
Devastated.
I do too. I'm trying to make friends with him, but
he doesn't know who you are.
No, he doesn't.
He has no idea who you are.
I can't believe he was trying to sun you guys.
I know. It's the I get the code and the policy, but like the delivery of it, you're trying to embarrass me because you got a walkie-talkie.
The delivery, I don't care for. I do like his beard though. It's a very nice beard, and he shapes it well.
Anyway, let's talk about what he's not relevant. You can take my credential if you want. You think you're this tough guy. You don't want me to send me home. I'll be happy.
DJ will probably have a backup one for you, just like me. So.
I'll be happy at the hotel. You take my credential. But yeah, Joe Hoyt thought that Choppy was me, and that Choppy did the Wild Fork stuff.
You know what's so funny? It happens to me in
Forward
Walchuk.
Star Telegram, y'all.
It happens to me in Walchuk all the time.
No, it doesn't.
I swear. Happens to me in Walchuk all the time.
See, here's the thing, like.
Dawn Shepard, the first time she met me, she came up and talked to me and called me Zach. And she's talking to me like I was Walchuk for 5 minutes.
Oh, did she?
But
nice.
Sean and I don't even sound alike.
People think that because we all have facial hair that we're all brothers. I always get that. Oh, you guys. Oh, so 3 of us can't have facial hair, I guess.
Yeah.
We got to go clean shaven every single day.
I mean, but like if we sounded.
But you and Zach did a show together, so
right.
maybe there's the.
Yeah, it gets confused.
You don't sound the same like Kevin and Corey.
Right.
Although some people said them or the other show that was here, people thought sounded the same as well. The people on their 9th stop, they were kind of
well because their takes were equally as bad, so that's why they just didn't know.
So Joe Hoyt writes for the Dallas Morning News or the Forward Star Telegram, as Sean just said.
I'm saying go Forward Star Telegram because he misidentified me.
He writes for the Dallas Morning News, and Joe has an article up about Dak Prescott is attacking year 11 with a sense of urgency, and he talks about that. When he was 6 years old, he would have said, what do you want to be? He'd say he wants to be the quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys. And that ended up happening and achieving it. And Dak's like, so I'm very big on this is what the goal is. I'm going to talk about it and talk about achieving it and attaining it and doing things like that. But he did have to acknowledge. Exactly. It's name it and claim it, basically. He's basically saying that when the Packers playoff game ended, and you hear people say stuff like this, but he said he was guilty of just thinking, we're going to have so many more cracks at this. Like, it's not going to be a big deal. He said, we'll get back here next year. We'll block the field goal or we'll score and not get in that situation. Then you look up and 7-8 years later, you've been to the playoffs. You've lost some games, some tough games in some brutal ways. And then you get into last season and you think you can control a lot of it. And you think your play is ultimately going to be the deciding factor. And I probably had the best year of my career and we're not even a playoff team. So last year kind of soberly hits Dak as the culmination of all this buildup of like, man, there's so many things that are out of your control that you can't ultimately be in charge of. But that sort of reflection it caused me to think about this the other day of Dak is now entering the season as he is the 5th oldest starting quarterback in the NFL. Like, that's how quickly we've reached this point.
Wow.
He managed to stay healthy last year in his age 32 season. But this is right around when quarterbacks begin to struggle, even the most durable guys, with their health and start missing games. So if you look at starting at age 33, that's when a bunch of guys like Matt Ryan all of a sudden starts missing some games. Stafford starts missing some games. Peyton, like this is around the age that guys start having issues with things. And Dak's not even had great durability to begin with. And all of this is just to look at and say, is this right now, and I know it's always, the next one's the most important, but in the context of where his career is at and everything else, is this the most important one of his career? His health is the health that he's got is a ticking clock. You got the Cowboys are returning their entire starting lineup, so they've got all the continuity that they need on the offensive side. He's had enough time on task with the new offense. It's likely this is the last year where he has CD and Pickens together, and all of it fused together. Is this the highest stakes of his career at this point?
I think it's a great question.
Yeah. I mean, to me, it's like when you haven't reached your goal. Every year at that point becomes the most important year because the noise becomes louder every year and the pressure mounts.
Yeah, but factor in the circumstances and the factors that he just said, especially the GP.
You would like this to be next year.
Like, did you think that last year, for instance, heading into last year, did you think this is the most important year of Dak's career? I didn't think of it in those terms, but this year I kind of am.
Yeah. Ideally, I agree with Choppy. I would really love to get George
one more year
next year, and then I would say it's next year because I'm not thinking that they're a Super Bowl team right now.
Right. I think the defense next year, assume Christian Parker returns, doesn't get a head coaching job. Although if he gets a head coaching job, it means he did a pretty damn good job with the defense.
Yeah.
But let's just say everything is the same next year.
Yeah.
The defense is probably better. So, and you get George Pickens back. And
not after that Zay Flowers deal.
Ooh.
35 a year for Zay Flowers. And I loved how Shoddy and Pickens responded to it yesterday. Shoddy kind of gave us a look on the fan cam. I took it as, nice player, but we got this. And George with you all was very nice and kind about it. But he's like, I think I'm You know what? We need to do a segment where we insult and say really mean stuff to people. With our wives, we record it, and we do it in GP delivery and see if we can get away with it.
Yeah.
Where he was like, good for Zay, and him and the tight end, likely they got good stuff going on. I think I'm on that level or a little better. We need to insult wives in GP style.
Yeah, dinner was good. I wish I didn't have to eat it on paper plates. That was nice, but the dishes weren't done. But dinner was really good.
I want a towel. I used it today, so I want to use it tomorrow. So you can get that in the load tonight. It'll be good.
If we talk about this,
our wives will end up all hating George Pickens.
100%. It's gonna be good. All right, so if you take the Connor Orr over at Sports Illustrated predicted the entire NFL season yesterday. Did you see this?
Yes, it did.
So he did the entire prediction for the entire NFL season. And when you talk about Dallas not being a Super Bowl contender, which I agree with, I think right now they're still probably 8-9 win team, something like that.
Ooh, I go higher than that.
Well, Connor Orr went much higher than that. Predicted every single game for every single team, and he ended up with the 12-5 running away with the division Dallas Cowboys.
Dang.
He has them undefeated at AT&T Stadium this year, not losing a single game. The losses he has week 4 at Houston, week 6 at Green Bay, week 13 at Seattle, week 15 at the Rams, and then week 7 at Philadelphia.
He's got them wrapping up the division before you have finished your Christmas shopping. Like the season's going to end like the second week of January, and he's got them winning the division by 3 damn games.
Does he have the Eagles
9-8?
Wow.
Tied for second with the Commanders.
Cowboys, I think, were the 3 seed in the NFC. That's how he had it. He had the Rams as the 2, Detroit as the 1, and the Cowboys as the 3, facing with Green Bay.
Yes, back at AT&T Stadium.
Micah,
what better setup could you get than you crushed it? You went 12-5, and now you're at home getting to play the Packers in the wild card round. I don't know that there's a better setup for you.
And yesterday, you thought that Micah proved yet again that he is a true Dallas Cowboy.
He really is, man. He is a true Dallas Cowboy. This guy said playing against the Cowboys, and what week was that?
6?
6, yeah.
Was a realistic thing. And it's like, he's never changed. Like, just say, I don't know, man. I'd love to. I'd love to be back as soon as I possibly can. But he had to throw the name in. He had to set the standard that, like, I'm going to be there.
Well, he may have been asked about the Cowboys, too. I don't know how the question
Yeah, it may have been. But
I think he was asked, like, will you be ready in time to play Week 6 against Dallas?
But, man, a smart player has moved on from the X. Not insecure about the X. Just moved on. Not even worried about it.
What?
But
what are you saying? Moved on from the ex?
The ex-girlfriend.
The Cowboys.
Oh, okay.
You don't worry about
yeah,
the ex-girlfriend, right? You don't worry about the ex-girlfriend anymore. Or the girls don't worry about
You
the
didn't
ex-boyfriend
understand that
anymore.
analogy?
I did not. I thought he was saying, like, the ex, like, throw up the ex. I was like, what are you talking about?
We're talking Dez, baby.
You don't worry about it, right? You move on. But he's not. He's not. He's kind of insecure. He's a show me. He needs to be in the media.
He
This
never
is why
wanted to
he
leave.
is. Yeah.
He never ever, no matter what he said, when he did the running around celebration video when he got traded, that was the last thing he wanted, was to play anywhere but here. He backed himself into a corner.
Mm-hmm.
And Dak has not backed himself into that corner because he's managed to stay here the whole time.
Did Chris Young make you feel better about the Rangers trade deadline? It's part of Diamond Cavs after an insane win last night. Chio with us the rest of the way. Nick Eatman at 9:20, live from Oxnard. We continue right here, Hump Day Edition on The Fan.
Odyssey Sports Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's the pitch. Swung on and a fly ball to deep right field. Lee going back. He's still going back, and he falls down. He can't get it. The game is over. It bounces on the warning track into the crowd. Ezekiel Duran has walked off the Giants with his 3rd hit of the game and his 7th hit of the series. 5-4 Texas, the final. Duran is mobbed at second base.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about being the American League's version of the L.A. Dodgers?
8, because I like the sarcastic angle that you're taking here.
Okay, very nice, very nice. We'll get to that in a moment. But the Rangers with a walk-off, the walkie-offie at the ballpark, the Globe. I call it the ballpark still. On a very strange play in right field where the right fielder just falling down on his butt, similar to Sean on his butt yesterday, getting yelled at by security.
Need you to be mobile and right. Need you to be mobile.
But a couple of fortunate plays in this game that, don't apologize for winning, but you get a... Oh, that's not good. What
is he doing?
That thing better be pretty damn industrial.
Jesus. DJ just going up the...
DJ's going up the elevator. Why can't I get this camera turned? There we go. What's the speed on that, y'all think?
If it was any slower, it'd be going backwards.
What is he doing today? He's like making a concerted effort not to sit here the entire show.
I don't know, maybe
you may have made him
stretch
mad.
his legs.
You may have made him mad.
Because of dinner?
The dinner thing, yeah. I don't know, maybe not.
Tough.
Maybe not.
I already told my wife, I warned her already, I'm in not give a F mode today.
Oh, baby.
I don't care who
like
it is.
Aaron Rodgers with Pat McAfee.
I don't care who it is. Whoever's in my way today is getting it. So that's just the way it is.
Promise?
Wow. Callie's really done a number on you, sir.
Look at that.
Who wants to get it? Make me angry.
You can get it.
But a couple of fortunate breaks last night. You had to play in right field to end the game, and then bookended it because in the first inning, Seager hits a 108-mile-an-hour seed down first base.
He's back, baby.
Goes right up the first baseman's mitt. Easy double play. They were easily going to double off Jock at first. It winds up falling, and he reaches, and then you get a single, and then you get another one, and all of a sudden it's 2-zip lead.
This was on the verge of being a disastrous loss.
Yes.
Like the one the night before was a S show comedy. Chris Young said trade him with G-Bag that the trade deadline impacted the 5-error game. This would have been a backbreaker because Silseth gives up the 2-run homer, your only acquisition. Then Latz, your lights-out all-star, blows the save. But you get bailed out by Zeke. Zeke Duran is the hero of this baseball team right now, but that was about to be devastation.
It really was. I mean, it really was. You lose the first 2 games to San Francisco.
Yeah.
A team that is sold at the deadline. A team that, they've got a manager who may decide one and done and go back to college.
They're to what, 20 games under 500 or something? They're awful.
They're awful.
Speaking of devastated, I thought CY sounded beat up with y'all yesterday. I thought he sounded exacerbated. I thought he sounded exhausted. Mm-hmm. I thought he sounded beaten down. I don't hear every CY interview. We play the cuts. Do you agree with that? What did you take from his trade deadline explanation? Eric Chiafalo joining us rest of the way here in the morning. And did any of what he said change your mind about what they did or didn't do?
No, I mean, I think I have a pretty good understanding of what they were going for, which was, they were clearly trying to sell. And they weren't able to get DeGrom or Evaldi to say yes. And so I guess at that point they're like, well, we don't want to sell off Jock for just a little bit. We don't want to move on from Latz if we're going to keep everybody here.
Yeah.
We might as well just try and go for it. But, yeah, he's dejected because he knows that was not that was not the plan.
What are you doing?
The result of it all.
What are y'all doing over here?
Nothing.
That's the second time now. What?
You guys
What is
play
it?
tummy sticks over there?
What's so funny?
Yeah, we're playing some tummy sticks.
So the thing with CY, and I got this goes into my tease. He should actually be happy. He should actually be happy.
Why is that?
He pulled off a Dodgers move. Remember what we talked about with the Tarek Skubal trade? the Dodgers traded minor leaguer for minor leaguer, improved their system, right? And then wound up trading that for Skubal. Okay,
Oh, like the move before the move?
The move before the move.
He didn't know this. He wasn't here for our talk.
The move before the move. This wasn't exactly the same. They didn't trade minor league for minor league, but they did go and improve from the standpoint that Arredondo, who went to the Angels, the guy they got back from Toronto in the Josh Smith deal, higher ranked.
There you go.
There you go.
Boosted the farm.
Small steps, baby. Boost the farm system a little bit.
You're joking, but that genuinely is what they should have been doing on the deadline. You should have just go buy lottery tickets.
Yeah. Now, Adam Macko was ranked 35th. Angel Arredondo was ranked 37th. And all the guys who were traded at the deadline from Kylie McDaniel.
So that's improvement.
But it's improvement. It's a little bit improvement. And you know, one thing, because we did give Detroit grief for not getting the best haul. They still got the number one player traded in the deadline, in Zaire Hope. He's still the highest graded player.
Of any deals?
Of any deal that was dealt at the deadline. He was still number one.
And you got to give him hope.
And River Ryan was ranked number 6. So they still got number 1 and number 6. Of all the players traded at the deadline, the Dodgers still did get that.
Skubal debut, they lost to the Cubs, 6 innings, 2 earned, 6 strikeouts, 4 hits, 2 walks, and 85 pitches. But back to CY, any final takeaways that you got from him yesterday?
He was definitely dejected. I mean, you said it. You set it up nicely earlier with the payroll aspect of it and buying and taking on more salary, and he did pause and kind of like, okay, let me make sure I calm myself down when I try to answer this question. But there's friction in there. There's friction from ownership and him. There's now friction within the clubhouse of like, you clearly didn't believe in us, and now we got to act like we're going to go on some type of run here and still make the postseason.
Yes,
it's just it's a bad situation right now, and thank God they won last night. Because it would have been a Pets heads are falling off situation like this season is going down the drain.
Diamond Cavs here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Do you want a truck runneth over or Paul Skeens and a problem?
Let's go with the truck.
All right, Harrison Bader actually plays for these Giants that are in town.
Oh my gosh,
Master.
This is the most insane baseball injury, maybe sports injury that I can remember
since Derek Holland tripping over his dog.
Since Terrence Williams with a scooter.
No, but this takes the scooter injury to an entire different stratosphere.
So he has not played since May 29th, okay? He was scheduled to fly to Indianapolis to see a specialist. He's got a left foot injury. It's like a plantar fasciitis. So he further injured the foot before he can make it to this specialist.
Does he have whispering eye toe like you do?
No, he does not have whispering eye toe. It's a good reference. In a scooter accident that happened over the weekend. And now we got more details that have emerged. So this happened, according to the San Francisco Fire and Police Department. He was transported to a local hospital at 2 a.m. on Sunday with non-life-threatening injuries. The incident occurred as he rode his scooter. He was riding one of these scooters into the back of a fire truck. That fire truck then ran over his foot, which was already injured, causing a major injury. They did say he was seen drinking at bars across the city.
Yeah, it was at 2 a.m.
At Balboa Cafe. Crashed a scooter into the fire engine, which then ran over his already injured foot.
Did he open a GoFundMe to replace his foot?
No, but then the San Francisco Giants are saying, we are withholding pay the rest of the year for you.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
This is a total breach.
How did it get out, though? Like, usually Dez and all these other stories get covered up.
Right.
How did they find out?
I don't think the Giants, I think this is like Romo with CBS. We're looking for a way to be able to not have to pay this guy anymore. He's been injured the whole time anyways.
They wanted it to get out, so that gives them an out.
But how did they find out? Did he tell them?
That
Like I said,
I don't know.
Well, maybe you actually had a police report where they were just like, hey, we're telling you what happened.
Yeah.
We're not trying to hide anything.
So that's Harrison Bader.
Because this is so funny, the idea that you're running into a parked fire truck on your scooter at 2 a.m.
The Giants?
But then for the firefighters to, I guess, not have any clue what just happened and then go in reverse and run over his foot?
amazing.
Why didn't they call Kyle Shanahan? Like, hey, you're pretty good at like quieting police reports with San Francisco police. Could you help us out?
No, we don't. The Niners want to keep Shanahan. I think the Giants want Bader gone.
Eric, I would like your wisdom and calm presence to intervene with this family dinner situation.
Oh no.
He's been simmering.
I loved the segment this morning.
You heard it this morning?
Heck yes, I did.
Okay, just give everyone a little recap. I just want to hear your perspective. Perspective is important.
Yes.
And you're a wise one. You're a young wise one, and I'd like you to recap for the audience what happened yesterday, where we are at right now, and what will. Are you playing 162-0? Is that what this is?
No.
That's what you're doing.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
You're playing 162-0. You see?
Well, it's specifically
that's
the
what it is.
I didn't want to
That's what it is. That's why he's not. That's what it is.
I tried.
It's Diamond Calves. He's just leaning into the baseball.
I tried, Ben. I tried to save it.
All right, Eric, reset us.
Well, I mean, credit to Chop, and really credit to both of you guys for being the ones who step up when we're trying to set up the family dinners, right? And Chop took the situation by the shirt collar and said, "I'm going to be the man here. I'm going to lead from the front."
Made the reservation,
and he knocked it out, and he didn't complain about it either. He said, "Guys, here we are. This is what we're doing. Bang, easy money. This is the time. We'll see you there." Next thing I know, Bobby Belt, I'm out. I'm like,
what was your instant reaction?
My instant reaction was disdain. Is he already planning a tummy ache for tonight?
Right.
Like, is he sick tonight?
Yeah.
From all the vending machine meals that he perhaps is consuming?
It's been about half of them.
That is the one that bothered me.
Figured.
That is the one that bothered me the most because we picked this place specifically for him because he doesn't eat seafood.
Right.
Otherwise, we were just going to lure.
Yeah, but I did tell you yesterday walking out, I said, book lure if you want because I'll just eat something else anyway.
I called your bluff and I lost. It's World Series
And then
of Poker
did you
time
think
anyway.
it was troll? Or you knew?
Well, yeah, I mean, I was kind of like up in the air. Like, what is he doing right now? Is he trying to be a D? Because it wasn't even like, sorry, guys, got something planned. It was just, I'm out. Like, bleep all
It
of
was
you.
it was the Broadus reply. You've got somebody on your own team that you don't keep in line because Broadus has done this the last 4 meals and y'all didn't say anything to him.
Well, that is...
No, stammered right there.
I do say something to him, like, really, you're not going to go? But I don't want to get into a fight with Broadus. It's not something I want to do.
Last time when he got in a fight with Broadus, he threatened to pull Zach's paychecks from Crown Global.
No, it can
live
get
on the air.
It can get aggressive.
So go ahead.
So then Broadus does it. I'm going, okay, well, maybe Broadus has some dinner lined up with somebody, too, that he had planned. Okay, but then I find out that it all becomes down to the last time we went there with the paycheck fiasco, and so these guys are just totally punting on it now. I'm like, well, we're not going to use your card this time, right? Like, this is going on Sean's card.
Well, I didn't volunteer that.
Like, guys, Sean is taking this and swiping the card down.
I never said that.
We don't even have to pay him back. He just wants us to have a good time.
This is a charitable effort from Sean.
I never one time volunteered that at all.
No, we volunteered for you.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, I don't know, dude, but wherever we can go to make you guys happy, we'll go.
I'm going.
Okay, if we got to go to
tonight.
McDonald's for Bobby or whatever it takes. We did pizza and toppers for him the other night.
Yeah.
When we should have been at Seafresh.
I didn't want to go to the pizza.
No.
It was damn good, though.
But do you agree with what I said at 6 o'clock? If everyone doesn't care, we need to stop caring. We're trying to. The bosses want a team picture. We want everyone together. We want the camaraderie. Continue what we all got going on. Crushing the ratings and the chemistry. But we need to. We need to stop caring so much about it.
I mean,
they don't care.
Right.
Not everyone cares.
Right.
So, and that's fine. We all kind of eat dinner together every night anyway. It's just broken up into groups.
Right.
So I think that you have a proposal. My proposal is we're going to come back to work. I'm going to go on the beach. I'm going to go to the bar, beach with Choppy. I'm going to start getting loaded to get rid of some of the stress that I've had from today.
We're going to be so lit up out there.
Me and Choppy.
Get him lit up just enough to be like, yeah, we'll swipe my card tonight.
Then when you and Zach show up after working or meet us at whatever dinner place we pick in the last 45 minutes on a whim. Heck it. Let's go there.
Let's go.
Let's just go there.
Okay,
And then we go ahead and do it like that.
I'm down. And funny enough, I think Dawson is
He's in. He said he's
Dawson's
in. He said he was going to be.
Funny
He thumbed
enough,
up.
no complaints.
Funny enough, you think that's his own independent decision over there, Eric?
I think he's
Bobby just took a selfie of us four and tweeted and said team picture.
What are you talking about?
Peyton had the best idea. He said y'all need to AI, make it obvious AI, like whatever Grego's doing, or make it an obvious.
Come play fantasy football with us.
Make it an obvious AI photo, and that's the team picture.
As long as you
how pissed would Spittle be?
As long as you promise to have Wolchuk in the wheelchair in this photo. Yeah, I am so signing off on this.
So that's where we stand. All right, we got to recap Christian Parker's Dallas Cowboy initiation, and it was not a positive one for him yesterday with what happened here at the second padded practice. We do it with Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, after this.
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Oh, man, Nick Eatman trying to summon up the power. Everyone's off today, basically but us, and we have to come back maybe later on, but everyone else has no practice, so I think Nick Eatman got after it last night, and he is showing up still during the Red Zone, brought to you by Just Love Coffee. You need some Just Love Coffee, huh?
I'm not as
Maybe
young as I used to be.
Did you eat anything to grease it up, soak it up a little bit last night or this morning?
I'm good.
Are you going to do your usual walk out here?
Yeah, I might.
Sweat it out. You can't sweat it out in this weather right now.
I don't know what this weather is.
This morning was the most humid morning we've had so far, and the most humid I can remember Oxnard being.
It's just not. I packed all these hoodies and
this is the worst Oxnard weather so far.
Yeah.
It's not cold enough, and it is hot. I'm not trolling you all back home, I swear.
It's a warm 77, it really is.
And then walking out of the room is cold, but then when we arrive here, it's freaking hot.
Well, it's cloudy when we leave, and we get here to the field. There's sun.
Yeah,
and it's not
It's
consistent.
very strange.
You just can't get ahead of the weather ever.
You have your own fan club out here, Eric Chiafalo.
Yeah, bro.
What's happening?
He's got a squad, dude.
Yeah, we saw him last night. The rudder.
The Eatman storyline army is real, and they are oozing with Cowboys passion. And
how did you know that? He wasn't even with them last night.
No.
They all have Eatman shirts on or jerseys.
They do have merch.
You got merch?
There is a shirt. Yeah, there's a shirt.
We all got merch out here.
Yeah.
And a Yeti cup, apparently.
Yeah, if you've made the team. So this is my fourth year of the Storyline podcast that I'm on, and it's driven by fans. I mean, if they don't call, then it's not. Believe me, there was a show where no one called. That's not fun. But
oh gosh.
But it's driven by that. So kind of who calls the most. I keep track of that, and not just who calls the most, but also just kind of how they ask the questions and how they participate. But what's amazing is that those people there's 8 of them that went out. They're all from all over the place, even in England.
Yeah,
right.
UK guy.
Yeah. And they are friends. They have become a community.
What did you say?
A UK guy.
I thought you said the gay guy.
It did sound like that.
We looked at each other.
But because
you know what?
That's fine.
That's fine.
That's fine.
That's fine. If
Eric, turn off your mic.
If that's how you want to be, that's okay with me. I don't care. We had the UK guy.
I had to process it because I knew it was UK. Okay, but at first I was like, what?
Yeah.
But no, that's the best part.
So what do you fly them out here?
I don't do any of that stuff. Yeah, I don't do any of that stuff. But no, they all come out here together, and then they share an Airbnb, and it's amazing. But
that's awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
You were impressed.
I was, dude. It was a lot of fun.
There's some Tolos in there too.
They know everybody.
Boy named Sue that we met the other day. He was there.
They're the ones who named Tommy Big Sexy. That's how he got his nickname.
The Baby Rock. That's what I call it.
That's right,
He's
Baby
got
Rock.
that eyebrow. And
he'll do the eyebrow.
He's kind of swole.
Nick Eatman brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. What jumped out from the second padded practice yesterday?
Well, we're
going to talk about the media drama. I'm saving that. That's the entree.
So I was just trying to think
as Araku got tossed.
Yeah, they're not messing around with being, when it comes to hitting people late or getting into fights or not really fights, but skirmishes and stuff like that.
As Araku threw a punch, right? Steel.
Steel. That's twice that's happened with him because he got a little aggressive before and got Shoddy actually moved him out. I guess Jaden Blue is the number 2 guy. I mean, when you watch the drills, he goes second, and then he makes a play almost every day. I mean, he had one yesterday where it was such a great play by the offense, just a screen pass. But everybody, I don't know if y'all saw it, but you see Pickens. Pickens was blocked his guy. I don't know exactly who it was, but he blocked him completely out of bounds, and then they were kind of talking crap, and he was just like, "Oh, wide receivers aren't supposed to be physical," he's just talking, but he knocked the guy out. But Blue just untouched to the end zone. I can't wait to watch him in preseason.
Do you feel better about saying Blue's the second running back or Milton's the second quarterback?
Ooh, man. Sam Howell is continuing to just get the
Skip
reps.
rocks? Oh.
He's just getting reps. I'm not saying it's overly impressive, but it is becoming a little bit more of a competition there. I think I would say
I've been impressed with Joe.
Yeah.
I feel like Joe's gotten better.
But you know what?
He has.
Everyone out here, from Archer, Doney, I mean, they're just like, it's Sam. Sam's outperformer.
That's what I said when camp started. It would be Sam.
Yeah.
I think Milton
from a Cooper
is
Rush
better.
trust factor.
Yeah, for sure. You got one game. I trust Sam Howell more. Unless I have to maybe have it.
That's why. Who do I got to complete the pass to in the fifth row in the stands? Then I want Joe.
Absolutely.
Joe hasn't had a lot of those out.
No, Joe's had like three really good throws that were like top tier since.
Yeah, but also too, it's like in those preseason games, if you have to just take off and run, which he will do. We know he'll do that.
He's done less of that though. This camp.
Less. Yep. Yeah. But I would say running back probably is maybe a little bit more defined than the quarterback.
All right, now let's get down to the main topic. How much were you out here for this as it was playing out? I know you were front and center. Chiafalo?
Yeah, I went
were you
right.
on set?
I came and found him yesterday.
I was talking with Eric a little bit. We were right next to.
Do you want to explain what happened or just react? You want me to set it up or you set it up?
You set it up from your perspective.
You correct me on your perspective. So basically, right before practice starts, the Cowboys send out a message to all the media: no more videoing team portion. This is where Machota, Nick Harris, the website, Tommy, Bobby, they're all making their bread off of that. Like, they're sitting here sending out basically play-by-play of 11 on 11. You can do one-on-one. You can do, George and CD wearing the bucket net and all that. You can't record 11 on 11 anymore. The media loses their mind. The beat goes right after PR. I was impressed. It was... I need a popcorn for it. And this lasted for a good 20 minutes. Why now? Who complained? What's the difference?
We spend a lot of money to come out here and,
Spend a lot of money to come out of here. Who was it? And, man, two Cowboy PR guys, they were just getting assaulted. They were getting it. And the media was not afraid. And basically 20 minutes later, the policy gets reversed. They come back and they're like, we kind of took it. Now, these are my two guesses. If you don't feel comfortable going there, you don't have to. I think the policy got put in place because of Christian Parker, where Christian Parker is like, I used this against you guys when I was in Philly, so we shouldn't have play-by-play out here for showing what we're doing. And then, apparently, it got reversed quickly by the Joneses up top.
Yeah.
That's my understanding of it. And it was hilarious
I
to
wouldn't
watch.
dispute any of that.
In a 15 or 20 minute span, this new policy, Jerry swatting that ass out of here real quick. Is that accurate,
facts.
you think?
Yeah. What do the young kids say? That tracks.
Welcome to the NFL moment. That's the welcome to the Cowboys.
Yeah, Jesse Holly was next to me. He goes, "Oh, Christian, you thought this was about ball? No, man. It's like one of my favorite scenes of Friday when they ran out of milk and they said, you better put some water on that damn S. You better disguise that damn S. You better disguise this a little better out here because we're putting these clips out for clicks and hits."
What did Clarence say yesterday? Where he's like, it was a top 3 offense last year with us, putting these practice.
Yeah, I think the problem was they actually showed and exposed the defense. So I make the policy. You can't shoot.
That's why Diggs didn't know where to stand because we were putting videos out there.
But in all seriousness, Nick, all right, so answer for the fan, because I see the Cowboy fan supporting the team, the coaches on this. We get it all the time. You're giving away secrets and you're telling us where they're lining up. I love watching the highlights back home when we're not here. That's how I find out what's going on in practice. Does Christian Parker have a point? And should Jerry, when deciding between the media and what the coaches want in terms of secrecy, choose his coaches? The fans will say this is a reason why you don't win, and this is a prime example of how football is not number one here, and you're worried about clicks. Respond to that.
Yeah, I would say this, like, as a coach, if you think that these clips right here are the reason why that you're not winning, then I kind of put that back on you. You know, I think that would be, and also I think Eric and we were talking about this. Like, if this is the case, okay, if that really is the case, then it's a copycat league, right? So I want to know which of these 35 coaches that are out here is sitting here looking at Cam Scattaboo and what the Giants are doing, and are you following some old crusty reporter from the New Jersey paper how the Giants are doing it, or Philly, or whatever? Like, are you doing that? Are you reporting that? Is that what's happening? Because if it's not happening here, then I don't know if it's really happening there. I don't think that's really the case.
The other
really
problem
don't.
is the stands.
Yeah,
because you have content creators in the stands, and one of the beat reporters' points was it doesn't matter. I know we have a bigger following, but it doesn't matter if I put it out. Once someone puts it out and there's one retweet hit, it's out.
It's out.
It's out. So
you're
going to take all their cell phones up here?
Yeah.
Or not allow them in practice at all?
Yeah.
That's what has to be done. They're filming it. Why would you allow them to film it and not the people on the field?
If you searched Overshown destroys Lipke and then you wanted to see which clip, there were a lot of people from the stands that had that clip of that video, and then you just retweet the one that you like the best. So, yeah, that happened. And the interesting dynamic there was people that went into the stands after this.
Yeah.
And then
real media members.
Yeah,
Well,
and and then
not really.
Well, either way, they have a media badge,
right?
And that's what PR is like. Oh, really? You want to go that route?
That was
like be careful with how you jump back and forth here.
Which one do you want to be? Would you want to be a fan of the media?
Would your show like to issue an apology on behalf of anyone for maybe being the cause of this?
I'm going to Fauci this thing.
Is Jerry the owner or the GM in this situation?
Yeah,
that's I think the owner is owners at all in general. Publicity, clicks, that hits. General managers in general
protect it.
You think one game's ever been lost like this though?
I think 0 plays have been won or lost.
Wait,
I know Hellman cost 1 play.
But are you guys saying there's nothing to letting everyone else see how you line up and how you motion and what your route concepts are, or what your blitz package is, how you're disguising? There's nothing.
No more.
Why not just invite other teams to come watch it?
They do.
I think it's more personal.
They do.
Yeah.
If you sell, once you start selling things, which they do, if you sell a VIP package, there's nothing that stops another
every
team
in the NFL credentials advanced scouts to be in their press box to have a bird's eye view of the team a few weeks early. Like, I mean, okay, maybe
so it doesn't matter.
Maybe game one it matters. Game one, you don't know what they're going to get. But once game one starts, all these teams have film. And
so Belichick spying on the Rams for the Super Bowl didn't matter. He didn't really gain an advantage.
But that's again, we're talking about a one.
Was it the Rams?
We're talking about they are literally running all of their Super Bowl matters because you're going to see Nick Foles run the Philly special,
right?
Like it's a one,
and they do their trick plays here when we're not.
It's like
out here.
we're pulling everything.
Right.
Yeah, they
personnel
don't do all that.
Grouping. You might be able to see personnel grouping.
You'll see the stuff that you're going to see on tape anyway, and like the same stuff you're going to see on tape. You're not hearing their calls. You don't know what their language or their hand signals are. You're not going to know that by watching it.
Anything else to finish with on that?
I mean, that's true. I don't think I really just don't think it's that serious for other coaches or whatever to see that kind of stuff at this point in the year.
Yep.
But yeah, it was just one of those, hey, this is a process type thing, and would be better if we did this, and it got shut down for about 12 minutes.
Bro.
But then
that media, I was impressed.
Yeah,
I was like, well done.
Yeah,
they weren't having, and they knew too, Nick. They were like sitting there and they were telling it, they're like, this ain't lasting. They weren't sweating it. Now Nick Harris walked out. I thought he left the facility.
Yeah, I talked to Nick and I just said, because he walked off and I kind of got wind that this could change, so I just said, hey, let's chill out just for a second, because it might turn back around.
You knew it wasn't. You knew it was getting reversed.
He walked off before Tad said
PR.
Yeah, Tad from PR said, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go up there and and say let's talk to Jerry about this or whatever. So I was like,
bro, Machota didn't even have a drop of sweat coming off his head. He's like, this ain't
Oh, when he gets that, when he starts talking fast, he goes, I know this is turning around. I know they're not going to have this.
You think I don't know about this? Let's cross talk with the KNC Masterpiece next. That's Nick Eatman, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort.
Chevrolet Grapevine today. The number one Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece here. Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ. Eric Chiafalo, kind enough to join us here during the morning show. Wolchuk tomorrow, maybe? Did he volunteer or not?
He is not.
Is Maya going to wheel him in here?
We could force.
My goodness.
I could force it. I could guilt him into it.
Yeah.
You could.
Yeah, I could. I could guilt him into it.
That's never
Hey, I like
going
your
away, is it?
display name there, Hagee. Good one.
Hey, any day I just get to hear Bobby and Shoddy talking ball is a good day.
Disgusting. I should have done the basketball contest with him at the end to dunk it on him. What's coming up on the show, guys? Good morning.
Thank you very much, Sean, for the good morning. Good morning to you. 10:20 today. Skip Schumacher. Where we will ask the question.
We won.
What the hell happened with Jacob Latz last night? And how do we get more of these wins? How do we get more of this action? And then, Kevin, I want to
make some trades, right?
I wanted to bring up. Nope, you can't do that anymore. There's not even a second trade deadline anymore.
That was not a thing.
I wanted to bring up the moment in time, Kevin, where John Blake punched a media member out and took their camera and stomped all over it. Do you remember that time?
He did not.
That was Kenny Rogers.
He did not punch them, but yeah, he was very.
What exactly?
Angry.
So you Darvish was throwing for like the first time in forever.
Coming off of Tommy John surgery, and there was a whole lot of media there, and they said, "Hey, you can take pictures, but no video." And a Japanese film crew set up and started filming, and John marched over there, and he goes, "Hey, are you filming?" I said, "No filming. You need to delete that right now." And he stood right there.
He opened
and
their
watched
camera
them
and
delete it.
the spool of film
That-
just fell
not-
out
no,
and just went
not-
all over
no.
the
Wow,
come on.
Not
immediately.
that
Yeah,
part.
it was hilarious.
But he stood there to watch them delete it.
So there's always a battle between media and sports teams.
What did you guys make of that Cowboys story yesterday?
I mean, I like the statement of "Welcome to the Cowboys, Christian Parker." This is how it works.
I would have paid to be in Christian Parker's office when they had to go in there and deliver the news that the new policy, giving them more privacy, got swatted.
I'm guessing.
Do you think he was told about it first, or he saw on Twitter that it had been reversed?
I would have told him first. I just don't understand.
I'm guessing a desk tipped over.
You think
just tipped over a desk
like Jesus at the temples?
And then what does Jerry? What did Jerry and Steven then say to Christian to explain why they overruled it? And how was Jerry not informed from the jump? I have a lot of questions. You made a new social media policy not allowing any video highlights from practice team periods, and you didn't think Jerry Jones would have a problem with that? You didn't think that Clarence Hill was waiting for Jerry's ass to walk down them steps from that tower and that they were going to swarm Jerry to let him know that they had a problem with this, and that Jerry was going to be like, guys, I'm going to support less media. I'm going to support no highlights. I'm going to support all y'all coming out here and not being able to distribute this I don't understand that thought process that Jerry had no idea about it.
I got a question for you, and just kind of helps me out a little bit because you guys are there. We're back here this week. Are we certain it was Christian Parker?
We're not.
Yes, we are.
Okay then. Because I was
controversy.
I had a conspiracy that maybe it was one of the TV program directors who was like, "I'm tired of why do we even come out here?" And
no, because they were part of the policy. They were told they could only get tight shots,
but they could get them with the TV cameras.
One of the people with the Cowboys did say, and maybe this was their spin to the beat reporters who were seething, salivating. He goes, "We know of instances where this has been used against us."
Okay, gotcha.
So that's where then people are like, "Oh, maybe
right."
People believe it was Christian Parker saying, "I used this against y'all in Philly," which I, by the way, totally understand and. I don't disagree with Christian Parker. I understand why you want to keep your stuff private. I get that. Spittle just sent us the Houston Texans video board when you walk in.
It says protect the team. No video posting live play-by-play during team period.
And that applies to the fans too.
Correct.
Yeah. So, like, I get it. I'm actually surprised. What were the policies? Do y'all remember the policy? Like, Garrett and McCarthy were paranoid, too.
McCarthy pulled the numbers and names off of the jerseys in the blue-white scrimmage, and that was stupid. Garrett never, like, loved it, but Garrett also, like, knew what it was, so there was never, like, an enforcement.
But remember,
like that.
we were not allowed to film walkthrough. Remember, they did the
because why? Because fans were not in walkthrough.
Fans were not in walkthrough. But fans were that was at the 10 o'clock. At the 4 o'clock practice where fans were allowed, it was open filming. Bill had this where he had the camera crews, the TV. Now, we didn't have cell phones back then, like with video.
Damn, you're that old.
Yeah, right? But the cameras could only shoot the O-line, right? They couldn't shoot
flip phone.
Anything beyond that. My guess is that
that's how Bill won a Super Bowl here.
That's right. My guess is that the people who put this edict on knew it was going to get overturned, but did it to appease the coaches.
Okay.
We know this is not going to stand.
Yeah.
We have to act like we are going to listen to them. We're going to do what they want to do, and then knowing it's going to get overturned.
Bobby's shaking his head no.
No, they thought that was standing yesterday.
Yesterday, but eventually overturned?
No, they thought that was standing. I heard somebody say, I was like,
but why would they think? Why would they think Jerry Jones would be cool with it?
I'm guessing because it's one of those things where
it's beneath him.
No, just once. Even if it gets up to Jerry, we'll be the ones who have to deliver the news to him. We'll present the case in the way we see it, and he'll then go, "Oh, okay, that's why y'all don't want to do it." I don't think they anticipated that without media advocates up there like doing it, that they would run into that.
I don't think that. This is because I see this a lot on the fan text. I don't think Jerry cares more about the clicks than he does about winning, but I don't think he's willing to sacrifice the clicks for winning.
Agreed. And I literally don't think they've ever lost a game because of it.
And I don't think it's the other way around either. I don't think that he's willing to sacrifice winning for the clicks. I think he's like, why can't I have both?
Right.
I had both whenever I was playing at Arkansas, and we had all those people covering us then.
Yeah.
I had both whenever I was winning Super Bowl, whenever we won those first 3 Super Bowls. So
did you like those 3 Super Bowls?
Did you like those 3? So why can't I have both of them? Why can't I have everything right now? He's made that commitment that media helps the Cowboys, and so he's like, I'm going to keep doing both of those.
In the last 10 years, do you know which organization has had the most tightly policed, buttoned up policy about what you can talk about? And
New England?
Like probably
the Patriots.
Commanders. Oh wow,
Saints.
Peyton.
They didn't win. They didn't win Jack S, to quote someone, over those last 10 years when he had that policy in place. In fact, there was a lot of under 500 seasons in there.
Well, didn't they win a Super Bowl though?
Yeah, by cheating.
Yeah, but they won they won the Super Bowl with Breeze. There were plenty of years where they underperformed. Green Bay's another one that's very tightly locked, and they underperformed.
Kick, they still haven't recovered.
Well, everybody was caught off guard because they weren't filming the onside kick practices.
Right. And you know what? That actually is a good point for the Super Bowl. You're talking about a single game, but again, this is the thing where every team credentials advanced scouts to go watch them in their facility for every game. I don't know what they think they're hiding, other than the first game, maybe.
Christian Parker's at the podium today, by the way.
Oh,
well.
I don't know if anybody's going to ask him.
How many actual
or they want to ask him,
football
why'd you do this? They'll just say, what do you think about this?
Then this caused a second fight in the car between Bobby and Choppy over Dallas media, specifically Cowboys media, and whether they represented and brought it or not.
Because my whole point was, Sean was impressed.
He will be asked about it.
Sean was impressed with the way that the beat went after it. And I had said, this is why Choppy's stance all the time that New York media is tough, this media not tough. I was like, no, here's the difference, and this is maybe just linguistics. You saying they're tough is just code for they're rude. They don't ask tougher questions. They ask them in a more rude way.
Do you think
they're rude? We ask tough questions.
Be even in Major League Baseball right now, and he's standing right next to you like that, like Mike used to say?
Yeah,
I would just tell you to read the newspapers up there, and then read the morning news or whatever the other
again,
papers here.
It's rude. It's not more pointed. It's the same criticism. It's ruder.
Well,
that's all it is.
They win more Super Bowls.
You're thinking rude as code for tough. You're getting the answers out there. No, yesterday they were out there doing.
Read the article.
You think that somehow? No, you know what? In fact, I bet you that gets turned around.
Do you think Jerry or the coach here get let off the hook?
Yeah, I mean, I think the leash is longer.
No. With who?
With the local media.
Yeah, I think the local media, our leashes are longer.
How's that media helping the Jets?
Hold on. The New York media, the New York media can't keep Woody Johnson in check, but you think they're like somehow like they don't hold
they don't
Jerry
have access.
accountable?
They don't really have access to him.
Jerry gets like needled all the time. I don't know what you think they don't hold him to account for.
Yes,
I'm not saying they don't hold.
Give me the
accountable.
issue or a situation that you think the last time the Dallas media did not hold the Cowboys accountable for.
They hold them accountable. I'm
Which
just
is
saying
tough.
they're not
You're
as
tough on them.
They're not as. I mean, look, Parcells would tell you, quite frankly, that the
Corey,
Dallas
newspaperman,
media was much
who's
easier on
right?
him than the New York media. Like, if you're trying to compare, if you're trying to say that us as the Dallas media is as tough as the New York media,
No, I said
you're just
Cowboys
foolish.
media is.
What do you think, Kevin?
I agree with Bobby specifically about Cowboys media. I think Cowboys media is
Ranger media is different.
Yeah, no, Cowboys media I think is at the same level as the New York and Boston media that you're talking about. Every other sport's not even close.
Especially when Jane's asking questions.
Yeah, tampering.
Eric, thank you.
Hey, thank you guys.
We'll see how today goes.
Oh, hey,
tonight.
Eric.
Even if you're 15 minutes late, we love you anyway.
I'll be at dinner. Yeah,
me too.
How are we going to get on the man for volunteering? He didn't have to be here at all.
That's true.
And then we're making fun.
No, Dawson fell asleep at like 9 o'clock last night.
Hey, yeah,
Like,
we turn
good
off
for
those
him.
lights so you take off the sunglasses and you still have it.
Yeah.
Well, this is my bit now.
We're back tomorrow morning. It's the KNC Masterpiece next on The Fan.
He's our Cowboys insider, and he's not afraid.
Levy, KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. A little bit of a shorter show today leading into Rangers. Pregame will start at 1 o'clock there. We got Skip Schumacher coming up in about 20 minutes. So let's talk about the Dallas Cowboys. We can get into media stuff if you want.
I had enough of it.
I was going to say, I don't think I care as much as other folks.
I cared about telling the John Blake story.
Hell
I
yeah.
love me some John
Man,
Blake, dude.
He shut that S down, and he stood there while they deleted it and everything. And I was like, oh, you're not getting away with this, buddy.
Remember that time we had a plan, and he was like, look, I get what you're trying to do, and it's funny.
That is my favorite look. Real quick, probably my top 3 John Blake moments. That when with the film crew that he forced to delete rather intensely, the argument that him and Evan Grant had
my gosh.
in the little press conference room, and
Evan
he
sat there
stormed off.
John Wayne.
Yeah, it felt like
and
a
now
romantic
they do a podcast together.
It felt like a romantic comedy because Evan was just there for a minute. To your point, then he goes, John Wayne, and he opened the door and chased after him.
John was standing in the rain, and then he ran out into the rain, and John actually had an umbrella, and then they talked for a minute.
I really wish we would have started singing It Might Have Opened the Door to Your Heart. And then my favorite is the one you just referenced when we were going to do the Prince Fielder hits me in the junk with a wiffle ball bat. And John Blake, in his very distinctive speaking style, caught up with me outside of the media area at the stadium, and he said, he goes, yeah, sorry, look, I get what you're trying to do, and I think it's hilarious. And he said it just like that, and I was like, oh, thanks, John. Appreciate that.
Yeah, and you know what? Here's kind of the deal, Kevin, and we didn't know this at the time, but Prince Fielder didn't make much more baseball after that because of a neck injury. So aren't we glad we weren't the reason that he was like, hey, let me be in on this bit and hit you in the junk. And then all of a sudden his neck's hurt and everybody's like, look at this stupid thing that they did.
Yeah, so
we just had Colby do it instead, which was probably a harder swing.
Yeah, it definitely was a harder swing, I'm willing to bet. All right, so I'm going to start with this question that I saw from the DallasCowboys.com mailbag, and it intrigued me. Maybe it means talent or leadership or whatever else you want it to be.
Okay.
You gentlemen, who is that dude on defense? Now, last year when we asked Jerry a variation of this question, he said it was Dak Prescott. So my question for y'all, whether you think it's leadership, how good they are, just their base talent, whatever the case is, who do you think is the dude singularly for the Cowboys on defense?
Did they all look to?
Maybe not.
Honestly, I don't think he's there yet. That sounds weird because I'm not saying it's somebody else from the outside. I know who I want it to be, but I still think that Camp is an opportunity. I think it's Rashawn Gary.
Ooh, okay.
Because I think he wants it that badly, and he's in the trenches, and he's going to be capable of making a lot of plays. But I don't think he's quite earned all of the respect yet.
Yeah.
But we talked to Donovan Ezraku and asked him, hey, dude, who, by the way, had a little bit of got kicked out of practice yesterday. Kevin,
yes, we will get to that. He's had a couple.
He's a little more like you than you thought,
issues.
But we talked to him and we were like, dude, some people say that the media is sleeping on Rashawn Gary, and he was like, why? And because he's seen the work that dude's done during the offseason, right? And so I think that you have to be in the middle of it to see somebody take on a little extra or do a little more that makes you go, well, I owe that dude forever. And I think that's like right now, Camp is just like, for some of these things, it's like, hey, get up, keep running, or whatever. But it's not those moments in a game yet. So I think it's going to take a few games for that to really flourish. But right now, I do think Rashawn Gary is one of the dudes leading the charge for that.
Okay. You know, it's really interesting because I thought you might go down the route of Caleb Downs. But
not yet.
And
DeMarvion Overshown did say we don't look at him as a rookie. We're already looking at him as a veteran.
Right.
But he's saying all the right things. But again, I think we need to see it. But I think the team needs to see just he's at another level even whenever we step on the field for game time.
I'm gonna default to. I still think it's Quinnen Williams, and I'm really anxious to see what it looks like with the full off-season training camp, now start of the season with the Dallas Cowboys. So I'm going to go with Quinnen Williams. I see a couple of different candidates, whether it's leadership factor, DeMarvion Overshown, but look, at the start of camp, obviously, they've been treating him very delicately. If you think it could potentially be Kenny Clark, you mentioned Rashawn Gary. If you think it's going to be Caleb Downs, if you think Deron Bland is going to get back to what he was and he becomes the dude strictly on talent, and I think all of those are like viable, and that's what I wanted to see, which direction you would go on this. But I'm going to go with Quinnen Williams for now.
I'm curious about Quinnen because I'm with you. I'd love it. He's a star player, right? In it, like he's a guy that media knows him. Everybody knows his name. He's got star player qualities.
That is an interesting question.
I wonder if I don't know if he was a leader in New York, or if just
I can't say I was monitoring.
Yeah, I don't know
think
that.
The Jets were either.
Exactly. That's kind of where I am with that. Is he has this whole new fresh opportunity to live up to what your desire and expectation and want for him is. And I just don't know if he ever truly had the asset for it up there in New York. Maybe the one year when he was the All-Pro, he was like, man, things are going really well. But then, when you're on a team like that, and it's that kind of struggle all the time, it's kind of a beatdown, and you kind of just want to hide more than you want to step out and be like, hey, let's do this.
To go along with that, is your answer the same? I could see it pivoting. I'm going to stick with Quinnen. Is that the number one defensive player they can't lose? Because I know, like, on offense, you'd be like, oh, you can't lose Dak. And that's right. And I think we would all agree on that. Who's your number one defensive player they can't lose then?
That's a good question. I think I'll say Quinnen.
Okay.
I think Quinnen's the dude that, like, because of the thing that he does, what he lends to the team, nobody else can do. I think there's going to be a rotation with Rashawn Gary a little bit, but I think he's going to be on the field more often than not.
Right.
But I think Quinnen Williams does something specific, and you put so many resources into acquiring him that you just can't have him off the field. I want to say by the end of the year that we're both sitting back going, it's DeMarvion Overshown. I want to say that.
Sure.
Because he's the dude that's just making plays all over the field. So far, though, what we've heard, Kevin, from dudes making plays all over the field, it's dudes in the secondary. It's Caleb Williams, it's Durant, it's Jalen Thompson. Those are the ones that the coaches are saying you see flash all over the field. So maybe Jalen Thompson, our best friend, our new family friend, as you like to say.
Yes.
And an acquisition that they spent resources on this offseason to get, maybe he becomes that guy that you just can't afford to not have on the field because A, communication, B, leadership, and he shows up whenever the ball's around.
Now, sticking with the theme of the defensive line and the defensive tackles while also incorporating the offensive line, Tyler Smith was chatting yesterday about how he feels like these defensive linemen are making him better, and then he added, I feel like in my years in the league, I've had great interior defensive linemen to go up against. Don't get me wrong. We had Osa, Linval Joseph, Jonathan Hankins, all those guys. I feel like these guys are really extremely talented players. I feel like they're top tier. I feel like this is the best work you can possibly get. So that feels like A, positive for the defensive line, but also B, going back to what Shoddy loves to say, even Steven referenced it, the iron sharpens iron, hopefully making what we feel like is a really good interior part of the offensive line even better.
I love to hear that because Tyler Smith's already good.
Right.
Tyler Booker's already good. Like, these Tylers are very good. So, like that. Did I say Caleb Williams or did I say Jalen Williams?
I guess so.
I thought I said Jalen, but whatever. Tyler Smith's already a very good player.
Sure.
So him saying that those guys are that good is a compliment to them.
Sure.
As much as it is a compliment to himself of I'm getting better because of them. It is definitely a compliment to what the Cowboys did, adding that and creating that kind of competition for them, because you do need that. Kevin, if you go out there and you're just beating the dude over and over, what are you getting out of it? How good are you getting because of it? Did Michael Irvin and Deion Sanders make each other better at practice? And did they make the team better because of that? Yes, that's the answer.
Now, you mentioned Donovan Ezeraku. So Donovan Ezeraku was walked to the locker room, a.k.a. kicked out of practice because per Shoddy, he threw a punch at Terrence Steele. Now, there are other things that Shoddy updated us on yesterday. Tyler Guyton missed some reps with the first team due to a sore elbow, which was interesting timing because it felt like the Cowboys essentially admitted there was never a real left tackle competition and that Guyton was the guy. DeMarvion Overshone was held out of team reps because of sore legs. You can read into that more if you want, or I think it just feeds into they've been kind of wrapping him in bubble wrap thus far. And Elijah Clark, his injury was an ankle injury, and they don't think it's going to be as serious as we all kind of initially thought when you saw him leaving the field. But let's focus in on Ezeraku, because he's already had a couple of, we'll say, dust-ups to start camp. What do you think about the idea that he was, or the fact that he was kicked out per Shoddy because he threw a punch at an offensive lineman?
Don't throw a punch because that's going to get you kicked out of a game.
Right. Yes.
So he needed to learn that immediately. If he already didn't know.
So you'd be okay with maybe a scuffle type thing that wouldn't get you kicked out of the game and hopefully not even penalized?
Because, I mean, think about that for a second. He went back to the locker. He talked to Will McClay. He talked to Todd Williams, walked into the locker room. A lot of people were like, oh, that means Max Crosby's coming. I'm like, what are we doing right now, guys? But you just gave him an almost real-life game experience of what happens if you do that. You go back to that locker room and it's alone. You're by yourself. You're thinking about all the stupid things that you just did.
Right.
And why you let that get the best of you. And did I need to do that? And why am I not out on the field right now helping my team? That's what you just gave him by kicking him out of practice.
Yeah.
These dudes love reps, need reps, want to be on the field. They don't want to be off the field by any means. They all understand how important these reps are to them and how important they are to their careers. Like none of these dudes want to be leaving practice, especially a guy like him who you're like, we got to see something from him.
Yeah.
So you gave him a real life experience by sending him off and telling him see you later. And that's one of those like tough dad moments, right? Where you have to do something that you don't like to do, but your kid's going to be tougher for it. And so I think that was a good decision on Shoddy's part. Sent a message to the rest of the team, too, of, hey, guys, you throw a punch in the league, you're out of the game.
Yes.
Cost your team. You're going to cost your team if you let that happen. So I like that move.
Now, I've got a theory.
I most definitely said Jalen Williams.
I'm sorry. I was going to say,
Jalen Thompson.
I think I had pieced it together, so some people thought you said Caleb Williams and you meant Jalen Thompson, but I get it nonetheless. So, Otito Ogbonnia, this is somebody that we have talked about a few different times because, we talked about the other two DTs, feels like 1, 2. But for Tito, he is somebody who, and you'll love this, people will call him Tito, and I know sometimes you like to call engineers that we had Tito, is he made a couple of different plays yesterday, snuffing out screens and pitch plays to the outside. This is something that Nick Eatman had talked about earlier. And man, when you talk about the defense and you talk about a player that might have the capability of shutting down a screenplay, that is my defensive love language for this team, right? That's what I'm going to go with because, I mean, I don't have the stats in front of me to back this up straight away, but it felt like every time there was a dump off or a little screenplay, you're like, well, that's getting 8 yards. Mm-hmm. So the idea that like one of your rotational linemen, even if it's your third rotational defensive tackle, is able to stop that with some of his speed and football instincts, I think could be very exciting, albeit, of course, it's still just practice.
Yeah, but you do want guys who can read and react.
Yep.
Have the physical ability to make the play also. Like those three things are so important, and because you can't have dudes over pursuing and getting lost in the game.
Yeah, or you can, and you end up with previous iterations of
like,
this
hey,
exact defense.
George Pickens, you're going to have to go score a touchdown now.
We're the Kansas City Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming off a walk-off win, let's talk with Texas Rangers manager Skip Schumacher right here on The Fan.
tires, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to talk to Texas Rangers manager Skip Schumacher. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for having me on. I was driving in, listening to you guys on the show, talking about which towel or how many towels you guys use, and I'm a one towel guy. So
Okay.
you know, I'm not gonna elaborate after that.
Okay, thank you, because Lord knows we would ask those questions. Now
I know that's why I wanted to.
Now, not only for the standings and for the race for the division and everything like that, because I think we understand that, but for just the mentality of the team, how important was it to get that win last night?
It was important, I think, for a number of different reasons. Obviously, to end the losing streak, but also because we kind of blew a lead, got it back, blew a lead, and then if it would have been really deflating if we ended up losing that game. At some point, Jacob Latz was going to give it up. I mean, and I hate to say I was waiting for this all year, but at some point, he just being a human, something was going to happen. And unfortunately, he did yesterday, but still came out with a win. But a lot of good things, obviously, Duran and Seager and the top of the order, really contributing. But Mackenzie Gore was last couple starts, in my opinion, has been really good. And hopefully this is the version we get the next 2 months.
Okay, so I'm glad that you said that, and I feel like obviously we've asked variations about this with Rocker and with Leiter to a certain degree, but do you see some sort of like underlying similarities in his good starts versus obviously earlier this month, a couple of rougher starts for him?
It's just been kind of one big inning that's cost him. I mean, if you think about the Tampa game, he gave up 2 home runs in the first inning and then went 6 scoreless and gave up maybe a hit the next 6 innings against, a really, really good Tampa team. And then goes back out last night and goes, 6 scoreless. I mean, so you see some really good things. I think some pitch usage stuff we've identified and trying to, up the changeup usage, get the fastball back at the top. Try to get inside on guys, kind of a crossfire, not just in for show, but like in for strikes. So a number of things that we're trying to work on pitch usage wise, and it feels like it's working.
And obviously yesterday, like you said, turned out to be a really good start. I've always been curious for somebody like Mackenzie Gore. Do you go into a start by start basis and you're like, hey, we'd really like to walk away from this one with Gore having a 3-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio, or is that something that maybe is not a big part of the game plan going in?
I like outs.
Okay.
So, you know what I mean? Like, however you get them with a scoreless inning. And then if we get, I can get 5 or 6 innings from a starter, obviously I want 6 or 7, but anything over 5 innings obviously really helps our bullpen in a winning game. So I think obviously, the strikeouts are great. It's a strikeout league nowadays. And swing and miss is real, especially in leverage spots. And I think some of his big innings, he has strikeout stuff. Some of his big innings, he's left runners not stranded. I mean, they've scored. And so last night in Tampa, there was, if the guy was on, they were stranded. And I think that's the biggest difference the last 2 times, 2 outings. And hopefully, of course, I like the punch out, but I like outs even better.
Skip, I always do love hearing you talk baseball, but also you are a manager, and managing a clubhouse is an important factor in what your job is as well. Mike Bassick used to, whenever he was on our show with us, he used to tell us all the time, you get 1, maybe 2 meetings that you can call as a manager throughout a year. And I was just kind of curious on what your philosophy is on that. And did you have a message after the trade deadline that you wanted to give to the group?
Yeah, listen, I don't, under a former manager that I know you guys don't want to talk about, I learned from, and there's a few meetings a year. One of them is, spring training. One of them is opening day. Post All-Star break, and hopefully the meeting right before postseason, and then the end of the year, which hopefully you're holding the trophy. Those are the times where you use the meeting, and then anyone in between, there's usually either something going on in the clubhouse that you need to hit real quick, or pretty much, good or bad. So the trade deadline afterwards, obviously there's a lot of stuff reported, and felt like it was the time to, kind of discuss, everything that went on, amongst the group. And I thought it was a really good conversation. And the reality is, with Jacob deGrom, there's a lot of stuff out in the media, but the reality is, he wanted to stay and wanted to win here. And I think when you heard that from him, it goes a long way. So as crazy as it sounds, going into that game, one of the worst games that I've been a part of. The energy going into that game, I looked at Ragsdale and I was like, hey, we might score 10 runs in the first. I mean, that's how good it felt going into the game, and then we just absolutely laid an egg. Obviously, it was not great, but it was just a really good feeling coming out of that meeting and into the dugout. So hopefully there's always some carryover after post deadline and not knowing where guys are going to be, if guys are going to different places or have to move their families. There's a lot of emotion that goes on during the deadline, but I think now that it's all gone and we're ready to go and they know they're here, I think hopefully we go on a run here soon.
Well, you brought up Nemo's name a lot of times when it comes to the leadership in that clubhouse, and man, love what he did last night for sure. But then, I guess that question of DeGrom, does it feel like, I know they taped up General on his nameplate, but does it feel like they can look at that and say, we can rally around this, we can that's a dude that we look up to and find as a leader also?
Yeah, in my seat, you're always looking ways to motivate guys and create the edge every day.
Yeah.
I don't want to speak on different coaches in different sports, but, football is, you have a limited amount of games. When you're trying to find motivation for 162 every day, it does get challenging. And so when, certain things happen that create that for me, man, I'm great. It works out great for me. So I think that edge, that motivation, hearing it, from one of your best players on the team always goes a long way. And I've said it a million times that the messaging coming from a player is so much more powerful than a manager. As much as I want to think my message works, hearing it from one of your team leaders goes much further. And so it's always good to hear from them.
Well, I am going to put power back into your message, and I promise I will pivot off this line of questioning. A lot of Rangers fans were kind of crestfallen at the lack of moves at the trade deadline for a variety of reasons. I was kind of hoping, because this is a great way for you to speak directly to the fans, what would be your message to the fan base who is maybe a bit nervous, last night's win notwithstanding?
Yeah, I mean, listen, we haven't been healthy and we've played 500 baseball. I mean, that is the reality. So, we have to get going and we have to prove that we are, here to win. And that was the plan heading into spring training, that we had a group in that clubhouse that has won before, knows what winning looks like, and we have not played our best baseball. That is 100% true. There's probably two guys in that clubhouse that are, two or three guys that are having, what they think are good years so far. All the rest of them are like, what the heck? We have 2 months to write this thing and to make sure that our numbers are our numbers. And if we all do our job collectively, we should be able to win a lot more games than we have. It's actually, I know there's the trade deadline stuff. We added, Silseth, we have Ohapi, we added a couple guys, but again, it's we haven't had our full team out there, health-wise, and that's been discouraging a little bit, and I get it, but I think there's enough in there once we are all healthy to make a run at this thing, and hopefully it starts. It started yesterday.
The last night in that game, the outfield was playing in that ninth inning. The outfield for San Francisco was playing in a little bit, and it was kind of surprising considering where Berger was. He didn't have a huge lead. Were you kind of surprised that they left that much deep open for you last night?
Yeah, I have no idea what, I've been in, a few different organizations as far as, what front offices believe in. And I know back in the day, Dave Duncan, he wanted everyone deep and wanted everything to fall in front. And that was okay because you're one pitch away from a double play, right? That was the old school mentality. Nowadays, there's stuff that comes down from the front office based on whose pitcher, what pitcher is out there and what hitter he is facing and what field you are playing at. and this is kind of where you stand, and the ball should be hit to you. I mean, that is literally how these analytics and sabermetrics work when it's delivered to you. And so I don't know what other teams do, but I do know that in the different organizations that I've been with, unless there's, wind factor or rain or whatever, the plots are the plots, and this is where you stand, and that's why everyone looks at their cards. And so I can't tell you what they did or did not do. I just can tell you what we do, and it's literally a direction kind of where Travis, gets the information from up top and then uses his eyes to make sure that they're in the right spot.
Now, you said last night that it looks like it is time for Cody Bradford. Why is now the time for him to be back in there? How excited are you for him? And then are there going to be any pitch count or inning restrictions going in?
Yeah, really excited. We planned on honestly having him maybe a month after spring training. Kind of envisioned him in the rotation or, back in bullpen piece or middle, whatever it was. But we really were going to figure out how to utilize his weapons because it's a really unique fastball. You guys know who this guy is. I mean, he did so good for the 23 team. So excited to have him back. I think now we are able to push back a couple of our guys a little bit for an extra day rest. That was number one. Number two, he had such a good start and has been trending the right way back to old Cody, and the recovery has checked out. And we felt like this was the time to go at home against the Giants. A lot of lefties in their lineup. So a lot of things kind of factored into it. But, man, we're happy to have him back. And moving forward, as far as, like, innings and pitch count and all that stuff, yeah, you're probably going to have to keep your eye on it early on, in the 75, 80 pitch count mark, and then just kind of work from there.
Now, when you talk about maybe pushing some of the guys back or giving them an extra day, Mackenzie Gore going on the paternity leave list, is that going to help him out as well? And then where are we at with Jordan Montgomery?
Yeah, so first of all, praying for a healthy delivery today, sure. With Mackenzie and his wife or his fiance. So that's first and foremost. But he's gonna. As far as pushing him back, we're going to kind of map it out today, and I talk to him, make sure he recovered because I haven't talked to him. He's at the hospital, so making sure he feels good. That's also on the top of our list to do. But as far as pushing everybody back, it just feels like it's that time of year, and we can get a lot of innings on some of these guys that haven't been in this territory for a long time. Rocker, even Evo, a lot of innings pitched. But as far as Jordan, I can envision him being here soon as well. So what role that is, I can't give you a definitive role just yet. There's some moving parts, but I would anticipate him being activated soon.
Fair to say that he's chomping at the bit to get back, because I know before this last rehab start even, he was like, hey, I'm ready to go.
Yeah. He's been in my office, so he's ready to go. Yeah, that's for sure. I'll just say it like that. But yeah, he's ready to roll and excited to be activated shortly.
All right, Skip. Last thing for you. I started doing Tank Top Tuesday, the first Tuesday in June. Yeah, thank you. The guns are showing. Yeah. And so we've been doing it. And my kids go back to school next week. It's on a Tuesday, so I was like, I'm going to go ahead and say Tank Top Tuesday's done for the summer. Well, the Tolos, our Turn It On, Leave It On listeners yesterday said, no, we want more Tank Top Tuesday. And I told them that as long as the Rangers keep showing that they have the heart and the passion to go out there and fight and scratch for every win, that I'll keep Tank Top Tuesday alive. Can you guarantee me? Can you guarantee me, Skip, that I'm going to keep Tank Top Tuesday alive heading past September?
I absolutely guarantee that Tank Top Tuesday will be alive. Do you pick your kids up in the tank top?
Hey, you know what? It's the whole Tuesday.
That is a quality follow-up question.
It's the whole Tuesday.
Perfect. I love that. Yes, absolutely. I can guarantee that, and I need to see it as well.
Okay. All right. We'll be sending pictures over soon.
All right. And I'm so sorry. I know this is an awkward follow-up to that, the tank top question, but I do feel like we'd be doing the listeners a disservice if we didn't ask, well, how are we looking with Josh Young?
Yeah, unfortunately, we got more imaging done. I know it's been kind of this roller coaster of day to day, and going the right direction and trending and all that stuff. And to be completely honest with you, that was the truth. And then he started running again and just kept feeling it. So we got another image done and just trying to figure out exactly what's going on. It's still in there, unfortunately, and it looks like it's going to be probably another 10 to 14 days, unfortunately, before we see any baseball activity or rehab games.
Okay, so, I mean, you can't rule out then the rest of the month if I use rehab math and everything right there?
Yeah, I honestly, I got you. I'm not sugarcoating this. I don't know, because I've been saying it's trending in the right direction, and then here we are, right? So I'm just going to try to watch it as much as I can, just like the trainers are, and then when they tell me, hey, it's trending the right direction, it could be in 7 days where he goes on rehab, but it's looking more like in the 10-day window.
Well, I'm sorry for being a downer. Just think about how awesome the Tank Top Tuesday is, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, I like the tank top conversation better.
Okay, thank you very much, good
Thanks,
sir.
Skip.
Best of luck this afternoon.
All right, guys, thank you.
There you go. From the man himself, you got to keep Tank Top Tuesday going.
There it is. As long as Skip says so, I'll do it.
Okay, good. Now, there's a couple of things to react to out of that, and not the least of which is we will have, you know what? Just real quick, let's have that Josh Young conversation because we're kind of switching things up today.
He might not be here.
Show.
He might not finish the season.
10 to 14 days. Today is, and I'm glad he knew when I said earlier this month. I obviously meant last month. But, okay, so let's just do the math out there. It's August 5th. So 10 to 14 days. He said potentially, because honestly, they don't even know. So now all of a sudden you slide out Josh Young to August 15th to the 19th. And that's what he said before he starts to do baseball activities or rehab stuff. So you got to think, in theory, you tag on what? At least a week on that. And so it feels like potentially best case scenario could be talking like August the 22nd through the 26th. And that feels like a best case scenario, although I know Skip said, hey, you never know, maybe we'll get hey, it's only going to be 7 days, let's go. But this has trended in the wrong direction pretty consistently for a couple of weeks, so September feels right to me.
Yeah, I mean,
which sucks.
If everything goes well, you may be able to get him back for the Milwaukee series at the end of August.
Yeah.
But based on as you called it, rehab math, more likely that Tampa series or even going on the road against Seattle in September. So that would be that's tough to be out with him without him for that long. But Kevin, the one I guess positive is you do have Corey Seager right now,
right?
And Nicky Lopez, who can play shortstop when Corey Seager is playing DH, and you do have Ezekiel Duran. I think Ezekiel Duran has saved you so many times this year.
He's one of the 2 to 3 guys Skip was talking about.
Yeah, he's saved you so many times this year. So fingers crossed for Josh Young. Hopefully he can get back, he can recover from this and everything will be fine. But they've got, at this moment, and they got to do what they've done most of the season is battle without.
Yeah, and I did really like Skip's follow-up of, do you pick your kids up in that tank top?
What's wrong with that? It's hot outside.
I just thought it was a quality follow-up question. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or were they in the VIP area at Cowboys training camp and didn't watch a lick of training camp? We'll do all of that next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll have Rangers
Chevys than anyone, all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
You know what? Cut it off. Cut off the audio. Cut it. Shut it down. We're going to talk about this
Hammers
now.
to black.
We're going to talk
it down.
about this right now. The Dallas Morning News has put together their top 25 athletes, 25 and under.
Where's Dak?
In North Texas. Dak is not. I'm so sorry to tell you, he is not 25 and under. I'm really sorry.
Since when?
Since 7 years ago. I don't know.
Is he 34?
It's been a minute.
So that would be
Wait,
90.
hold on. Do you think
How old is
34 is 7 years removed from 25?
No, I was thinking. I was like, he's 33.
Okay, so 8 years removed.
Yeah, but I thought he was 34. Is what I was saying.
Whew, we did.
Yeah, move on.
Oh, okay.
All right.
So,
Alec, you're really producing this show, guys. Come on.
This feels like a no-brainer to me.
All right.
But apparently it was not, because the person who I would have thought would have been the easy no-brainer number one is number two. Who would you think would be the number one DFW athlete 25 and under?
Cooper Flagg.
Alec, do you think that is a fair assumption now that you know it's wrong? That
It's wrong?
It's not Flournoy.
Why not? Did they give a reason why it's not Flournoy?
He's getting 1,000 yards this year, man. What are we doing?
By the way, it's Flournoy. Just so
Nah, I know that's why we play that drop. Oh, he's 26.
Oh, that's pretty low.
But
he's a cowboy.
No. He's 26 years old.
Oh, gotcha.
Which is undoubtedly why he's not number one.
They didn't do 1 through 26.
Yeah, no. Well, he's 26, so he didn't make it. But Alec, be honest. Who do you think should be number one on this list?
It should be Cooper Flagg. It should be.
He's number two?
It's not.
Okay, so Wyatt?
Which Wyatt?
Langford.
Langford, 6. Johnston, 4.
All right. Pickens and CD are old.
George Pickens only 25.
Oh. All right, then Pickens, number one.
He's number 5.
This is what's happening.
On the list. I have to admit, though, to be totally fair, I'm not super familiar with number 7 on the list.
Jacob Latz.
Cooper Lutkenhaus. He's a runner. I know who Jacob Latz is. He is a runner. He ran the fastest ever 800 meters. So,
Jakob Eunice.
For 2026. No.
All right. We haven't guessed it yet. So
you haven't. It's not. Corey Seager is far too old.
Nolan Ryan.
No.
Oh, Caleb Downs.
Caleb Downs is
another number one pick for the Cowboys this year.
Caleb Downs is 8.
I mean, I guess he hasn't stepped on the field yet, so that makes sense.
That's true. He's one spot ahead of AZ Fudd.
Oh, dude. Paige. Oh, Paige. Dude, it's got to be Paige. We've interviewed Paige.
That is correct.
She's awesome.
She is number one. I would just say, how is it not Cooper Flagg?
Easy. She's on a winning team right now.
That is true.
Cooper's team was not good.
That is also true. It has not been good.
Did he lead them to a championship last year?
Paige didn't lead them to a championship.
Yet.
No one's dying.
Okay, Jason Kidd. Man, you know what? Even now, people still have such spicy opinions.
Okay, hold on. So you're telling me you love the WNBA and the MNBA. You've loved both of them.
I do.
And the MNFL.
I don't. Is there a WNFL?
Not yet.
Okay.
That I know of.
Okay.
But if one day there is, I want to go ahead and trademark MNFL.
Gotcha.
So you love the WNBA and the MNBA.
I do.
And you're saying that Paige isn't better?
Correct.
Than Cooper Flagg?
Correct. And I think if you factor in many different things across the board, Paige is a damn good player. And if you put her at second on the list ahead of Tyler Smith, that would be intriguing to me. But her being ahead of Cooper Flagg just does not make sense to me. And I feel like we are huge advocates for the Dallas Wings and for the WNBA. That doesn't square with me whatsoever. By the way, AZ Fudd, or if you want me to, I'll just give you the whole top 10. Number 1, Paige. Number 2, Cooper. Number 3, Tyler Smith. That's another person I think has a really strong
he's
argument.
very good, yeah.
Wyatt Johnston is 4. George Pickens is 5. Wyatt Langford 6. Cooper Lutkenhaus, number 7. Caleb Downs 8. Easy Fudd 9. And Tyler Booker is tied for 10 with Hesley Rivera, the gymnast.
Okay.
She was part of the Team Gold.
I do disagree with the Fudd. I want to swap Fudd and Booker. Maybe even Ludenquist, but I don't know because I haven't checked in on running lately. My fault. I'm sorry.
True.
Thanks. I would like to swap them.
Okay.
Fudd has a pretty spectacular following. I know that for sure. We saw as the significance of their following whenever we went out there for media day, and that shit, like we just saw it on our social media how many fans they actually have out there. And that it was pretty impressive. I would like to swap him. I think Booker's already made that much of an impact for me, and I just don't know. I don't know if that was involved in the conversation.
Yeah,
I don't know how much like the presence of things actually matters either.
There are a lot of interesting things on here. Morez Johnson Jr. is ahead of Max Christie.
You are a Cooper Flag apologist, though.
That's very
like
true.
You are. That's not the right word. A Cooper Flag stan. Right?
Yeah.
Would that be?
You could say apologist too. I think
Alec,
that's fair.
is Cooper Flag stan the appropriate use for Kevin?
Yeah.
Oh, 100%.
We flew up to New York to go watch. So, yeah. But so Morez Johnson Jr. is ahead of Cooper Beebe and Max Christie, which is interesting.
The Mavs are that big of a deal, huh?
To me, I mean, I would have thought, but.
Not big enough to be the number one.
Yeah, Evan Carter's ahead of DeMarvion Overshone.
I will say this:
I haven't really thought about that comparison, though. I probably should have.
Like we could sit here and punch each other about this list all day long,
right?
But I will say this: it's a damn fine list of athletes.
That's great.
That's a pretty special list of athletes right there.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we can get some championships out of those young players, but also, we're kind of spoiled to have that many good athletes in the area playing for our pro teams. Would love to see all the wins pay off for us.
Right.
Go ahead and win all these games so we can argue even more about this.
Yeah, it worked. It is an intriguing list. I think the idea of Cooper Flag not being number one just doesn't totally make sense to me.
You sat there and talked to Paige.
She's great.
If all these people were on one team, do you think Paige would have them all in line?
Yeah, probably.
That's all. We sat down and had a conversation with her, and I was like, "Oh, she's definitely the alpha in the room."
Man, it would be funny to see Cooper go. I don't know if
she's like,
there'll be time for questions and feedback. Now that time ain't right now.
Caleb Downs is over there just reading, and he's just like, "Oh my gosh, this is the way you lead."
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next. It's time for Gridiron Gravy. Is this next year the one that one key Cowboy will make the Hall of Fame, but not the other one? Next, right here on The Fan.
This show requires an extra smart speaker. Your number one midday
Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, mixing things up. We've got Jared Sandler coming up at about 11:40, but right now it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it, rip it.
And let's start with, well, I have a question for you. Do you think this upcoming year will be the year the Cowboys finally get a Hall of Famer they've been waiting a little bit for?
Darren Woodson?
No.
Why do you hate Darren Woodson?
I do not hate Darren Woodson. I think Darren Woodson should have been in the Hall of Fame long, long ago. But go ahead and give me cut number 7 because NFL.com says it's actually going to be this fella who makes the Hall of Fame.
Back to throw, 4-man rush, standing and throwing the ball to the right, and a nifty catch for Witten. It's a 3, and 3 steps into the end zone for the GOAT. Touchdown, Witten and the Cowboys.
Oh, Romo?
It's for Witten.
Oh.
But I mean,
Romo threw that pass, though, right?
That I think,
probably.
I assume.
Know, yeah.
So the NFL.com has their Pro Football Hall of Fame class of 2027 modern era predictions. They say yes, obviously Belichick is now going to make it in. Willie Anderson, Rob Gronkowski, Torrey Holt, Adrian Peterson, and Jason Witten. They did make note of other notable modern era candidates, including Eli Manning, Ben Roethlisberger, Richard Sherman, and Darren Woodson, among others. But what do you think about the idea that Jason Witten goes into the Hall of Fame, which would be a victory, but obviously, once again, at least somewhat at the expense of Darren Woodson?
I would love it for Jason Witten, okay? I would prefer Woodson go in first. Just still to this day. I would rather have Woodson, who was a champion, go in first. Now, was it Jason Witten's fault that they weren't champions? No. There's a lot more than just one player on this thing. But whenever I listen to that list, Gronk is far more famous than Jason Witten, right?
That is true. Is this still how you're basing it?
I'm not just basing it on that. Like, just in the grand scheme of things, he's the bigger star than Jason Witten by far.
For sure.
And has Super Bowl appearances to lock that in. Jason Witten is famous around DFW, obviously, and with Cowboys fans, because the truth's in the dirt, dude. You know, like everything's there in the dirt. But also, that moment, I think nationally, it's the moment where he was running down the field with his helmet off. Like, that really changed, like, oh my gosh, what is this guy? But I don't know how much people, you know how there's always a player on somebody else's team that you're like, they're really good. And they don't get enough credit because they're Bobby Witt Jr. on the Kansas City Royals.
Right.
And
man.
I don't know if Jason Witten is nationally looked at as that way, but Gronk definitely is because he was on the biggest stage all the time. So it's no shot at Jason Witten. I was just kind of having the discussion about those two.
So
being in the same class,
man. I mean, and you have the makings of a potentially really impressive class, especially with some of the names that we talked about being left off. Here's a weird question for you: do you think Richard Sherman is more worthy of being in the Hall of Fame than Jason Witten?
That's a very interesting question because I think the Super Bowl appearances are insignificant there, are not insignificant.
Yes,
yeah, I do think that.
I hate to say it, I do too.
I am kind of curious. He was loud, but that shouldn't keep people from being in the Hall of Fame at all, and it hasn't.
Really good.
Yeah, he was an exceptional cornerback. Either the number 1 or number 2 for what, 4 years?
Right.
And won a Super Bowl. Went to another one. Was one of the leaders on that defense.
He was first team All-Pro 3 straight seasons. The season after that, he was second team All-Pro, to your point, about 4 straight seasons. He made the All-Decade team. Look, I think both are Hall of Fame worthy. Mm-hmm. But if you had to pick one, it's interesting to me that...
I probably would go Sherman.
Yeah, that Sherman would be on the outside in this NFL.com article, and Witten is in. Now...
What about Harvey Martin, though?
Harvey Martin damn sure is a Hall of Famer, and it is a shame. that we are sitting where we are with all of that. He absolutely should be in the Hall of Fame.
We need Hall of Fame votes. I mean, I'd probably be pretty biased, but we still need Hall of Fame votes.
Man, what a battle we would have over Frank Gore.
Would we?
I mean, unless you changed your mind.
Or unless I changed your mind.
I would love to see that, actually.
There'd be a pile of cookies so tall that you couldn't say no.
All right, let's go to the NFL.
Showing up at your hotel room.
100. The NFL Top 100. They've been going 2 by 2, and we have yet another Dallas Cowboy on the list. But let's go back to number 40. It goes like this: Trent Williams, number 40, then Justin Herbert, Cooper DeJean, Penei Sewell falls from 13 to number 37 this year. Number 35 is Jared Verse, and you notice, obviously, I skipped a number because number 36 for your Dallas Cowboys, wide receiver George Pickens at number 36 on the list.
Okay.
That feels about right.
Heck yeah, it does. Hold on, CeeDee Lamb's already been on the list, correct?
Yeah.
So they're saying, the rest of the league is saying that George Pickens they're more scared of him than they are of CeeDee.
At least based off of, and this list changes quite a bit year over year, but based on the last year, they're like George Pickens.
They maximized what George Pickens was, and CeeDee Lamb was injured, and that allowed for it.
True.
That was I still don't think that either one of those guys truly cares, except for maybe Pickens this year is like, I kind of need that number one status so I can get paid like you, CD, and CD's like, go get it, buddy.
Yeah.
So I think that's the case. They do want to win a championship. I think that's ultimately what they want. But hearing that, I mean, we saw it last year, dude. Teams had to start doubling George Pickens on slants and other things to keep him from beating them, and that's whenever the rest of the field opens up.
Now, another interesting little wrinkle to this is George Pickens is pretty much where CeeDee Lamb was last year. CeeDee Lamb was 35 last year, and George Pickens is 36 this season. And once again, I know Myles Garrett is going to be really, really high on this list. He might well be number one on this list. But Jared Verse at number 35, just to show yet again, he was not just a throw-in in that deal. That was the player that Cleveland was like, well, if we're going to make this deal, we have to have him.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's talk about the fears of the Atlanta Falcons have come to fruition. Jalen Walker indeed does have a torn ACL. He will miss the entirety of this season. He was injured yesterday. They feared the worst, got the follow-up test and everything like that, and he's going to be out for the remainder of the season. Last year's their first-round pick last year had 5.5 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, 1 fumble recovery. A player that looked like most certainly he was on the rise.
Yeah, no, and I mean, you expect big things in year two, especially as you're building up to something in that division that you think you can win.
So
that stinks.
Tough break for real for the Falcons.
I hate, Kevin, I say this a lot, and I think you can agree. I hate this for football.
Agreed.
Because I want to see the best of the best player, ultimately. But I hate that for football for sure.
Yeah, no, you're definitely right about that. Let's go from that to potentially good injury news for the Packers. Micah Parsons was asked about, hey, are you going to be ready for the Week 6 game against the Dallas Cowboys at Lambeau Field? And he said, I think that is very realistic. And it feels like Micah Parsons has been pretty realistic with this process. He's let people know when they're like, no, you are way further ahead of schedule than I actually am. So just keep an eye out on that. Not that you wouldn't have already, but that would be a big boost for the Packers going into that game.
Yeah, I don't think he's at a point now where he feels like he has to prove anything to anybody. Right? Where
maybe just himself.
I got to get out there earlier to prove to everybody else out there. So himself, he's like, I know what a real timeline is.
Right.
For me to be me.
Right.
And I don't have to change that timeline for anything else.
Yeah.
Because I got paid.
I would definitely be inclined to agree with that. All right. Let's go from that to Darnell Wright getting paid. The Chicago Bears have made him one of the highest paid offensive linemen. He gets a 4-year, $116 million deal with $93 million guaranteed. But real quick, I want to go to one Alec Medford. What did you think of? I believe it was Adam Schefter who said that Darnell Wright got a fat new deal. What did you think of that terminology?
I thought it was spectacular because it was very on the nose. It was a big man who got a big amount of money. I've never seen him use the verbiage.
I haven't either.
I think it was Rappaport who said it. I've never seen him use the verbiage fat contract for any player ever, but it's for one of the biggest players in the league. So I was like, okay.
I was just also amused by that. Now, less amusing, surely, for the Eagles. Jeff McClain of the Philadelphia Inquirer is reporting that Lane Johnson will be back soon, but he is missing practice yet again today. That is the 4th straight day for a non-injury related reason, but they expect him to come back soon, but thus far he has not been out there practicing.
Okay.
So take that for whatever you will.
That sucks for football, too.
Do you get conflicted, though?
Yes.
Okay, because it sucks for football, and you don't want good players to miss out. But if I told you, like, hey, I'm not saying this at all, but like if I told you, hey, Lane Johnson is not going to play when the Eagles play the Cowboys, or hey, Micah Parsons is not going to play when the Packers play the Cowboys. You're right. It's bad for football, but don't you also get in this area where you're like, ooh, good news for my team? That's good.
And I think that's fair.
Okay.
I think it's fair to think that way, Kevin.
Yeah.
Where you're like, dang, that stinks for that guy.
Right.
But when it's Lane Johnson and the Eagles.
Yeah.
You know.
You don't wish bad on anybody, but maybe in that moment you're not wishing the absolute
I'm not as
greatest.
upset for the game
I gotcha.
in that moment.
Okay. If they're a division rival. Oh, sorry, football.
And if it's the Eagles.
Okay.
Too. Dude, they hate Santa Claus.
Surely not all of them, right?
You don't remember what happened?
I do. I definitely remember what happened. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, the show of remembering. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus, hey, you can be a play caller too. Next on The Fan. Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Jeremiah Love is not going to play in the Hall of Fame game tomorrow because, I mean, come on. You know why. And also, because nobody cares.
He's a rookie. What's he even proven?
Carson Beck's playing. Why can't he?
Carson Beck's going to be out there starting his Hall of Fame career.
Oh, man.
In the most important game of your training camp.
Wouldn't you argue this is the least important game of training camp?
It's the first one.
I know. It's the preseason of the preseason.
I like listen, I'm not going to lie. That's hilarious.
Okay.
But, Kevin, we all know that we're going to be looking at Kalshi to see where all these plays are.
Don't! There are many other better things you could look at on Kalshi today.
Where are trades going for the Hall of Fame?
I hope
game?
that is not your commercial. Because
if they
I think
say,
it should be for everything else.
If they say, hey, can you check in on this Hall of Fame game? I'll just reply back and be like, Kevin said no.
Yeah, just tell them you didn't see the email until after you did the spot. And then we might want to revisit this at some point. That Dallas 25 and under are the gymnasts, women's hockey players, golfers. Are those the only ones that are going to win titles?
Well, Paige has a title
in professional sports.
But she's already gotten, she knows how to win.
Professional sports with our team.
Cooper Flagg lost a title.
Yeah.
Chance.
Is Cooper Flagg, the Wyatts, Tyler, or any of them? I know. I was at that game.
Does Cooper Flagg does he even know how to win at this point? He loses the title for Duke, and then he comes to Dallas, and they have a losing season.
You shut up. But you're making valid points. But still, you shut up. But I just want to know, how many team athletes on this list do you think are going to win a title?
Oh, Cowboys this year. Honestly.
Why did you confront him over that?
No, that was a laugh dunking on you, Kevin.
Yeah, that was an agreement laugh.
Yeah.
Oh, and for anybody that doesn't know, Kevin's still furious that Cooper Flagg, he's a Cooper Flagg stan, he's furious that Paige is above him on the top 10 list.
Furious
25
is
under
probably
25,
giving too much.
Which was basically put together by the collective staff at the Dallas Morning News.
I think it should have been Cooper, then probably Tyler Smith, then Paige.
Tyler Smith, so that's why he's asking who of those group is going to have a title.
Yes,
and Kevin's like the golfer and the jogger.
Yeah,
or the runner. I don't know if they
jogger.
I don't know. Hold on, what does Ludenquist run? Is it
the 800? That's not a jog.
Do you sprint the 800?
Pretty much.
Oh god,
their run is a normal person's sprint.
I like Corey's idea of just. Oh, I got about 100 meters. I'm going to pick it up.
Dude, I'm jogging the 100, all right? Like that's Corey's idea.
Well, you're going to lose. Right now.
I know. That's why'd y'all put me in this event?
It's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that.
Don't you dare do it, Kevin.
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you. I want you to think about this for just a second.
Why?
Cooper Luchtenhaus has the world's fastest 800 meter for 2026.
This is going to consume him all
day. It is. If you could somehow isolate the 1 second in a race that Corey is the fastest and replicate that the entire race, so he doesn't have to worry about how long it takes to start or if you're not going your absolute. Corey's absolute top speed per second replicated over the entire race. How close do you think that race would be with Luchtenhaus?
I think you would still be 15 to 20 seconds late.
Okay.
Hold on, isn't the whole race like that long?
It's like 40 some odd seconds, right?
Oh my gosh. No, dude. Yeah, you're right about you have to replicate it the 1 second.
Yeah.
After the first 100, I quit.
Second.
I did quit and started walking.
Half second.
Half second.
Oh, half second?
Yeah.
I mean, I
think that's when you have a chance. Is your fastest
140? I think I said.
All right,
40.
gonna need more men's tea, guys. Really get this thing going.
Okay.
You need that in an Olympic training program.
Yeah,
That's what you need.
Probably.
Oh, yeah, I should probably train like an Olympian.
Yes.
All right. I'm sorry. Back to you, Alec.
Now
I just really needed to know that.
The idea of Corey like Rocky style training to try to beat like a teenager in a race,
chasing a chicken around the track.
This is just that image in my head is amazing.
Chicken's like ah.
And once you caught him,
chickens make
you
that
knew he was
noise.
going to win.
He's just clucking
Except
around
he
up
lost.
there.
Oh, careful there. We got the
He did.
question of the day.
He caught the chicken in the first movie and he lost.
Mm-hmm.
Or did he have to wait until the
I
second?
think he was talking about what I said, Kevin.
Oh, okay.
I was. But now you got me thinking of something else that I can't say on the air. It is time for AM on the FM. We've
Breast or
got
thigh?
the question of the day is not that. Plus, you can be a play caller too. Both, Corey. But the question of the day is not based off of a national holiday because they all suck today. It's actually off of something that I was thinking about. It's just part of the inner machinations of my mind. I was standing making dinner last night, and we have one of those refrigerators that has a screen on it.
Oh, we have a refrigerator.
Fancy. I think it was the screen part. That
Yeah, I guess. It's really old, and it's not really working the way it's supposed to, and that's the part of the question of the day is on the screen, whenever it's idle and you're not using it, it just gives you the time and the temperature. So it was like... It was the evening last night, so the sun is starting.
4444444 anymore.
Does that number still work?
Yes, I guarantee it.
That was time and temperature. You would call and they would be like, the time is
Oh, I remember
11:28.
At the old studio, I called during a segment whenever y'all brought that up, and I was like,
Okay.
it still works. It
Hell
does.
yeah.
Still exists. But it gets the time right. It said it was 108 degrees outside.
Oh, no.
Which it felt like it, but I checked the actual temperature, and it was 96
Because he
at
called
the given moment.
4444444.
That's right. And it was actually 96, and it never gets the temperature right. So the question of the day is, what is the one device or appliance in your house that just never works the way it's supposed to?
All right, can I possibly expand this just a little bit by staying in the exact vein that you're talking about? The second you start your car and it says it's 148 degrees outside, you're like, it's not. Just hold on a second. They're like, I don't know, man. You left me out here in the sun. It is pretty damn hot. And so that's what I always think. If you look at the temperature right when you turn your car on, they have it just out of whack. But other than that, it's the Roomba. The Roomba.
Oh, I love my Roomba.
It does a lot of great things, but man, does it struggle if there is anything in its path, even if you move. Like, if you walk by it, it's like recalculating. And I was like, no, the rooms didn't change. I just walked by you, vacuum.
Do you have one that mops also?
I don't think ours mops.
Kevin, ours vacuums, mops, goes back to the station, dumps even the dirty water, dumps dirty water out. Like, we do have to dump it into the sink, but oh my gosh, this has changed everything.
So two things. I would be afraid that it would accidentally dump out the dust and mop up with it. But also, it does not want to stay on that docking station. I get concerned.
It never can find the docking station.
Yeah, the vacuum's like, let me out.
Yeah, and
because it's always trying to get away from the docking station.
On the way to the docking station, it'll turn around and be like, sorry, and just sit there and stare at you. And you're like, oh. I liked our old Roomba, though, because it would go to the docking station, and once it did dock, it would go, charge, because it now is there to charge. And I thought that was hilarious.
Okay. That is funny.
Your robot is running bits?
Yeah.
This is awesome.
I thought that was great. But I do love this new one that I got. As a matter of fact, I suggested it to somebody at camp last week while I was there. I was like, you need to get one of these. They're bad. Awesome. Dream? Dreame, I believe is the name of mine.
I used to be a wrestler.
That's right.
I don't need my refrigerator to tell me the temperature outside because I have a WAP.
Please explain.
It's a weather app.
Please don't. Oh, okay.
It lets me know the moistness of the air outside.
Oh, gross.
As well as the dryness of the air and allergies, if it's good for running weather. Lots of good things there.
I thought it stood for wings and pizza.
Oh, that's a good one, too.
I thought it stood for something else.
What's that, Kevin?
I forgot.
From
the 956, this needs to be fixed. Rocky does catch the chicken in 2. There's no chicken chasing in Rocky 1. Man, I feel like I should know that. I am the most disappointed in that today.
I've never seen Rocky.
What? Have you seen
I've
any
seen
of the
scenes
sequels?
of all the movies.
Okay.
I've seen scenes.
What?
But I've never sat down and watched the Rocky movies.
You highlight cultured Rocky?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, and so I've seen the
that
scene,
makes me
and I feel like
sad.
that changes. I know what happens in all of them because of that.
Okay, tell me what happens in one.
One guy dies later.
No, that is wrong.
You tell me nobody dies in Rocky 1.
I said in Rocky 1. I don't think so.
I'm sure somebody that was in there is dead.
I mean, sure, but like that is a very concerning thought.
Corey has a lot of those.
Was Carl Weathers in one?
Carl Weathers is in 1, 2, 3, and 4.
He's dead.
At the end of, he's like, ain't gonna be no rematch.
He's dead, and he lost his hand to an alligator.
That's right. And he lost his arm to a predator.
Oh my gosh, what a struggle!
Tough life,
Alec. I do have mine is, and last night our fan in our bathroom went out. Anyway, it is my refrigerator. Our refrigerator, Kevin, doesn't have a screen, but you can knock on it. And it'll light up, and you can see what's inside. It's one of those.
What?
I have no clue.
That is the fanciest thing I've ever heard.
It's the stupidest thing. It serves zero purpose. Like all the condiments are in the way. Like why? I can't even see 12 per 24 hours, I believe.
Okay.
Which I don't need 12 old fashions that day anyway.
Nobody needs it, but
hopefully any day.
But
sounds like a challenge.
Get through the Hall of Fame game.
That thing
right.
That thing hasn't worked in 4 years.
Oh.
And we got it fixed a while back. Guess what? Stopped working again.
Oh.
Guess what? In-laws have the same fridge. Want to know something? Theirs doesn't work either. Anybody who has this, it's a certain brand, and I'm not allowed to say brands on air anymore that I'm upset about. It doesn't work anymore. And so I'm like, what's the point of having this awesome fridge that I can knock on and see inside of,
right?
But not being able to make some old-fashioned ice cubes?
That's a good question.
Big ice cubes are better than small ice cubes, unless it's Sonic Ice.
That's right. Rank your ice.
Sonic Ice.
Okay.
Everything else. Actually, what's the ice that's it's like chips? It's like ice chips that you can get.
Like in the hospital?
They're kind of flat. You could get them at like the old ballpark, in the tiny little wax cup of Coca-Cola that used to give you. Y'all know what y'all never went to the old baseball stadium?
No, I did many times.
Get a Coca-Cola.
But by the time I got to my seat, the ice was melted.
That's true. By the time they gave you the drink, it was probably melted too. That is just so hot out there. But yeah, it's the ice. It's the ice maker. It never works.
From the 469, my scale, it lies to me every time I step on it. That's
everybody texting in. Yes, you're correct. That is the brand of refrigerator.
By the way, your scale lies to you, or you're more willing to think it's lying to you when it's negative, right? How often do you see a positive number? You're like, this scale's broken.
I did that yesterday.
Did you?
Yes, I weighed in at the gym because I finally decided, okay, muscle memory is taking over. I need to increase weight on some of my basic movements. So I did a couple weeks ago, and I got up to 169.5 pounds. That's the heaviest I've ever been. And I was like, there's no way. And I'm like, I increased the weight on everything. I should be getting heavier and putting on more muscle. I was like, nah, that's wrong. Let's see. From the 504, the ice cream machine never works at the house. Fancy.
At your house? Neat.
So that Ninja Creamy, I think is what it's called.
They must live at like a McDonald's.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, man. You tap it on your refrigerator and it's becoming see-through to see what's in there or whatever. That's pretty amazing to me.
Then from the 817, my smart home thermostat thing, I'll set it to 74 and walk away, and it'll occasionally change the temp by itself to 50.
So mine doesn't go that bad, but mine has determined that the habits are always what it should be, and a couple times it has tried to override a decision I've made based on the habits, and I'm like, no, I said it here, and they're like, I think you meant, no, I don't need you to think.
Your thermostat's smart?
Yeah.
Sounds dumb.
Mine does whatever I tell it to do. It doesn't do anything else. I like that. I like that.
And usually I do because it's got the patterns down. But when you try to go against it, they're like, "Are you sure?"
Yes.
And I was like, "Yes, thermostat."
I want complete control over my thermostat.
Yeah.
I don't want it to try and be like, "Hey, I'm guessing what you feel like right now." You're not human. You don't know me.
Thank you. And what I do know, guys, is we need to band together and pitch in some money for a cause.
Oh.
Akron football, yes. The University of Akron. They have announced a new program called Offensive Coordinator of the Game.
Ooh.
Yes, this is a new fan promotion, Offensive Coordinator of the Game, giving one football season ticket holder the first ever opportunity to help script the opening drive of the football team's home season opener. The selected fan will work directly with Zips head football coach Joe Moorhead to design the plays that open the game. A first-of-its-kind experience for the Akron program, which also tells me, hey, we are screaming for help with our NIL fund.
Yeah, that's...
But objectively, I think the idea of me saying we should kick a fake field goal on second down is the coolest thing ever, because I would put the dumbest opening script together just to say I did.
What kind of buy-in do you think you get from the opponent lining up against that field goal?
Oh, I hope they just sell out for it. Be like, it's part of the bit, man.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's baseball time in Texas, and we will talk with Jared Sandler next on The Fan.
upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
He just got the snap off, flushed out by Odigizua, and he's going to be almost hit by Clark. Throws it away. It's intercepted. He threw up a duck. Here comes Bland down the sideline. It's a pick six. It's a pick six. The first touch of a ball by a Cowboys quarterback this year.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
That was Romo, though, right?
No, that was not Romo.
He hasn't thrown a touchdown in any one of these yet.
We had to switch some things around. Jared will be coming up around 12:20. So we're going to do some NFL overreaction or reality. Overreaction or reality based off of that audio. The Cowboys will have a tougher secondary this season. Jalen Thompson, he feels like a leader. Everyone's talked about Caleb Downs and his toughness and versatility. Kobe Durant has been showing out early in training camp. So overreaction or reality, the Cowboys will have a tougher secondary this season.
I think that's a reality. Last year we saw so many times, so many moments where the secondary just got beat, not knowing what they were supposed to do, and I think they're going to be so much more prepared, detail-oriented defense this year. That's going to be a positive for them. But I think the big factor is they have the players capable of it.
Yeah.
And adding Caleb Downs is a big thing. You know, it was really fun to hear Choppy trying to explain it, not because like he didn't do anything wrong, it's just we just saw it too. And that was, man, I looked out on the field and I saw Caleb was at the nickel. And then I looked up, and the next play, he's at the other spot. And then I looked up like 3 plays later, and he's deep safety.
Right.
And we saw the exact same thing, and we were like, good. It's not like they BS'd us and told us we're going to use this guy as the queen piece on the board.
Sure.
They're actually incorporating it and trying to figure out ways to make that happen. Then you hear Shoddy say he gloved him on something. He was absolutely wrapped around him, basically, is what he's saying there. Just watch the guys that Christian Parker has worked with in his past in the secondary and watch what they do so well. And it's the listening to Caleb Downs yesterday talk. It's the attention to detail pre-snap, getting information before the snap, and then applying that information and then using your instincts as a player. And that's what I think is going to be that much different. When it comes to tough, I think it's going to be what CeeDee Lamb said earlier. It's going to be annoying for opponents.
Alec, overreaction or reality? The Cowboys will have a tougher secondary this season.
Reality, I think so. I think there's going to be like a chip on the shoulder mentality that you heard Caleb Downs saying yesterday with the morning show. He was like, Christian Parker always has that chip on his shoulder.
Yeah.
He's won a Super Bowl. He knows what it feels like. He wants to get back more than anything. So, and whenever you heard the conversation about like with Jalen Thompson with you guys, he was like, what's the first thing that he got from Christian Parker was Super Bowl. That's it. Like, that's the first thing he heard from him. I just think there's a mentality to it. You know, obviously these guys have a certain level of degree of toughness just playing the sport of football. But when they have a guy that's that intense leading them, I think they will be tougher.
NFL overreaction or reality, and I want you guys to be super duper honest on this one. You will actually watch most, if not all, of the Hall of Fame game.
My gosh, dude. How long is the pregame for the Hall of Fame game?
It could be 5 minutes.
Up to or?
Yeah, up to.
You could give me 7 hours
and you
of
pregame. Watch any of it.
I am so happy to have football back, Kevin.
So overreaction reality, you will watch most, if not all, of the Hall of Fame game.
There is so much football on the way this year.
That's true. Just say it's an overreaction. You're not going to watch a damn second of that stupid game. You might watch a second or a highlight.
Plead the fifth.
Oh, man. All right, let's follow the science to Alec. Overreaction or reality?
If you're not watching the Hall of Fame game, Kevin,
are you even a football
fan?
I guess not. I'll readily admit. If Sean and RJ are watching that, they do watch more football than I do. Alec, overreaction or reality? You will watch most of, if not all, of the Hall of Fame game. And you know if you say reality, I'm going to call you a liar.
I'm going to look at the TV guide that night, and I'm going to see Hall of Fame game.
TV guide?
Yeah, like on Spectrum, whenever you just open up the channel guide, right?
Yeah.
And you're looking for something to watch, I'm going to see NFL Hall of Fame game. And I'm going to say I humbly decline.
Okay, thank you for your honesty. Overreaction or reality?
Why'd you ask that question, dude? That was...
Just
I don't understand, man.
You know exactly why I asked that question.
You and me and Alec, we're going to FaceTime and watch that game together, probably.
I don't have FaceTime.
Do you? Well, then I will Google Meet.
I do have that.
Do you want to see my knocking refrigerator or not?
Oh, man, is that the deal?
You have to watch the
How much of the Hall of Fame game? The whole thing? Pass.
And the pregame.
Oh, my God. Super pass. Overreaction or reality?
Like 2 segments.
Joe Milton. This is super pass. Because he throws the ball. Anyways,
40 yards over the dude's head.
Overreaction or reality? The health or lack thereof of Lamar Jackson will derail the Ravens season. 23 and 24, he was healthy.
It absolutely, yeah. They rely so much upon him
for sure
in a healthy manner, but the real factor on whether or not they're contenders is can their defense show up this year. Like he is the motor that keeps that offense running. So I don't think they have a shot without him. But I also don't think that they're true contenders without a good defense.
Yeah.
And I think that kind of goes, like, ultimately that goes into what we've said all along is that strong quarterback play and defense work hand in hand together.
Ravens, Cowboys,
and you
Bengals,
saw it last year. He was still good, but he had to do too many things last year to compensate for a miserable offense or defense.
Mr. Medford, overreaction or reality? The health or lack thereof for Lamar Jackson will derail the Ravens season.
Ooh, reality, just because new staff and everything, new offensive scheme. I think that there might be some imperfections. I hope he's going to be healthy because, like Corey said the other day, he was talking about Joe Burrow. Was it like for football's sake, as a fan of football, please be healthy, Lamar. Please play every regular season game. But you do see what happens whenever that ankle or knee is bothering him. It limits that offense a lot.
Overreaction or reality? Media and fans will focus more on his personal life than being in last season's Super Bowl as the primary point of pressure for Mike Vrabel this season when it comes to success. Because you'd think success would be, well, you're just in the Super Bowl. How can you match it? I will argue that media and fans will put more on his personal life than that.
I don't think when he sits down with Fox or CBS for the one-on-one interview, they're going to talk about it at all. I think they're gonna use the "you were just in the Super Bowl" question more than anything else.
Do you think in their other programs and talking points they will though?
Maybe.
Okay, that's what I'm fascinated.
And
by.
I honestly haven't listened to WEEI up there. Is that the Boston? I do believe that's the Boston station up there. I haven't given them a listen to see if that's a point of conversation for them. But I do think that once you've won enough, you can kind of get rid of that conversation.
Okay, and I agree with that.
But once you've lost enough, it won't go away.
Yeah, and so this popped into my head just because Aaron Rodgers brought it up again, and there's been other former players that are like, thank you for bringing that up. So, Alec, I go to you. Overreaction or reality? The media and fans will focus more on his personal life than being in last season's Super Bowl as the primary pressure point for Mike Vrabel this season. Because you would think, hey, you're in the Super Bowl and you lost. That's the big pressure point. Get back.
Reality, I think it was just too nuclear of a story. It took so much time for any kind of resolution for that to come to light. And
they really didn't help with that, did they?
The timing of it by the athletic side and the way that the Patriots kind of danced around it too. But especially if he brings a dog to the podium again to try to distract everybody. Oh, cute puppy. He's just a human. He's just a man. He's just a dude. He's got feelings. Oh my gosh. If we just keep that PR circus going, it's not going to end.
What else is cute? that you can take up to a podium and kids. You take your kid up there, and
I don't know how old his kids
maybe
are.
He doesn't want to take his kids up there. Though, in a situation like that, really.
Well, he doesn't want to take his other kid.
Yeah, they do. Yeah,
her kid there.
Just kind of like I wonder what other things you can take up there that people like. We take Roger Staubach up there. Credibility.
Yeah, I mean that's true.
Take Tom Hanks with you.
Sure.
That's from a Simpsons movie.
Yeah, that's the Simpsons movie. And he goes, America has borrowed some of my credibility. All right, we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on The Fan.
Guaranteed good mood vibes to get you through your workday. Thanks for It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. And Specs. How about them savings from Specs? Proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. We bring to you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. How's it go?
Well, it's actually the afternoon here, but good morning to you.
Like by 2 minutes, dude.
Okay, all right. Is it... Actually, you know what, Mickey? When you're back in the Metroplex, would you think I was a nerd if I said good morning to you and it was like 11:59 and change, and then I said, excuse me, good afternoon, because it had flipped over to noon?
I would think just a good day is all I need.
There you go.
Okay.
He was like, why did this guy waste my time, is what he's thinking.
All right, sorry.
Sorry, I'm not into the minutia, you know?
Yeah, I love minutia. Is it a good thing that there's no practice today, so there's nobody for Donovan Ezeraku to go after?
To go and get a little bit mad at?
Yeah. Do you
get
kind
thrown
of
out of crest? I like it.
Okay, what's the fine line between, hey, like, I appreciate you're feisty, versus like, hey, that might get you kicked out of the game, which is Corey's point, and I thought it was a good one.
Throwing the punch.
Right, don't do that.
That's the line.
Okay,
don't do that.
Yeah.
But you know what? And I don't know how Schottenheimer operates yet, but I've seen previous coaches, probably Parcells and Jimmy Johnson, when something like that happens and they do the same thing, like get mad at the guy and throw him out of practice or pull him out of the session. But deep inside, they're going, yeah, that's great.
I like it.
Yeah, because they want the competitiveness.
I think I agree.
But I do also, I was telling Kevin, I mean, it is kind of a lesson. Because, again, in a game, if you do that, you go to the room by yourself. You go to the locker room. It's quiet. You have to think about what you just did, and you made your team suffer. These guys want all the reps they can get. Like, I thought it was a smart move on Shotty's part, for sure.
Well, yeah. I mean, you're trying to set the tone, right? Mm-hmm. But deep down, you're going, yeah, we're competing. Yeah, this is great. And you know, now in a game you wouldn't think that, right?
No,
right. But it's practice, right? And the second day of pads, you know, those things, those flash flights usually don't happen till the last week of the training camp when everybody's fed up with each other,
right?
And that's why it's good you have the scrimmages against somebody else, so you can take out your anger on, you know, not your teammate, right? Someone else, and it's not a preseason game. Although, if the NFL continues doing what they were doing, they are sending NFL officials to those scrimmages.
Oh, really? To make sure there's no violations of the collective bargaining agreement or whatever?
Yeah, right. No, to make sure there's not chaos on the field, right?
Now, speaking of the practices, I know still early on, but what have you thought early about Jayshon Barham? Because it feels like he has caught even Jerry Jones' attention early on.
Yeah, War Daddy, right?
Yeah.
And that was before the pads came on. So, and they're still giving him reps. That's how I kind of help judge what's going on. When someone like that is starting to get more first-team reps, not in place of somebody, but yesterday they sort of regulated Overshown's snaps in 11-on-11, and he was getting a bunch of them. And I said, okay, that's good. And I still like their move, especially if he's out there in nickel, to as a linebacker off the line of scrimmage, and then before the snap, he moves to the line of scrimmage and basically creates a five-man line. I think I've probably said that before, but they continue to do it. And that'll create either one-on-one blocks up front if you got five down, or at least five on the line of scrimmage, or you're going to take up a running back or a tight end to make sure that guy gets blocked, which means one less person in the pass pattern.
This might sound silly, but I have been thinking about it early on. Are they being too cautious with Overshown thus far?
No, I think he's got a little bit of a hammy, and they just didn't want to take any chances. I see him when they're doing a team stretch before practice. He's kind of with Britt Brown, and he's working on the chords. So I think that they're just being very cautious and not, turn a little thing into something big.
Jalen Thompson, by the way, I know he was out over a practice over the weekend. Is he okay? Is he clear of all that?
No, he has a hip flexor. So when the pads came on Monday and Tuesday, he was not taking part in the workouts. PJ Locke did return to practice after he missed a couple days, and he looked like he was good to go. So, yeah. Little things like that. I think they got away with one yesterday when a Johnny Clark sprained an ankle trying to defend a deep pass, and it looked bad when he was being helped walk off. But not that an ankle's not bad, right? But that's what it was. After seeing what happened with Princeton Fant, you're going, oh, not another knee, but this time it was an ankle, and Fant's was a knee, and in a couple weeks they'll do surgery to repair the torn ACL.
And that's Elijah Clark, right?
Elijah, what did I say, Johnny?
You said Johnny Clark?
That being said,
I thought it was Johnny.
Awesome.
But there's what is it? Hakeem? There's another guy with the last name.
You're thinking of Dinigi, maybe? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got you. I just wanted to
thank you.
Yeah.
When I said it, I go, that ain't right.
I just wanted to see if there's like a nickname or something I was not aware of.
Can you help me navigate the Tyler Guyton thing? Because there was some back and forth yesterday of, he was replaced by Nate Thomas, but then there was an injury. And what is, we heard yesterday.
They made it sound like the competition was
Shoddy,
over.
that it was technically over. But what did you see in practice yesterday?
Yeah, it is over. And then Schottenheimer told me after practice that Guyton had a sore elbow. And so they decided to hold him out. And what Nate Thomas now has to do, and he got the majority, almost all the first team reps, is now he's competing to be the backup swing tackle to see if he can do that. Otherwise, they're going to have to probably dip into the veteran free agency and bring in an experienced guy to maybe have to do that job. You'd rather not. And have him take if he's capable of it. But here's the thing. So what has been the deal with Tyler Guyton?
Injuries and staying on the field.
Exactly. Or playing through stuff, right? And so the day they basically announce he's the left tackle, he's got an elbow.
Yeah.
And he's got to be out. Yeah. And I'm going, no. The timing is awful.
Right.
And so, again, which means that backup swing tackle is an important spot. And so that's one of the things that, you may be competing against the team, but you're also competing against what else is out there that you might have to bring in.
Well, with that in mind, whether it's about obviously what you're just saying about the backup swing tackle, we've talked already some about Michael Trigg. Are there other players who either have made some plays early on or need to make some plays to get on this roster or have consistent practices more than just make a play?
Yeah, I think it's a little early for that just because it's too padded practice. Now, Trigg had a really nice catch in it was a crowded area. The coverage was really good, and he went up and caught the ball. And I was pretty impressed with that. Now, a lot of what he needs to show is if you're going to be the third tight end or the fourth or the guy you call up in case there's an injury off the practice squad, you also need to be able to block, and that'll be one thing that they'll judge him with. But understand just the way they paid him with a signing bonus and the fact that when people talk about, oh, this undrafted free agent got a guarantee. A lot of times the guarantee is you're guaranteed to be on the practice squad and get 18 weeks of practice squad pay. So that's kind of usually what those guys guarantee is if you see they're undrafted free agents.
Has Jaden Blue solidified the number 2?
Good day yesterday, yeah. And they were giving some of the other guys more reps at the end of last week. And he got back yesterday taking his normal reps, and he looked like he knew what he was doing. He looked like his assignments were sound, and there is no question how he gets from 0 to 60 miles an hour in 3 steps, right? And I don't know 60, but you know what I'm saying. His takeoff it will shock defenses if he has a crease because they won't understand how fast he is, and they're not catching him. He had a nice long run yesterday, and but a lot of that is good practice. And when you ask the question about guy making a play or not making a play, do that next Tuesday when you're up against the Rams, right? Do it the following week when you're up against the Saints, and then go to Seattle when the lights come on for that first preseason game, and don't just kind of get blacked out, right? And all of a sudden, where'd that guy go? It happened to Trayshawn Holden last year. Had all these great catches in practice, and then when the lights came on, it's like, well, where'd he go? He's not getting open. And so those are, I think, major points of judgment when you're looking for guys if they can make the 53-man roster.
Yeah, I think the average for most of the Cowboys players is about 19 miles an hour, so 60 was pretty exceptional.
Yeah, good job.
And I also don't know if
it's kind of like a car there,
Totally get it.
0 to 60.
Mickey, how furious were you yesterday when you realized you could not post videos from the sideline from your phone?
Yeah, I was the last one to find out about it, and the last one to find out that, oh, no, it's okay. And I'll guarantee you there's not a video on my phone.
Yeah,
because you watch it with your eyes.
I know that shocks you, right?
Look, Mickey, I'm going to be honest. We had speculated off air that perhaps that policy might not have impacted you a great deal. So you think that's a fair assessment, right?
Yeah, that's a good one, right?
So as long as we're talking about the running backs, I know he's not one of the 4 that people immediately think of but Bonnie Conda. He looks like he has made some plays, whether we were out there at practice watching or when we've seen some things coming back from y'all at Oxnard. Is it crazy to think that he's worked his way or could work his way at least into the discussion?
I think a little bit. I think he is probably, he's a second-year player, right? He, at least the practice squad. All right.
Okay.
I think he's going towards that right now because you're going to keep you're keeping Lipke as a fullback, right? And you keep 3 running backs, and obviously you want to keep Blue. As I keep telling you guys, Malik Davis keeps holding his hand up high and saying, "Don't forget about me."
For sure.
And then there's Maffa. So it's a pretty crowded. Course, yeah. It's a pretty crowded room right now when you add number 30 in there also. So, but again, look, if you get 18 weeks of practice squad pay, that's over $200,000 now.
Man, that's like
and
what
no one
you
can
make.
And no one can blame you for losses, right?
Right.
Because you just work during the week and then you on the sideline or watch from home. Or actually, they started bringing some of the practice squad guys to the game just in case. But yeah, that's not bad from where that started with, I don't know, maybe $6,000 a week, something like that.
Wow. Well,
back in Starbucks day, that's what they used to make back then.
No, that was a taxi.
Yeah.
That was a taxi squad, and they used to stash them, in Dallas and hide them out and give them a part-time job, right? And then if something happened, it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna sign them to the team now.
Well, excellent stuff as always, good sir. We will catch you again tomorrow.
All right, we got the coordinators today, and maybe we'll get some more insight on what's going on.
Ooh, I want to see what you think about this prediction that Christian Parker is going to be asked a whole lot of questions about the media policy, and then Brad Sham is going to raise his hand and go, I got a question about football, if you don't mind. What do you think about that logic?
You're probably, you know what? I think you shouldn't poke the bear, right? You got your way, just leave it alone.
Yes.
Ooh, good point.
That is a good point.
I like that.
Thank you very much, good sir.
My media consultant job.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we told you we were shifting things around just a little bit, but it is going to be baseball time in Texas. We will talk with Jared Sandler next right here on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KM.
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's the pitch. Swung on and a fly ball to deep right field. Lee going back. He's still going back, and he falls down. He can't get it. The game is over. It bounces on the warning track into the crowd. Ezekiel Duran has walked off the Giants with his 3rd hit of the game and his 7th hit of the series. 5-4 Texas, the final. Duran is mobbed at second base.
KSC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Right now, let's talk with Texas Rangers broadcaster, man who knows everything about baseball. It is Jared Sandler. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How stupid did Lee look yesterday when that ball went over his head?
He still could have caught it, too.
Which one? The walk-off or the one before that in the 8th inning?
Oh, yeah.
I meant specifically
shallow.
Yeah, I meant specifically the walk-off, but you're right about both of them.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of an adventure in the outfield. The Rangers benefited from it yesterday, but yeah, that's probably not a good feeling when you don't make a play on a ball that you should have made a play on. It ends the game, but the Rangers aren't going to apologize about that at all.
And they definitely should not. I guess here is my concern, Jared. I know a win is a win, but when you lose the first game of the series and then have to struggle to win the second game against a team that already told you they have given up on the season, that's fair to be concerned about, right?
I'll say this: if the Rangers lose today and you lose 2 or 3 to the Giants, then that doesn't look good, right? Especially,
is it fair to say they gave up on their season?
The Giants? Oh, yeah. Now, the Giants don't have just a lineup full of veterans that are bitter and upset. I mean, they got a couple. Rafael. I don't know that they're bitter and upset, but Rafael Devers and Willie Adames. But they also got some young guys who. They're playing to show that they belong and trying to, prove their worth and whatnot. But, this is a Giants team. The Rangers will face an Angels team coming up, an Athletics team that, they're not in it to win it right now. And the Rangers need to take advantage of that. You don't need to style point it. But, you lose 2 or 3 to the Giants on the heels of, what happened at the deadline or maybe what didn't happen, and the narrative or the message that, this team's going to go after the playoff spot that's, within reach, then, that wouldn't feel great. But, they can get the win today, then maybe you don't worry as much about, having to work as hard as they had to work to get the win last night.
The bullpen notwithstanding, how much of a fist pump did you give for Mackenzie Gore after getting through those 6 innings yesterday? Yeah,
that was a really good start. Really, I guess to build on what he did against the Rays, which was obviously a bizarre start given that, he gave up those 3 runs, but then was basically unhittable after that. I mean, the Rays people were talking about how that was one of the more dominant performances that they'd seen all season. For him to come back and go 6 shutout yesterday, to me, the inning that really jumped out was the second because, we've all experienced this year, Mackenzie Gore maybe going 5 innings and 4 of them are great, but there's the 1 inning that gets away, or 6 innings and 1 gets away. Well, it looked like the second inning, right after the Rangers gave him a lead, Giants get a couple of guys on that, here we go again. But he did such a great job of getting through that, navigating that, not allowing it to, mushroom cloud into something bigger. Obviously in any close game, you get 6 shutout from your starter. That's huge. I wish the bullpen would have been able to nail it down. The Rangers, I know it doesn't feel this way after last night. The Rangers really have not blown a lot of saves in the 7th, 8th, or 9th innings this year relative to the rest of the league. So, good that they were able to escape that with a win. But, yeah, Mackenzie Gore was really sharp last night in ways in which he wasn't sharp, right? Yep. I don't know that he had the best command, but he's got such good stuff that he's able to work around that at times.
I feel like we got to me, a fairly alarming update on Josh Young from Skip this morning. Probably still 10 to 14 days away from even beginning baseball activities and rehab. You could easily see a scenario in which he's out for the month. What does that mean for this offense? Because obviously Josh Young's had a heck of a season.
Yeah, no, he's been so good at just keeping the line moving. Hitting around 300. Obviously, you're getting hits, but the at-bat quality's been better, and he's just another threat. In this group. I think it underscores the importance to keep the guys that they have healthy. Corey's not in the lineup today, but having Corey and Wyatt, even though Wyatt's now struggled a little bit since fouling that ball with his foot, having those guys in the lineup makes a huge difference. And Evan Carter's had an uptick, and that makes a huge difference. But the beauty is with Ezekiel Duran, he can contribute and help out in a variety of spots. And right now that's short or third. Today he's playing third. But when Josh Young comes back, you just move Zeke somewhere else, and he's able to help you out. So they need Josh. It not only adds to their lineup from a starting standpoint, but it helps improve their depth off the bench. And hopefully in a couple weeks, they'll get back. The good thing is, and I don't mean this sarcastically. I'm not saying this to be a smartass. Josh is not a guy who relies on his mobility, his speed, right?
Right.
So, you need to be mobile and agile at third, but he's not a speed burner. So, hopefully he's able to come back, get that cap right, and jump right back in and contribute in the ways that you expect him to contribute.
I know we care about it, or our show specifically focuses more on it because obviously we care about the Rangers. I'm sure this is the case for every single team in baseball. Rangers 5 for 12 with runners in scoring position yesterday, as opposed to during the losing streak, they were 5 for 41. Is that just a lament that every single team in baseball has, that when there's a downtime, there's a good chance runners in scoring position is not really working well for them?
Well, hopefully it's not that you don't have any chances, right?
That's true.
We went through that last year, and maybe late April through May into June, it was like, the Rangers would leave two guys on and go 0 for 3 with runners in scoring position or something like that. I think there are different schools of thought here, right? There are people who believe that hitting with runners in scoring position is an art and a skill, and then there are people on the other end who think that you are who you are as a hitter, and over time your batting average with and without runners in scoring position will equalize. A couple of things here. One, it's probably somewhere in the middle. I do think that there are hitters who are really good about knowing, all right, hey, here's the situation, here's how the pitcher is going to try and attack me given the situation. The other thing is you don't actually need a hit when there's a runner in scoring position, depending on the situation, to benefit or to help the team out, right? A runner at second, nobody out. You might go 0 for 1 with runners in scoring position in that at bat, but you move the guy over.
Right.
So there are a lot of ways to get the job done. But the general thought that I subscribe to is that when you're getting those opportunities, it's going to eventually pay off. It's going to suck when you're not cashing in. You're going to feel like, gosh, we just can't hit it all with runners in scoring position. The Rangers are top, 5, top 10 in the league. I don't know with this recent funk if they've dropped out of the top 5, but they were, top 3 in the league in hitting with runners in scoring position. Now, slugging with runners in scoring position and batting average, two different things, but, recent funk, but nice to see them get back. And Zeke's been a huge part of that. I mean, the 5 hits last night, Zeke had 3 with runners in scoring position, right? And he has been so good with runners in scoring position this year. And he obviously came up in some big spots and delivered.
What's the realistic? I'm sorry, I got to change my. At the end of this year, are we going to look back on Zeke Duran and say, man, there were so many people that were ready to give up on this guy, and we were so wrong about him?
Well, he's, and I know some people have a different relationship with WAR than others, and I don't mean like going to WAR. I mean the stat. He's top 10 in the American League in WAR, Fangraphs WAR, F-WAR. So, I mean, you might not love that stat, but you don't just luck into being top 10. That's not to say he's a top 10 player definitively. By that measurement in the American League, he is. But, all right, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that if I had a draft of every American League player, Zeke would necessarily be in my top 10. But what it does suggest or show is that he has provided a huge value to this group, not just offensively, but defensively, his versatility and his ability at those various positions. And the impetus of the question, he was a guy we were talking about at points last year. Is he going to get DFA'd? This spring training, is he even going to make the team? And credit to Zeke. It's not easy. Like we always talk about, hey, when you get your opportunity, you need to be ready. Well, in a sport where, as the cliche goes, you're going to fail a lot more than you're going to succeed. It's tough to, in that one game where you have that chance or two games to make an impression, to do that. And I can't even imagine how much tougher it is when you know that, gosh, I got to do it here. Otherwise, I'm going to go back to just, being a bench player. But I'll say this about Skip Schumacher. And maybe it's a product of the roster makeup and needing to platoon a lot. But he has said from the start, my bench guys are going to play. And Zeke was, I guess, a quote-unquote bench guy when the season started. But he played. And when you give those guys opportunities early, you give them opportunities to show who they are without the pressure of needing to do it right away or in small doses. And I think that's paid off tremendously and allowed Zeke to have the season that he's had.
What's the realistic expectation for our Cody Bradford today out there?
So he went 4 innings in his last rehab start. I think, two things here. One, the Rangers have an off day tomorrow, so that typically allows you to be a little bit more aggressive with the bullpen. They didn't go into their bullpen a little bit yesterday, with the way the game unfolded. But, I think if the Rangers can get 4 innings out of Cody Bradford, I think they'd be pumped. If they can get a fifth because he's been efficient and effective, then, that's a double fist pump, right? So I don't think they're looking for Cody Bradford to, give them 6. But if he can just be effective through 4, maybe 5, then that's a great foundation upon which to build for a guy who hasn't pitched in the big leagues in, a couple of years.
It is pretty remarkable to me. The other person who fits that bill almost to a T is Jordan Montgomery. Their last appearances are only separated by 3 days back in 2024. Skip talked about it. Looks like he's just about ready. They're not sure what his role is going to be yet. Could you see Jordan Montgomery coming out of the bullpen? Could you see some sort of weird combination start going forward with Bradford and Montgomery?
Yeah, I think you could see, especially at this time of the year. If this was like April or May, I'd be like, they probably want to find a consistent role for him. But, we're at the point of the year where you got to try to find ways to win games, and you're not so much worried about the long haul. Now, one thing that's worth noting, Kumar Rocker has thrown already more innings in a season than he's ever thrown as a professional or even as an amateur, I believe. And so, you got to be careful and monitor that. I don't know that they're about to tell us, hey, we're shutting Kumar Rocker down. But, I think with all the data and the ability to measure things like this, they're going to closely monitor, the peripherals that will give them an idea. Is he wearing down or not? Or maybe they're a little more conservative in pushing him for that 5th or 6th inning in a given start. And so there are ways to utilize multi-inning options in different ways. So whether that's, Jordan or Cody, or maybe one of them slotting into the rotation. But yeah, I think with Jordan, he's been stretched out, I believe, to 6 innings. You can always dial that back, though, if they feel like there's a role he can help this team, given the makeup and the ever-changing makeup, really, of the pitching landscape with guys reaching innings limits or maybe dealing with injuries as we come down the stretch.
And I just wanted to go back to something else you said, because I did look at those numbers, 5 for 40 for Wyatt since he had to leave the game, just 1 double. Is there a concern that maybe he's not right, or is it just, hey, that's the normal ebb and flow of baseball?
That's a great question.
Thank you.
My gut is telling me that maybe it has impacted him. It could also just be the ebb and flow, right? Like it's not crazy for a guy to go on a stretch like that when they're healthy. The fact that it seemed to coincide with Wyatt, having that game where he fouled a couple balls off his foot. Maybe there's something there. You're not going to get that guy out of the lineup. He's aware that he's missed time, right? He knows that, he hasn't played 120 games or whatever it is this year. It doesn't mean he's not a tough son of a gun. There are obviously certain injuries you just can't play through. That guy's pretty, the fact that he's playing through this foot thing, I think is pretty impressive. And, hopefully, over time, especially with an off day tomorrow, and that's the other thing, they're coming up on this is game 13 of a 13-game stretch. So that off day tomorrow will really, I think, be a huge welcome open date for this group, and maybe something as little as that will help, Wyatt just be able to reset. They try to work in some DH days, but I don't think it's a total coincidence, but I couldn't tell you for sure but it did time out, pretty tightly with, that foot thing that happened, a week and a half ago or so.
Excellent stuff as always, Jared. Thank you very much for the time.
You got it, fellas. Take care. Have a great day.
There you go, Jared Sandler, Rangers broadcaster extraordinaire, knower of all things baseball.
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10.
At this moment.
Will win a 4-pack to go see Spikes Under the Lights. That is set for AT&T Stadium on August 27th with SMU, Nebraska, Penn State, and Florida. You can get your seats by going to spikesunderthelights.com, or you can win them right now for free. 877-881-1053. Coming up next, we got a lot of stuff. Maybe a little bit baseball nuggets, maybe some My Buddy's an Idiot. We'll have it for you next right here on The Fan.
on Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
The 1-2. Nimmo lines one to right. That's a base hit. Peterson around third. He will score. That ball played in the corner by Lee and into second base with another double is Brandon Nimmo. He's given the Rangers a 1-0 lead.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. We're going to try to roll through a few quick things here as we get you ready for the Rangers and the Giants. Probably about 1:37 first pitch, 1 o'clock pregame right here on 105 through the fan. Would you like to start off with the Boston College announcers? Rangers Price is Right? Baseball Nuggets? What do you think? We got all kinds of possibilities.
Let's do some baseball nuggets.
All right.
If we can. And by the way, can I throw something out real quick on baseball nuggets?
Yes.
I'm going to derail everything, Kevin.
Oh, no. Then no?
It's being reported by John Heyman that Austin Hayes is going to be waived by the White Sox as he comes back from rehab.
Okay.
He's been injured this season, but the Rangers were interested in him in the offseason.
Right.
He's a right-handed outfielder bat. I'm sorry I didn't ask Jared about that right before we let him go, but this is one of those that maybe you keep an eye on because
I agree.
The Rangers did want to add that during the trade deadline and obviously didn't, so picking a dude up off waivers, that's like free money right there.
Yeah, I mean, it could be, absolutely. Now let's talk about the Boston Red Sox. They're 29-5 in their last 34 games. That sets a Red Sox franchise record for most victories in a 34-game span. 29-5.
Dang.
Unfreaking believable.
And I'm sorry, DFA.
I understood.
Same thing as waving, whatever.
I understood.
I'm done with words.
All right, so let's go from that to their sworn rivals, the New York Yankees. They brought up #1 prospect George Lombard Jr. and cut number 4. This would be his first hit in Major League Baseball.
0-2.
I really like the last part of that call. Has entered the yard and left it. Now, would you like college basketball, football, or Rangers?
You mind if I give you a thought on something?
Sure.
I was talking to somebody a couple weeks ago that had dealings with multiple teams around Major League Baseball. They were being looked at.
Okay.
And they were talking about the difference between the Yankees and the A's. And I just want you to kind of think of where you think the Rangers are in this. When they sat down with the Yankees were like, all right, so here's exactly where you are right now. This is what we think we can do with you. Put him up on the big billboard, had him in the uniform. This was the pitch of we potentially want you to come play for us. Ultimately, they didn't select him. They chose somebody else. But everything was, here's what you're doing, and here's what we're going to fix, and here's how we're going to get you back to being you. Then it was the A's, and they were like, you will definitely start. Do you want to play for us or not? And like the guy was like, that's the difference between, that's why the Yankees are and the Dodgers are what they are.
Yeah.
Is that everything that they do is at a premium. And I feel like I'm always curious where the Rangers are in that world. And I feel like it's, you know how we talk about the Cowboys are middle of the pack?
Yeah.
I feel like the Rangers are kind of in that place, unless it's a DeGrom where they really got to go sell. Other than that, they're just trying to figure that out. And that's why they are what they are, though. The great teams are what they are because of their commitment to that excellence.
I hate saying that, but is there any part of you that feels like the sit-down meeting goes, hey, I can't really pay a whole lot of money right now, but have you seen how good we are at getting contracts for these same type of players for other teams?
Mm-hmm.
You know, like they're, especially pitching-wise.
You come here, you are definitely going to get seen. You're going to be, something that's fighting for a contention.
You're going to get your bag somewhere. It's not going to be with us,
but
it's going to be somewhere. And so,
you're kind of a player that needs this bounce back.
Yeah, yes. I think the Rangers are a bounce back franchise where some people will go. Either that, or I hate to say it, I do kind of wonder sometimes if there's not as much pressure here. I hate that idea, but I can't rule it out.
Also, just been alerted that Stephon Diggs is currently in talks with the Washington Commanders. So we'll see. Not Trayvon, Stephon.
In your face, Brandon Ayuk. Those two things don't have to be mutually exclusive.
But I can see where you're going with that.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Now, college basketball or football?
College basketball.
All right,
Kevin.
let's go to Boston College. Where, Luke Murray, what are you doing? Luke Murray said he did not want anybody on the new Boston College, in the new Boston College organization tied to the old staff. And that apparently included the announcers for their games. Kevin Collins and Josh Maurer had called Boston College games together for 9 years, and Collins had been in the booth for 13 years across 3 different head coaches, 5 athletic directors, and they learned just days before August 1st, which means that's not going to give them a lot of time to find a new job. But yeah, they were fired because they were the announcers under the old head coach. Feels like there's a giant gap in logic right there.
Here's the quote from Collins. He's a young head coach, no experience. He's been given the power to take 2 guys' careers away from them who've done nothing but try to serve the program and promote the program.
And so what kind of sucks about this is he knew he was going to do this all along based on these 2 announcers' tellings of the story, because they said they tried to set up multiple times a meeting with him just to be like, hey, we want to get to know you, and like, what's your goal and all of that. And he was like, oh yeah, no, we'll figure it out later. And you can't help but wonder, was that ever really the plan? From the...
I don't love that, dude.
No.
I don't love that at all.
No, I agree with you right there. By the way, if you want to give your Rangers predictions for the game today, 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line. I'm glad to hear it. But my football question for you right now, what do you think about this? Over under number of touchdowns for Jake Ferguson this year, 4.5.
I'll take the over.
I think I would too, but the last 2 seasons he went from 0 2 seasons ago to 8.
So 0 to 80, like Mickey said.
No, that's a different deal. He really thought you didn't know the 0 to 60 reference for a second.
Yeah, it's okay.
That's a car thing.
That's what I was like. I mean, 20. Never mind. I think because of the way that this offense looks, and we didn't have Pickens the year before,
right?
That helps Ferguson a lot in the red zone. It frees up space all over the place, dude. Him and CeeDee Lamb just absolutely free up space. Ferguson better in one-on-one, and as opposed to having a lot of traffic in that area. So I think this is an absolute positive for him, and that's why I'm looking for him to. I think 6. But I also said Flanoy's getting 6, so I'm starting to stack up touchdowns for a lot of people right now.
This offense is going to be badass.
Yeah, so I will take the over on 4. You said 4.5?
4.5.
I'll absolutely take the over on 4.5.
And then to the person who just emailed me from Kevin's Inner Thoughts and said, I know it'll drive you crazy to have to read this email, so it won't be unread, but you guys are the best radio show on this station. I want to let you know, yes, it was going to drive me crazy, so I had to read it. All right, real quick, Rangers win or lose today to take the series?
We're about to go on like a 8-game, 7-game win streak here.
Why did it just keep getting lower?
Well, it felt like 9 was a really long streak, right. So 7's good for me.
Alec, win or lose?
Win by 3 runs.
All right, I will say the Rangers also win to take the series going into the day off, and then Baltimore. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers coming up next. We'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. That's a full show right here on 105.3 The Fan.